Good morning everybody and welcome to a beautifully sunny Oulton Park. And boy oh boy, do we have a lot of action for you today. It might only look like 3 races, but over 4.5 hours of on-track action. Yes, we've got the ROWE Britcar Trophy Championship coming up, first race one. We've got some of the cars alongside us here. Very shortly, what's going to happen is they're going to make their way to the grid. There's been 1 or 2 delays this morning. In fact, as you can see, we've got Mr. Harrison going out now in the number 89 Clio. The cars are starting to head out. Let's just move along a little bit, shall we? I don't want our cameraman John here to get run over. So that's what's going to happen. 50-minute race coming up. That's race 1 for the ROWE Britcar Trophy Championship. Then after that, we've got a bit of a lunch break, but don't worry, we'll bring you a little bit of behind-the-scenes action there as well. And then we have our 3-hour British Endurance Championship race. So we'll be in the pits for that one, bringing you the action as it happens, and of course all of the on-track action around Oulton Park here. What a beautiful circuit this is. It's been quite a dramatic morning, and then a little bit later to end the day we have our second Britcar race as well, our second Britcar Trophy Championship race. Here goes Jack Meakin. He's just heading out onto the track. He's the first driver, as you can see. So the cars are now making their way out. And we've got the second Clio heading out here as well. Coyne and Hewlett in this one. I'll keep going down because I really don't want us to get run over. Here's the Puttergill Civic 183 going through there. I can tell you Maurizio Siglio on pole position for this race in the ROWE Britcar Trophy Championship. Let's just keep moving down a little bit further whilst they make their way around. We are going to go get ourselves onto the grid as well and catch up with some of the drivers there too. We're just giving a little look behind the scenes whilst they make their way down. Beautiful sunshine here, as you can see. They've just parked themselves down at the bottom there. Let's keep on going. We've got the Britcar. Yes, we've got the T-Brit garage over here as well. Let's just pop in, shall we, and have a look at the setup, because this is insane. Of course, they've got cars running in both championships here today. Look at this absolutely stunning setup, isn't it? I wonder if we're going to just grab a quick word. How are you doing? You all right? It's good to see you. Good to meet you. How are you? Very good. And look, Chris is just signing there. Look, you haven't signed anything for me yet, Chris.
I can sign this if you want.
I'll probably get told off if we do that. Quite a jam-packed day today, isn't it? Everything in one day.
Yeah, all in one day. It's a great day for the championship to have the Britcar Trophy and the BARC happening on the same time. It's going to be an awesome day.
Yeah, it is fantastic. Best of luck. We'll catch up with you later, no doubt, as well. A lot of action going on down here in the pits, as you can see. 3 races in total coming up for you. I'm going to hand back very shortly because I want to get out onto the grid and catch up with some more of the drivers. Don't forget, first race coming up, the ROWE Britcar Trophy Championship. Lights out about 11:30, I think, for that one. Of course, we're going to be on the grid very shortly. Then we've got your 3-hour British Endurance Championship race, and then we round out the day with race 2 for the ROWE Britcar Trophy Championship race. 2 50-minute races, 1 at 3 hours. It's going to be full of action here today. Right, let's go back to Dave. I'm going to get myself on the grid. I'll see you shortly.
Well, thanks very much, Ian. Yes, good morning, race fans, and welcome to Oulton Park in Cheshire, this beautiful home of motorsport in the northwest of England, for a Saturday, bank holiday Saturday of racing promoted by the British Automobile Racing Club here on BARC TV. Dave Goddard here taking you through the action. 3 races coming up today. we have 2 races for the ROWE Motor Oil Britcar Trophy Championship, both 50-minute pit stop races, and the feature race is the British Endurance Championship backed by Motorsports UK, a 3-hour race with 3 mandatory pit stops for each car, coming up our second race of the day. And shortly we will see cars released onto the grid. There will be a grid walk down there on the pit straight, and we'll introduce the teams to you in our Britcar Trophy Championship races. The British Endurance Championship, supported by Motorsport UK, features the quicker GT cars. If you've not seen these series before, GT3, GT4 and also TCR touring cars. The slightly less powerful sports and saloon cars go in the ROWE Britcar Trophy Championship. We've got classes in there for Ginettas, Renault Clios, BMWs, Porsches, we'll see out there, and plenty more besides. And that grid will be formed up very shortly. Then we should see 21 cars in our 2 Britcar Trophy races today. Of course, the big race is the 3-hour race for the British Endurance Championship. 2 races held for them so far. The season opener was at Silverstone. That was won by the stunning Lamborghini of Dave McDonald and his Blackthorn Racing team. The second round of the year was at Brands Hatch, won by Peter Erscheg and Marcus Clutton in the PB Racing Audi R8, taking the win by some 6 laps over the rest of the field. Sadly, their main rivals, the Aston Martin Vulcan of Venture Innovations, was a first lap retirement. So the cars are now making their way to the grid for the first race of the day, the ROWE Britcar Trophy Championship. We'll bring you the grid fairly shortly then for this, our first of 3 races today. So it'll be a 50-minute race with a mandatory pit stop. The pit window opens 20 minutes into the race, and the pit window is only 10 minutes. So we'll see everybody in within a couple of laps of each other to make their pit stops. Some cars shared by 2 drivers. We'll have a look at the grid then for this first race of the day, the ROWE Motor Oil Britcar Trophy. In pole position, it is number 47, the Ginetta G56, entered by Dayton Motorsport, driven by Maurizio Cilio. He drives solo. Alongside him, number 24, the Ginetta of SVG Motorsport. That's crewed by Ian Astley and Neil Wallace. Ian Astley going first. Neil Wallace will take over at the pit stop. The second row is the second of the Dayton Motorsport Ginetta G56s. That's driven by Marco Anastasi. And it's another Ginetta alongside him, number 50, Robin Grimwood. He represents Assetto Motorsport. So Ginettas have locked out to the first 2 rows. On row 3, we have the number 33 Mac G Racing Mazda RX-8. Johnny McGregor, the team owner, starts that car. Joshua Tomlinson will take over. And then we have got the first of the Class 3 cars for the less powerful saloon-type cars. That's the TSR Volkswagen Golf. Finn Jones taking the start. Rob Ellick will take over. The 4th row of the grid, we've got number 19, Callum Noble, with his Thorny Motorsports BMW M3. That's running in Class 1 along with the Ginettas. And alongside him is the Class 3 Honda Civic Type R. Edward Cook and Steve Cook. It's Edward who will start. Row 5, we've got the first of the Clios, number 66, entered by Dragon Sport, Rhys Lloyd and Jack Meakin. It's Jack Meakin who is going first. Rhys Lloyd, the former Welsh Sports and Saloon Car Champion, will take over. Alongside him is the teammate of that car, the other Dragon Sport car. Travis Coyne will start, and Jake Hewlett takes over. Moving on back onto row 6 of the grid, we've got the Honda Civic Type R of William Puttergill, that car entered by CH Racing. Alongside them, another of the Clios, number 22, the Sim Dynamics car, Simon Mason takes the start. Chris Bielan will take over. Row 7 is another Clio, number 88. That's the first of the Hyro Motorsport cars, run by Max Coates, a former Clio champion. Ollie Meadows starts that car, and Andy Tucker will take over. Alongside them is the number 70, the first of the Class 2 cars. That's the Team Brit BMW. Paul Fullick will start. Tyrone T. Matherin will take over. On row 8, another pair of Clios. Number 89 is James Harrison starts. Ben Jenkins takes over. That's one of the Hyro Motorsport cars. And number 14 alongside is Craig Guest for Spires Motorsport. Anton Spires, former Clio champion, running that car. Craig Guest driving solo. Row 9, we've got number 64, that's the Class 3. JW Bird entered VW Scirocco. Paul Goodlad driving solo in that car, alongside number 45, running in Class 2, the Honda Civic of Major Motorsports, driven by Arthur McMahon. Row 10 is number 41, a late entry on the programme. We're not sure what class that car's running. It's down on my entry list as a Class 1, so I believe it's a Class 1 car. BMW M235, driven by Fraser Smart first, sharing with James Simons. Alongside them, number 62, the lone Ginetta G40 Cup car on the grid, the SVG Motorsport car driven by Alex Turnbull. And at the back of the grid, hopefully, we should see the number 23 Porsche in Class 2 of Simon Clark, who's had some good results this year, the Form Evo Clark Racing Porsche 997. That car had an accident in qualifying, so hopefully we will see it back out. I know the team are working to repair that Porsche and get it out onto the grid. So the cars are forming up on the grid. Just below my commentary box, a very colourful field we have on the grid here. We will have Ian Waterhouse down there to do a bit of a Martin Brundle style grid walk for us. Just waiting to see if that Porsche is going to be there at the back of the field. It'll be interesting to see Simon Clark come through as this race goes on. But it's Ginettas galore at the front of the field. Maurizio Cilio, number 47, is on the front of the grid. Now, the dominant force at the front of the field has been Dayton Motorsports' Axel van Nederveen, the Dutchman so far, but he's not out this weekend. He took the win at Brands Hatch on the Indy circuit, was a winner at Silverstone at the season opener as well. We'll see a new winner in the championship this year. In fact, in the overall trophy points, though, because it is looking at the championship standings, it is Simon Clark and the Porsche that leads overall. He's a Class 2 racer. He's 3 points clear of Axel van Nederveen, who's not here at Oulton Park. And it's the Clio, the Dragon Sport car of Travis Coyne and Jake Hewlett, that is third overall, leading the Clio class by 2 points ahead of the Hyro Motorsport car number 88, Andy Tucker, Ollie Meadows, and also Max Hall, the Mini Challenge star, former junior saloon car champion, appeared in that car at Brands Hatch, but not out this weekend. Class 3 is being led by William Puttergill with the number 183 Honda Civic Type R. He's 8th overall in the standings at the moment. It is a class-based series, of course, the engine sizes and power outputs determining the class structure. We've also got the G40 Cup class for Ginetta G40s. Only a couple of entries in that so far this year. Alex Turnbull, the only one here today. Leading the points in that class is Brendan Hafner, number 13. He's not here. And in the Clios, of course, they have their own category, a very popular category for Renault Clio Cup Generation 4 cars. One or two gaps on the grid at the moment. I can't see the Porsche of Simon Clark at the back. There's another gap a little bit further forward. The Team Brit BMW is not there. Team Brit, of course, the team that helps drivers with physical and mental obstacles to overcome those handicaps and get into motorsport. They won the title last year with their BMW M240i, but it's sadly not on the grid at the moment, the purple BMW, the Paul Fullick and Tyrone Matherin car. So we're just missing a couple of cars, I think, for this one. It's the yellow Ginetta in pole position of Maurizio Cilio, looking for his first overall win of the season. Beautiful sunshine here at Oulton Park in Cheshire today. Sizable crowd at trackside as well. We'll take you on a lap of the circuit when we get underway with the rolling start. We'll see this very undulating circuit. Several Continental drivers have said it reminds them of the Nürburgring in Germany. See the grid formed up then. In pole position is Celio in the yellow Ginetta. That's entered by the Data Motorsport team. His teammate Marco Anastasi is directly behind him on the grid, the black and yellow car. Completing the front row is number 24, the SVG Motorsport car, Ian Astley and Neil Wallace. Ian Astley, former British GT racer, will start that car. Neil Wallace will take over. Completing the first two rows, the multicoloured machine of number 50, Robin Grimwood for the Assetto Motorsports team. There's another gap on the grid I've noticed alongside the number 83 car. Callum Noble's BMW is not there. The number 19, he was out in qualifying. That's the Thorny Motorsport car. John Thorne, the ex-BTCC team owner, that's running that machine. So this will be a 50-minute race with a mandatory pit stop to be taken between 20 and 30 minutes into the race. The grid walk is taking place at the moment, allowing everyone to get up close and personal with these cars, showing how friendly UK club racing is. We're just awaiting the all clear to get the, once the grid walk is completed, hopefully we shall hear from some of the drivers down on the grid. Quick hello to Colin Meakin, who's on our YouTube feed. Great uncle of Jack Meakin, who is racing one of the Dragon Sport Renault Clios, wishing his great nephew the best of luck. Hi to Ross Kinnis, he's watching in Australia. Hi to George Gillespie, one of our regular viewers too. Hi to Broaden Swan, who's supporting Dragon Sport Racing in the Clio category. Let us know if you're watching. Do leave us a comment on our YouTube feed. We'll be underway fairly shortly. Safety car in position to lead the field away. Ex-racer Gareth Newton driving the safety car this weekend, the BMW. '77 Golf is well up on the grid. That's the car of Finn Jones and Rob Ellick, the TSR Golf, a new livery on that car for this season. We saw their Golfs in good form in their classes in Britcar Trophy last year. One of our commenters, Atlee, says, I first went to Oulton Park in 1953. It was this circuit with a long and very proud history in British motorsports. Hi to James, who's watching from Glasgow. Stop apologising, says arguably the most picturesque of the British race circuits. I would certainly agree with that. It's a beautiful venue here at Oulton Park near Tarporley in Cheshire. Ready for the third meeting of the Britcar and British Endurance racing season. They've been to Silverstone and Brands Hatch already. And the British Endurance Championship is one of the TCR cars, so the EDF Motorsports Cupra that leads the points. We'll see them out for their 3-hour race a little bit later on. So we are shortly going to be getting underway. The race scheduled to start in just over 5 minutes' time. It will be a rolling start. And is victory going to be between the 4 Ginettas at the front, or are we going to see a new winner? Well, Axel van Nederveen has been the dominant man in terms of overall race victories this year, but not out this weekend for Dayton Motorsport. So I would say Maurizio Silio and Marco Anastasi are the 2 to watch here, going from 1st and 3rd on the grid. Van Nederveen scored a double at Silverstone despite a pit stop penalty for the second race. If you finish in the top 3 in your class, of course, you get additional seconds added on at your pit stop in race 2. And Marco Anastasi and Maurizio Silio described as Sicilian-born, Edinburgh-domiciled gaming gurus. Know they've had some success in sim racing as well. Robin Grimwood is worth looking out for as well. Look out for Ian Astley. He's likely to lead away in the early stages. The 24, he's raced in British GT in a Lotus, if I remember rightly, in the past. Over 30 years of racing experience, sharing with Neil Wallace. Ian, normally the quicker of the 2, will take the start in this race. One car that would have been a contender this weekend, Will Stacey in his Lotus Elise, but sadly that blew its engine at Brands Hatch and is not out this weekend. Overall points leader Simon Clark has won the won Class 2 in every race so far, but a non-starter after an accident in qualifying earlier, unfortunately. So Class 2, we're likely to see the likes of the Honda Civics go well here. Honda Civic of Arthur McMahon, Paul Fullick and Tyrone Matherin are not there either, so in fact McMahon, the number 45 Honda Civic, it's quite towards the back of the grid, is the only runner in Class 2. Alex Turnbull, the only Ginetta G40 Cup car out there. Grid is being cleared, so we're almost ready for a start. Look out also for the Mazda RX-8, a very modified Mazda RX-8, the rotary engine car for Mac G Racing. That's team owner Johnny McGregor, Johnny Mac as we call him, on board. And Josh Tomlinson sharing the car. They picked up a fair amount of damage at Silverstone and have had to rebuild that car, so they missed round 2 at Brands Hatch. Class 3 points, currently led by Will Puttergill in the blue Honda Civic, so look out for him. Paul Goodlad will be a contender too, the orange VW Scirocco, but the quickest qualifier, Finn Jones, sharing this weekend with Rob Ellick in the TSR Volkswagen Golf. Finn Jones, a fairly late call-up in place of Tony Rogers. And the Cook family will be worth watching as well in the number 83 Honda. Very competitive field in the Clio class as well. Dragon Sports, Travis Coyne and Jake Hewlett, and team owner Rhys Lloyd, the Welshman, hence Dragon Sport, shares with Jack Meakin. That's the two white and yellow Clios. They're going to be the ones to watch from the front of the Clio pack. Two cars entered by Max Coates under ROWE Motorsport. That's Ollie Meadows starting the 88 and James Harrison in the number 89 car. Craig Guest in the number 14. We had hoped to see former junior saloon car champion Max Hall and now star of the Mini Challenge out this weekend, but he's not here. This weekend's trophy race is the first run in conjunction with Mediaco Imports Limited, Britcar's new official title sponsor and lubricants partner, ROWE Motor Oils of Germany. Thank you to them for their support and all the other sponsors here at Oulton Park this weekend. So it looks like we are about to get the all clear to get this race off and rolling then. Gareth Newton driving the BMW safety car with Sean Clark in the passenger seat, the observer, alongside him. Perfect weather for motorsport at Oulton Park. Big hello to George Gillespie, supporting Team Brit, but Team Brit's BMW not on the grid for this race. I can see a BMW at the end of the pit lane. It's Callum Noble, the Thorny Motorsport car, starting from the pit lane after a last-minute hitch. If you are watching the stream, all the links to the timetable and so on is in the video description on YouTube. Thanks for all your comments so far as well. We'll try and read as many out as we can. So we're missing Team Brit, we're missing the Porsche, unfortunately, of Sir Simon Clark. Axel van der Veen has dominated, as we said, in terms of overall wins so far. We're going to see a new winner for the season with no Axel this weekend. Two Data Motorsports Ginettas, first and third on the grid. The 24 Ginetta of Neil Wallace and Ian Astley is run by SVG Motorsports, and we've got Assetto Motorsports for Robin Grimwood on the second row. The pace car has moved away, and the pack follows. It's time for the first of two races for the ROWE Motor Oils Britcar Trophy Championship here in the sunshine of Oulton Park. Number 41 BMW starting from the back. That's Fraser Smart at the wheel, sharing with James Simons. In the old BMW Works colours, just lurking at the back of the field. That was a late entry on the programme. Callum Noble joining him from the pit lane at the back. The field heads out of Old Hall Corner, down the avenue, and into the left-hander at Cascades. Then along the lakeside at this beautiful circuit. You can see the lake in the background as they head along the straights. It's up towards the left-hander at Island Bend, and then up towards the Shell Oils hairpin. Yellow Ginetta of Maurizio Celio leads them round. Ian Astley on board the 24 will start alongside. So through the left at Island, the lake in the background, then into the slowest part of the course, the banked Shell hairpin. As then head into the chicane of Britons on the exit of Island. It's Callum Noble, the pink BMW at the back of the field. This is Britain chicane, and then it's up over Hilltop, down towards Hislop chicane, after the motorcycle legend Steve Hislop, of course. And then it's the exit of Hislop's known as Knickerbrook. Where that name comes from depends which story you believe. And then it's up Clay Hill. Back heads round then, ready for a rolling start. This first Britcar Trophy race of the weekend. Who's going to take the win? Any of the drivers from any of the classes take the win here. Out of Clay Hill up towards the double apex right-hander at Druids. Very easy to slide off on the outside there. It's along the straight under the Warwick Bridge, named after Paul Warwick, the single-seater racer who so sadly lost his life here at Oulton Park in the early 90s. The final corner is Lodge Corner, then into Deer Leap. They bounce their way up over the start and finish line. So the pace car will lead them round for a second and final green flag lap. Fine sight they make in the sunshine of Oulton Park. Great to see so many people on the grid walk as well. Weaving to keep their tyres warm as they head down the avenue. The right-hand flick of Denton's, then Cascades, and then it's on to Lakeside and up towards Island Bend. 4 Ginettas at the front of the field. Could we see Johnny McGregor's Mazda take its first ever win here? It's been a quick but fragile car, that one, in its career so far. You also see Johnny Mack racing the Tyrannus prototype as well in British Endurance. Quite to see the Golfwell up there as well, the red machine of Finn Jones and Rob Ellick, the Golf Mark V for TSR. Half a dozen Clios in there as well. Just a couple of cars missing then, the Porsche, and sadly the Team Brits at BMW has had problems in qualifying as well. Have a great day with us here on our coverage from the Oulton Park circuit here in Cheshire. Race 1 for the ROWE Motor Oil's Britcar Trophy Championship. Now starting to form up in 2x2 formation for this first race of the day. Gareth Newton in the pace car, just slowing the pace a little, making sure everybody will form up 2x2. See the variety of Britcar. We've got Golfs, Clios, Ginettas, BMWs, Volkswagens and Honda Civics. Wonderful varied field. Any one of these cars could win this. Just keeping it steady as they come out of Deer Leap. The pace car will leap into the pit lane. Maurizio Cilio and Ian Astley on the front row in the Ginetta G56s. Marco Anastasi on the second row alongside Robin Grimwood. Here we go then, it's time to go racing in the sunshine of Oulton Park. The pace car about to dive into pit lane. It does so, the red lights are on at the moment. The revs are up. We're about to get underway. Here we go at Oulton Park. Britcar Trophy Race 1 gets underway. A good start by Ian Astley from the outside the front row, but it's Maurizio Cilio who will just about hold the inside line. Looks like they've all got through Old Hall Corner okay for the first time, which is great to see. It's Cilio who leads the way down towards Cascades for the first time. Second place Ian Astley. Third it is the number 4 of Marco Anastasi. They head out of Cascades for the first time along the lakeside. The Ginettas have held it together at the front of the field for the moment. They head out towards the back of the circuit for the first time. A good start by Johnny McGregor in the Mazda RX-8. He's up into 4th position, ahead of Robin Grimwood in the Assetto Motorsports Ginetta. There's the black Mazda through into 4th. Grimwood is 5th. One of the Clios well up there in 6th place. That's one of the Dragon Sport cars. I would imagine that's the number 66 of Jack Meakin through Britain's chicane for the first time. They've all held it together so far, and not a bit of paintwork damaged. That's what we like to see. A couple of the Clios there further back, the number 22, that's Simon Mason, 88 of Ollie Meadows, down into the Hislop chicane, then through the right flick of Knickerbrook on the exits. Great start by the 66 there. That's Jack Meakin sharing with Dragon Racing, or Dragon Sport team boss Reece Lloyd. They're up in 6th position overall at the moment, ahead of the Golf of Finn Jones. Second of the Clios in 8th place. The leaders are at Druids for the first time. A long way to go yet. Starting to get a little more strung out. Here comes the Golf on the outside. Finn Jones attacking Jack Meakin for 6th overall. They're both in different classes, of course. The Golf in Class 3, the Clio in its own class for the Gen 4 Clios. As the leaders come through Deer Leap for the first time, it's Maurizio Cilio who will lead across the line for the first time. Raced by Ian Astley, Marco Anastasi in 3rd. They've gone clear of Johnny McGregor in 4th place. Robin Brimwood in his Ginetta rounds out the top 5. They're all Class 1 cars. The Golf leading Class 3. Meakin leads the Clios, number 66. Class 2, we've only got one car that has taken the start. That's Arthur McMahon in the Honda Civic, a little bit further back down the order. And there's only one G40 Ginetta out there as well, Alex Turnbull. There's the Golf ahead of the Clio of Jack Meakin. And behind them we've got Edward Cook in the number 83 Honda Civic. Civic up alongside the Clio now, the slightly more powerful Class 3 cars. Second Clio is next, that's Travis Coyne, the number 92 machine. Behind him the 88 car. The rest of the field strings their way through. Alex Turnbull dropping back at the rear of the field. The leaders over Hilltop. First 3 Ginettas have now gone clear, the 3 G56s. Ginetta based up in the north of England. They own the Oulton Park circuit in Lincolnshire, perhaps most famous for rallycross. Leading the way it is Maurizio Cilio, based in Edinburgh in Scotland, for the Dayton Motorsport team, looking to keep up the team's winning run this season. Ian Astley, the veteran, in 2nd place. 3rd place Marco Anastasi, then a gap back to Robin Brimwood and Johnny McGregor in the Mazda. Then it's the Golf, and we've got the first of the Clios. There's Callum Noble coming through from the back of the field in his BMW number 19, started last on the grid. I didn't see the Mazda come through that time through, so we may have lost Johnny McGregor. Don't tell me that Mazda RX-8's in trouble already. Midfield coming across the start-finish line now. I can't see the RX-8 anywhere. It's falling down the timing screen. No, it has not come through. As under fire there, Jack Meakin from the 83 of Edward Cook in his Honda Civic. The Cook family, former Class 3 champions a couple of years ago in their Civic. Lead gap was half a second over the line. Fastest lap of the race recorded by Ian Astley, 1:49.608. Quite a long lap here on the full circuit layout at Oulton Park. There's the battle for 5th place going through. Finn Jones, Jack Meakin and Edward Cook is the order. There's number 183, the blue Civic. That's William Puttigill, the ex-Type R trophy driver, I believe he was. One make Honda Civic. So the BMW of Callum Noble possibly slowing there. And we saw him have problems in qualifying. He's lost out to number 88 Clio of Ollie Meadows, sharing with Andy Tucker. Now, has Callum Noble got a problem? Is he slowing up there, the pink BMW? He's dropped behind a couple of the Clios. He's still going. There goes Puttigill just behind him in the 183 car. Yes, over the top. Yes, Callum Noble's pulled over to one side. He has got a problem. So whatever the issue was that caused him to start from the pit lane, it looks like it has returned. We've got a challenge on between a couple of the Clios there. Number 14, Craig Guest. Who's that in behind him? They passed the slowing BMW. Looks like behind Craig Guest, it's possibly the 89. Yes, that's James Harrison. He's been racing Clios for several seasons now, sharing with Ben Jenkins today. This is the battle for what is 12th overall now. And there's the RX-8. Now, it came through on the last lap, but had lost about 16 seconds, so I assume it's been off somewhere. Yes, damage to the left front. You can see a bit of panel work flapping, so it looks like Johnny McGregor's been off somewhere. He lost fourth. Callum Noble is surely going to be heading for the pits. Yes, I can see him at the pit lane entrance out of the commentary box window. He's headed into the pit lane. So let's hope that the Thorny Motorsport team get Callum Noble back out there. New fastest lap for our race leader, Maurizio Cilio, that time through. He leads by just under a second ahead of Ian Astley. They've pulled nearly 5 seconds clear of Marco Anastasi's Ginetta in third position. Then Robin Grimwood makes the Ginetta G56 clean sweep at the front. The first non-Ginetta is the Golf of Finn Jones in fifth. He leads Class 3. Jack Meakin in sixth overall leads the Clio category. One of our commenters asking, where's Team Brit? That's Alex Maitland. Unfortunately, the Team Brit BMW number 70 didn't take the start. They had a problem in qualifying. It's under 43 minutes of the race to go then, so a long way remaining yet in our first of two ROWE Motor Oil's Britcar Trophy Championship races. Maurizio Cilio leads. He's also got the fastest lap. This is Marco Anastasi a little further back in third place, his teammates. Here's a replay of a rather wayward Craig Guest in his Renault Clio. Well, not sure of the Clio's rallying abilities. He certainly went flying a long way off there into the grass. A good job he didn't go off on the other side, because that's where the lake is here at Oulton Park. So Craig Guest makes a mistake at Cascades. That'll drop him down a place or two. This is Robin Grimwood in fourth place in the Assetto Motorsports Ginetta. He's just under 5 seconds behind Marco Anastasi in that third place. Edward Cook, meanwhile, has moved through into sixth in his Honda Civic. I can tell you he's got ahead of Jack Meakin, the Clio class leader. There's 5 seconds in it for the Clio class leader. Number 22 of Simon Mason, who's a pro category driver, still there in second place. The leaders come through Britain's. The lead gap has gone out to 1.7 seconds. Ginetta's just pacing themselves at the front. Dayton Motorsport looking to keep up their winning run this year. Anastasi in third. Leaders come up towards Lodge Corner for what will be the 5th time in this first race of the day here at Oulton Park. Keeping half an eye towards the pit activity down below. We've got Callum Noble's BMW still in the pit lane at the moment. Hoping that is not a retirement. Leaders go over the line just under 2 seconds between the two of them. There is Finn Jones in 5th place. He leads Class 3. Edward Cook trying to chase him down. There's only a couple of seconds in it between the two hatchback racers now. There's the Civic in the background. Steve Cook will take over. The Golf will be handed over to Rob Alec. Through Deer Leap, you can see just how steep the circuit is there as they bounce their way up towards the start-finish line. Pit window opens when there's 30 minutes left on the clock. Another 10 minutes to go yet. Nice little battle going on over the start-finish line. Here comes the Mazda RX-8. That's Johnny McGregor recovering after a problem earlier on, getting past a couple of the Clios. That's the second of the Dragon Sport cars of Travis Coyne, and the 60 and the 22 rather, that's Simon Mason. So they're fighting for second in the Clio category and fighting for what's now 8th overall, because McGregor's got the Mazda back up into 7th. That was rebuilt after a shunt at Silverstone in the opening race of the year. Cilio leads by just under 2 seconds now. This battle's still raging. That's Travis Coyne, the number 92 Clio, shared with Jake Hewlett. All over the back of the number 22, the Sim Dynamics car of Simon Mason. They won't worry about the more powerful cars, such as the Mazda, charging past them. They have their own battles down the order. That's one of the perks of multi-class racing. There's always somebody for you to race with in your own class. Leaders just heading over the line now. Cilio and Astley separated by 2.1 seconds. So Maurizio Cilio is pulling away very slowly but surely, but the race of about a couple of tenths of a second a lap. The only class battles we can really focus on are Class 1, Class 3 and the Clios, because Class 2 has only got one entry, and so is the G40 class for the smaller Ginettas. Well, Class 2 did have more than one entry, but the other two sadly didn't start the race, Porsche and the Team Brit BMW, which is very much a shame. There's an argument going on in our YouTube comments over whether Callum Noble's BMW is purple or pink. I'm saying purple, some think it's pink. Well, whichever, it appears to sadly be out of the race. Not a good day for BMW pilots. BMW honour now being upheld by Fraser Smart, who's down in 17th place, the number 41 car, the M235. Lead gap is 2.1 seconds. Main battle is in the Clios for second place between Mason and Coyne. And for 9th place overall. Second of the Clios is still the 66 of Jack Meakin for Dragon Sport, who leads the Clios, up in 7th overall. It is the Golf of Finn Jones. There's Edward Cook, there he is. What's the gap between those two? This is for the lead of Class 3, 4.4 seconds between the two. No pit stop penalties on this race, of course. They get extra seconds added for race 2 if you finish in the top 3 of your class. It's 15 extra seconds for a class win, 10 for second place and 5 for third in race 2. And also in the second race the drivers run the other way round, so the driver that went second in race 1 will drive first in race 2. There's the rotary engine Mazda RX-8, a very modified Mazda RX-8 for Mac G Racing, based up near Donington Park in the Midlands. Having a go now at the Clio class leader. That's Jack Meakin. His family are watching on today. Black and white flag has gone out to number 45. That's Arthur McMahon's Honda Civic, the major motorsport car. And that's the driving standards flag, so presumably that's for exceeding track limits. Very much a topic of conversation in motorsport at the moment, track limits penalties. We hope no one gets penalised here. Leader still has the fastest lap of the race, 1:48.957, Maurizio Cilio. The lead gap has stabilised, now 2 seconds, 0.07 between him and Ian Astley. Anastasi is over 10 seconds back in third position. It's Robin Grimwood in a rather lonely 4th place, because he's 8 seconds down on Anastasi, but he's 24 seconds ahead of Finn Jones in the Golf. Still this battle between the two Clios, the 22, driven by Simon Mason, holding off the number 92 of Travis Coyne. Coyne gets alongside, looks like he's going to go through at Island Bend. Ollie Meadows is behind them as well. So 92 Travis Coyne has gone through into second place. It's Dragon Sport 1 and 2 in the Clio category, the Welsh-based team. A few years ago, Rhys Lloyd was Welsh Sports and Saloon Car Champion. We saw them out last weekend at Pembrey on their home circuit. It was Damien Longatano's Westfield that did the winning there in race 2, but it broke in race 1, handing Wayne Spiller's Mazda RX-8 the victory. Championship for Rhys Lloyd won in a Seat Leon Cupra, if I remember rightly, a few years ago. Still no sign of Callum Noble's BMW rejoining. Looks like that is a retirement. Hopefully he'll get out for race 2. Now, those of you, one or two of you asking where's Team Brit in our YouTube comments. Unfortunately that car failed to start. Had some problems, I presume, in qualifying. the car of Team Matherin and Paul Fullick. Yes, the BMW sadly didn't make it out, so Team Brit will concentrate on their McLaren for the MS UK British Endurance Championship race later on. Celio leads, the gap is at 2.7 seconds now. 11.6 seconds further back is Marco Anastasi. The main battle is among our Renault Clios. Certainly closing up in that 4th place in the Clio category is Ollie Meadows. Meadows driving the first of the Max Coates run ROWE motorsport cars. Here's our overall leader, Maurizio Celio, the Italian based in Scotland, racing the Data Motorsports Ginetta. Still the battle raging among the Clios. Class 1 cars hold the top 4 places. Class 3 cars 5th and 6th. The Clio leader is 8th overall. Now, how far ahead is Jack Meakin from these three? He's about 10.5 seconds up on this scrap further back. .33 minutes to go, so the pit window opens in 3 minutes' time. Just had a message through from the pit lane. Callum Noble, terminal gearbox issue, unfortunately, so the BMW is out for the day. Bad luck to Callum and the Thorny Motorsport team. That car is out for the day, unfortunately. The Clio battle continues. Jack Meakin has just gone over the line as the second place fight comes through Lodge Corner into Deer Leap. That's the lead he's got. It was 10 seconds. Have they got Jack's gap down? No, it's gone out to 11.1 seconds, so he's pulling away as these three scrap with each other. Still, your overall leader is Maurizio Celio, and he pulled away quite a bit on that last lap. Nearly 2.5 seconds additional lead on Ian Astley now. So he's 5.1 seconds clear now, Celio. Anastasi is 9.9 seconds further back, so Astley lost a couple of seconds on that last lap, and he needs to be pushing on here because he is the quicker of the two drivers in that number 24 car, with all due respect to Neil Wallace, who will take over. They go across the line. 5.96 seconds in it now between our two leaders. The pit window is going to open when the leaders come round next time, I think. It's 20 minutes of the race gone. Simon Mason being reeled in here by Ollie Meadows. It's 3 Clios together. Up and over Hilltop, down towards Hislop Chicane. Clios, such evenly matched machines, the Generation 4 cars. Clay Hill towards the double apex right-hander at Druids. Mazda RX-8 still going, it's now up into 5th place, and battle starting to be joined between the Class 3 runners as well, because Edward Cook has almost caught Finn Jones. That's the Golf and the Civic. They're fighting for 6th place overall. Johnny McGregor's got the Mazda RX-8 past them now. Here is the battle in Class 3, and Edward Cook goes for the inside at Cascade. He goes through. Good move. Edward Cook in the Honda Civic takes the lead from Finn Jones, and he's fairly leaping away ahead of the Golf there. Yes, has that Golf got a problem, I wonder, because he seemed to slow coming through Cascades there. Is Finn Jones in trouble? Edward Cook went through very rapidly there. Yes, the Golf, I think, is slowing down because Jack Meakin's Clio has caught him now. So whether there is anything terminal there with the Clio, we will wait and see. So we'll keep an eye on Finn Jones here. He's due to hand over to Rob Ellick in the TSR team's VW Golf. As Jack Meeking gets past him now in the Clio. Now, by my calculation, the pit window should have opened, but we haven't had notification of such at the moment. Haven't had any pit callers yet. So 83 of Edward Cook now leads Class 3. Still Cilio who leads overall by 5.3 seconds, so the gap has come back down a little again. Ian Astley has started to respond. He lost a couple of seconds earlier on, started to close back up again now. Still Marco Anastasi in third. It's over the line goes the Golf. What was its lap time that time through for Finn Jones? Yeah, its last lap at 2 minutes 5. It has been lapping in the mid 1 minute 50s, 1:55 or so. So it's about 10 seconds off the pace that last lap. There's something amiss with that VW Golf, sadly. Cilio continues to set the pace. Still the Clio's battling out further back with Simon Mason holding off Ollie Meadows in the number 88, the car shared with Andy Tucker, the ROWE Motorsport car. It's confirmation that the pit window is now open. So who's going to be our first pit stopper? The only car we've had into the pits so far is a retirement, sadly. First car is now coming in, I can tell you. It's Paul Goodlad in the Volkswagen Scirocco. He was down in 16th place, the orange machine, run by JW Bird Motorsport. So he's come in, was running 4th in Class 3. He's the first of our pit stoppers. Still the Clio battle rages on. They come into Hislops. This is the fight for 9th overall. First 4 covered by 37 seconds now, nearly 5 seconds in it for the lead. So Ian Astley with a quicker lap that time through, 1:49.640, closed in by a few tenths on our race leader. The car coming in, it's the number 33, that's the Mazda. Johnny McGregor will get out, Josh Tomlinson will take over. So the Mazda coming in from 5th place. Good recovery from Johnny McGregor after a problem early on. We didn't see what happened. I think he went off somewhere, lost a few seconds. Clio's already charging their way across the start-finish line. Still this trio together. Change for 11th place. Will Puttergill. That's because the Golf hasn't come through. Have we lost Finn Jones and Rob Ellick's Golf? It's come into the pit lane, I can tell you, and it came in rather slowly. So Finn Jones, yeah, his last lap at 2 minutes 28. There is definitely a problem with the Golf. So Finn Jones has brought it in. Hopefully we'll see Rob Ellick go back out in the VW Golf. The number 45 car of Arthur McMahon, the Class 2 leader in the colours of Major Motorsport, has just come into the pits as well. So several pit callers. Next in is the number 50 of Robin Grimwood from 4th place. The Assetto Motorsport team will set to work on the Ginetta. The lead gap has come down a little, down to 3.6 seconds now. So Ian Astley closing on Maurizio Cilio. There is Cilio coming over Hilltop, the yellow car. And there in the background is Ian Astley. So the gap has come down a bit. 25 minutes to go, so we are at half distance in this first race of the day, the ROWE Motor Oil Britcar Trophy Championship. Maurizio Cilio has led every inch of it so far in his Ginetta. The Wallace and Astley car in second place. Ian Astley will hand over to Neil Wallace at the pit stop. There's the number 62, that's the Ginetta G40 Cup car, the only car we've got in there, the black car with the sort of rainbow patterned roof, similar to the old Benetton Formula 1 cars, isn't it, of the late 80s. That's Alex Turnbull for SVG Motorsport, so a teammate of Ian Astley and Neil Wallace, just running in a different class. He's running down in 17th overall. There go the Clios. And indeed, Simon Mason's been dropped just a little. The leader has come in. I can tell you Cilio has pitted. Yep, just gone past my commentary box. So that means, in fact, both the Data Motorsport Ginettas are coming in at the same time, because the number 4 of Anastasi has come in as well from 3rd place. This will give Ian Astley the lead. Now, Ian, as we said, is the quicker of the duo in the 24 car, so he'll stay out for as long as he can, I would wager, to try and build up a lead. Yeah, Grimwood's in the pits, Cilio's in, Anastasi is in as well from 3rd place. So second on the road should be Edward Cook in the Class 3 leading Honda Civic. He's not come through yet though, but it is a short pit window. They only have 10 minutes to make their mandatory stop. The pit window opened with 30 minutes of the race to go. It closes with 20 minutes to go. So the rest of the field have only got about just over 3 minutes to all make their stops. I think what we're going to see here is all the Renault Clios come in at the same time. Golf is still in the pits. The number 41 BMW of Fraser Smart and James Simons is in. James taking over. Here is the number 66 car. This is Jack Meakin, sharing with Reese Lloyd. Confirmation that the VW Golf has retired from the race. Thank you to Steve Hindle. Autosport magazine for that. Yeah, problems for the Golf. We saw it getting slower and slower, so one of our Class 3 contenders is out. That's going to give the Cook family a good chance in Class 3, along with William Puttigill, the blue Honda Civic, and also this man, Paul Goodlad, the VW Scirocco. Lovely looking machine that is. He's down in 18th place at the moment. He was the first to make a pit stop, so he's got ground to make up. Ian Astley has now come in. Neil Wallace will take over. I can see Marco Anastasi making his way back out. Cilio's headed back out as well. The Cook Civic is in. Everybody's coming in on this lap. Right, it's easier to take you through who hasn't come in that time around. Jack Meakin has yet to stop. Travis Coyne in the other Dragon Sport Clio has yet to stop. The 89 car hasn't come in yet. That's James Harrison in the ROWE Motorsport car. And we haven't seen Alex Turnbull in the Ginetta G40 come in yet either, so they'll have to come in this time around, I think. Otherwise, they might get a penalty for missing the pit window. So coming towards the end of the pit window then. Now we've got to wait to see where everything cycles through, where everybody has rejoined. We'll try and get a visual on the cars as they come past the commentary box and see how it all works out on the timing screen. So 2 retirements so far. The Callum Noble BMW, the Golf is out as well. Wait for our leaders to reappear. Yet the number 66 car, Jack Meakin, comes in to hand over to Dragon Sport team boss Reese Lloyd. I can see a pit board, number 92 in, it says. That's the other Dragon Sport Clio, Travis Coyne, to hand over to Jake Hewlett. Over the line goes Maurizio Cilio. Let's see if he's held his lead. Ian Astley, remember, stayed out for another lap. Alex Turnbull comes in the Ginetta G40. So just a couple of the Clios that haven't come in. No, the number 89 now comes in of James Harrison to hand over to Ben Jenkins. Over the line goes the number 4 of Marco Anastasi. So we're just waiting to see where everything cycles through after the pit stops now, because everybody except the number 92 car has come in. Saw him get the signal that time through, and the pit window close notification has just come up on the screen, so I've got a bad feeling the 92 Clio has missed the pit window. That's Travis Coyne's car, handing over to Jake Hewlett for Dragon Sport. I think that car has unfortunately missed the pit window. We'll have to wait and see what comes out of that. Well, there is the number 24 of Neil Wallace now on board. We'll see where everything cycles through on this next lap to see where everybody is, but at the moment it is Neil Wallace who has got the lead. It's Jack Meakin and Reece Lloyd showing in second place, but they've just come into the pits, so we'll wait to see where that car slots back in. Has Neil Wallace got ahead at the stops? In the background there, that's Marco Anastasi getting past one of the Clios. Mazda heads over the line. Now, has Travis Coyne come in yet? He's not shown as having crossed the pit entry line on the timing screen. Now he comes in. So in comes Travis Coyne. I can see a notification of a stop-go penalty from the marshal's post on the start-finish line. Unfortunately, I can't see the number from my commentary position, see which car it is, so we'll try and pick up on that. But the 92 car was definitely late into the pits there. It might be that car, or it may be somebody for a short pit stop. Oh, I've had the notification now. It's the number 33. 33 is the Mazda RX-8. So they've got a stop-go penalty, presumably. That's for a short pit stop, the 33 Mazda. Okay, the timing screen is now starting to cycle through, and it is Maurizio Silio who has held his lead. I'll take a look at the gap back to Neil Wallace in second. It's nearly 17 seconds now between the two of them. So it's Silio from Wallace. Anastasi is less than 4 seconds back, so I imagine we'll see him come through into second place. We'll see what Marco can do. Robin Greenwood is next, and then we'll await and see where the Clios cycle back in, who were at the end of the pit stop window. But it's Maurizio Silio who has been able to hold his lead after the pit stops with just over 17 minutes of the race to go. He's looking good for a first win of the season and to keep Data Motorsports' unbeaten run alive. Through the right-hand Druids he goes. So the fastest lap of the race as well so far, 1:48.957. It's confirmation the stop-go penalty is car 33. A certain Jimmy Broadbent is watching on. The reigning Praga Cup champion, of course, who we saw on BARC TV many times last year. Sim racer extraordinaire. Now competing in Time Attack, I believe, this year. Nice to see you online, Jimmy. Maurizio Silio continues to lead, and the second place fight is heating up into Old Hall. I can tell you that Marco Anastasi is right on the tail of Neil Wallace now in the battle of the two Ginettas. They're going down towards Cascades. There could be a change here for second place. I thought we might see Anastasi challenge Neil Wallace for second place. They lap the number 41 BMW of James Simons. Can Neil Wallace hold on here? He's been improving markedly this season, learning all the time from his experienced co-driver Ian Astley. Through towards Island Bend, then the Shell hairpin. Robin Grimwood is further back in fourth position, so no major change in the order after the pit stops. Pick up the class leaders further back shortly. The two Ginettas, those nose to tail for second place. Silio leads by 23.7, so it was quite a gain for him at the pit stops. Down the hill they come into Hislops. Let's see how the gap has come down there between the two of them after the stops over the last couple of laps, with Anastasi gaining over 2 seconds to get up there with Neil Wallace, and he's all over him now as they go up towards Druids. Don't think he'll get the move done there. Druids not an easy passing place. Silio has gone over the line to complete his 18th lap. Everybody has now stopped, and Josh Tomlinson's been in the Mazda as well, but never mind that, because look at the way Marco Anastasi's going, he's up the inside at Lodge Corner, he goes through into second place. Good move there by Marco Anastasi, takes second place overall. Just mentioned there, Josh Tomlinson has been in to serve the stop-go penalty. Presume that was for a short pit stop for the Mazda for Mac G Racing. Down the avenue towards the flick at Denton's, then into Cascades, the left-hander. Let's have a look at the class leaders further back. Class 2 still being led by Arthur McMahon in his Honda Civic. Class 3 by the Cook family. They're only a couple of seconds ahead of 183 William Puttigill, the CH Racing with Motion Sports Honda Civics. There could be a duel developing in Class 3. G40 class there's only Alex Turnbull, and in the Clios, Lloyd and Meakin lead teammates Coyne and Hewlett by just over 14 seconds. 66, I think, is a lap up on Craig Guest that we see here as they head out of Deer Leap. Just looking at the lap chart, yes, Craig Guest, I believe, is a lap down on the other Clio he's battling with there of Dragon Sports. Third in Class 3 behind the two battling Hondas is Paul Goodlad in the Scirocco. Is that Clio battle. Heading down towards the right-hander, Rhys Lloyd goes to the outside. He is a lap ahead of Craig Guest, together on the track, enjoying a good little scrap. Now, what's happening with the lead battle in Class 3 as well? I can tell you that Anastasi has now pulled away from Neil Wallace. They've just gone over the line. He's nearly 7 seconds clear now. New personal best that time for Marco Anastasi, 150.158. Here's the battle in Class 3, and William Puttigill has now caught Steve Cook. He runs wide though, coming out of Lodge. Steve Cook having taken over from Edward Cook in the battle of the Hondas in Class 3. Former class champions, the Cook family, and at the inside goes William Puttigill into Old Hall, and he takes the lead of the class. Good move by William Puttigill. That's for 9th overall, and more importantly for him, the lead of Class 3, looking for maximum points in his category. Through Cascades, they've got one of the Clios behind them. That's Chris Bialan, I'm sure you say that one. I've taken over from Simon Mason in the number 22 car. I remember Chris racing Lotuses a few years ago. The 14 car, that's Craig Guest. I don't think he realises he's a lap down to the number 66 of Rhys Lloyd. He goes to the inside, goes through. Finally, that's Old Hall. That's a 66 in a superb 5th overall, leading the Clio category. Last year that was won, of course, by Charlie Hand, the former junior saloon car champion. We had hoped to see Charlie racing this weekend in the British Endurance Championship in Chris Goddard's Ferrari, but unfortunately that car had an accident in qualifying, so I don't think we're going to be seeing the blue Ferrari out there. Took a lot of damage, sadly, but the driver was okay. These two are 1st and 6th in the Clios. They are a lap apart, and behind them is Maurizio Cilio, so he's coming round to lap these two. He's nearly 30 seconds clear of Marco Anastasi now. We haven't forgotten about Maurizio Cilio. There he is in the background. 10 minutes of the race to go. He has dominated this race, Maurizio Cilio, the man born in Sicily, in the south of Italy. Famous in motorsports, of course, Sicily, for the Targa Florio road race that originated in the dawn of motorsport before World War I, ran right through until the 70s. Spine-tingling road race around the island of Sicily. One lap of the Targa Florio course took about 45 minutes, even in a very quick sports car. Matt G on YouTube says, let's all buy Clio Cup cars and go to the Nürburgring. Who needs the Nürburgring when you've got Oulton Park on a sunny day? One of the Clios coming into the pits. Yep, it's the number 66 car, I think. In fact, both of the Dragon Sport cars have been given stop-go penalties. Now, I thought car 92 had missed the pit window, so both of the Dragon Sport cars, yep, the 92 has been in, the 66 has been signalled in as well. So Dragon Sport's 2 Clios, that's either for a short pit stop or they've missed the pit window. So a stop-go penalty for 2 of those cars, and of course one of them was leading the Clio class, Rhys Lloyd and Jack Meakin, so that's going to give the lead in the Clios. Well, we'll have to wait and see, because Coyne and Hewlett were second in the Clio class. They've been in to serve their penalty. The 66 is currently in. Now, what's this going to do to the Clio class lead? Are they going to get out in time? Because third place, the 88 car of Tucker and Meadows, is quite a way back. Cilio continues to pull away. Pulled away by 1.6 seconds ahead of Marco Anastasi on that last lap. Neil Wallace still third. It's Robin Grimwood in fourth place. Now Grimwood, how far behind is he? Nearly 19 seconds, so he may run out of time to catch... there is Grimwood. Just caught a glimpse of him there. We may run out of time to catch Neil Wallace for a podium. There's the 88 car. That's Andy Tucker now on board, having taken over from Ollie Meadows. 66 car, we know that's dropped back. That's been into the pits to serve a stop-go penalty. Steve Cook in the Honda's lost another place as well. Chris Bearlan has got his Clio past him, number 22. Robin Grimwood passes the 66, I think. Looking at the lap chart, that these 2 Clios of Dragon Sport, may they have done enough to stay ahead in the class? We'll see when they pass the timing line this time. William Puttergill, meanwhile, still leads Class 3 in his Honda Civic. That's the CH Racing with Motion Sports Cup. Towards the end of this race now, 6.5 minutes of this ROWE Motor Oil's Britcar Trophy race to go. They'll have another 50-minute race later in the afternoon. We've got the big race coming up in between, the 3-hour MSUK British Endurance Championship race. Now let's have a look at the Clios as they come through this time. Yes, Lloyd and Meakin have lost the class lead, I can tell you that. Go over the line. It looks like it is Coyne and Hewlett. Jake Hewlett has got out with the lead. But we'll confirm that in a second when he crosses the line this time through. McGregor and Tomlinson are 6th. Lloyd and Meakin, with that stop-go penalty, have dropped down to 7th overall and 2nd in the Clio class. Blue flag being waved in the background because it looks like Neil Wallace coming up to lap the RX-8. They've recovered well in 6th position after a few problems early on, recovering through the pit stop period. There is the leader, number 24 in behind them. That's the 3rd place car, I should say, of Neil Wallace. So used to seeing White Genettas lead Britcar Trophy races this season. That's normally Axel van Nederveen. 31.9 seconds in it now for the lead as Anastasi crosses the line. Looks like it is still the Coyne Hewlett car that leads the Clios. This is the overall race leader, Maurizio Cilio, coming up to lap 1 of the Honda Civics. Blue flag is shown by the marshal on the right at Hilltop. Thank you as always to all the volunteer marshals here at Oulton Park. We couldn't go racing without them. enjoying a day in the sun today. Yeah, the Clios are now a lap down. There's just the 4 Ginettas on the lead lap of the race now. It is number 92, driven by Jake Hewlett, that leads the Clio class despite that stop-go penalty. Mace Lloyd second in the class in number 66, and third place the Tucker and Meadows, number 88, Andy Tucker now on board. Neil Wallace is being caught here by Josh Tomlinson in the Mazda. There is that bewinged Mazda. They've had a lot of teething troubles with this car, Mac G Racing. Wallace going up to lap our leading Clio of Jake Hewlett. The lead gap has stabilised at just over 30 seconds between Cilio and Anastasi. Looks like the 2 Italian-born racers are going to finish 1 and 2. And just had it confirmed, car 92, stop-go penalty, short pit stop and outside the pit window. Transgression by the Dragon Sport team. And there, that car is back in. Yes, it's got another penalty. So 1 penalty for being for a short pit stop, and another for pitting outside the pit window. It has just come back in again. I can tell you, it's right below my commentary box, serving that penalty. That car had taken the lead of the class with as a result of the 66 car, of course, serving a penalty as well. So 2 penalties for the 92. What's that going to do to the lead of the Clio class then? Are they going to get back out in time? Is it going to hand the lead back to the 66 car? We'll have to see what comes up on the timing screen. So Dragon Sports Clios both with some transgressions. So who's third in the Clio class? It's the Tucker and Ollie Meadows car. They're about 1.8 seconds behind Andy Tucker, behind Lloyd and Meakin, with Jake Hewlett having to serve a second penalty for the 92 car started by Travis Coyne. There's the 92, and it's rejoined just in front of our race leader Maurizio Cilio. He's got just over a minute left on the clock now. He is heading for victory. The checkered flag is being prepared, so we are on the last lap now. Maurizio Cilio, born in Sicily but based in Scotland, is heading for his first win of the season. It's going to be Dayton Motorsport's 4th win of the season out of 4. Axel van Nederveen has got 3 out of 3 so far, but with him absent, it is down to Maurizio Cilio to continue their dominance. He heads through Britons for the last time. He's been a dominant drive. He only relinquished the lead very briefly during the pit stops. Meantime, there's William Puttergill. He's going to win Class 3 in his Honda in 9th place. We caught a glimpse of him there, the blue Honda. See what's going to happen with the Clio class as well, of course. All our other classes further back as well. It's going to be a Ginetta clean sweep, as we've seen before this season in the ROWE Motor Oil's Britcar Trophy category. Cilio heads out of Druids, under the Warwick Bridge. It's only the right at Lodge Corner, then the bounce out of Deer Leap. And he's going to score his first overall win of the season. Through the right-hander, the number 47, Dayton Motorsports, Ginetta G56. The team will be ready to greet him as he comes home. Maurizio Cilio wins at Oulton Park. Maurizio Cilio takes the flag. Class 2, I can tell you, has been won by Arthur McMahon, a couple of laps down in his Honda Civic. We'll await confirmation of the Class 3 and the Clio winners as well. Marco Anastasi is going to take second overall, but he's about 30 seconds back on his Ginetta rival. They spread out after the pit stops, the Ginettas. Anastasi just crossing the line now to take second place. 32.25 seconds the gap in the end. And Neil Wallace in the car started by Ian Astley will complete the podium. Now the Clio class, it should be between the 88 of Tucker and Meadows and the 66 of Lloyd and Meakin, despite their penalty. Robin Grimwood comes home over the line in 4th position. Still waiting to see who's going to win the Clios. Good recovery by the Mazda crew as well, of McGregor and Tomlinson to 5th place after they had an off early on and a penalty. And in terms of the Clio category, I can see a Clio heading towards the line. Who's it going to be? It is the number 66 car. So Lloyd and Meakin get home to win the Clio class. Jack Meakin and Rhys Lloyd, the Dragon Sport team boss, holding off Ollie Meadows and Andy Tucker. 3.35 seconds the winning margin in the end. A confusing race for the Clio class with a few penalties for the Dragon Sport cars. And Coyne and Hewlett with that extra penalty for pitting outside the window, eventually dropping to 4th in the class behind Bialan and Mason in the 22 car. So we'll get the provisional result confirmed in a moment. Then hopefully we'll be able to hand down to Ian in Parc Ferme to hear from some of the drivers. Here's your provisional result then. Maurizio Cilio wins in the Ginetta G56 for the Dayton Motorsport team, and it's a team 1-2 with Marco Anastasi, number 4, in second place. Two separated at the line by over 30 seconds in the end. Ginettas sweep the top 4 with Wallace and Astley third in the SVG Motorsport car and 4th for Robin Grimwood for Assetto Motorsports. The top non-Ginetta Mazda RX-8 of Johnny McGregor and Josh Tomlinson. Good recovery for them after some problems early on. 6th place and the Clio class win to Rhys Lloyd and Jack Meakin ahead of Andy Tucker and Ollie Meadows driving the number 88 of ROWE Motorsports. Taking 8th overall and winning Class 3, William Puttigill in the Honda Civic. Completing the top 10, Chris Bialan and Simon Mason. And the Travis Coyne and Jake Hewlett car rounded out the top 10 after that penalty. Behind them, Arthur McMahon won Class 2 in 11th place in his Honda Civic. 12th went to the Harrison and Jenkins Clio. It was the Cook family slipped back in the end to 13th place overall and second in Class 3 with their Honda. Craig Guest was 14th in his Clio. 15th for Paul Goodlad at the wheel of the VW Scirocco. 16th was our Ginetta G40 class winner Alex Turnbull. The final finisher was the BMW of James Simons and Fraser Smart. They came in 3 laps down. Sadly, we lost the Golf of Rob Alec and Finn Jones with some problems midway through, and Callum Noble, gearbox failure, sadly put his BMW out. Well, we hope to hear from some of the drivers down in Parc Ferme, but we've had 1 or 2 technical issues down there with Ian Waterhouse and the camera in Parc Ferme. Apologies there, but hopefully they'll be rectified for our feature race later on in the afternoon, the 3-hour race for the MSUK British Endurance Championship, and that's coming up after a lunch break of just over half an hour here at Oulton Park. So it gives our marshals chance to cool down, and everybody else here at Oulton Park on this beautiful early summer day. So thanks to all our volunteer marshals and everyone else. Couldn't go racing without them. Well done indeed to Maurizio Cilio, keeping up Dayton Motorsports' winning run in their Ginetta. It's a Ginetta clean sweep at the top. So we'll see you back after lunch in just over half an hour's time for our 3-hour MSUK British Endurance race here on BARC TV.
Yeah, welcome back everybody. I'm delighted to say that we are going to have the pit cam for the British Endurance Championship race. But what a great race we saw for the ROWE Britcar Trophy Championship, didn't we? I did actually have a quick chat with Maurizio Siglio a little bit earlier in Parc Ferme. Roasty, toasty, hot, but absolutely delighted. Of course, he was the sole driver for that as well. We've actually, over here, got the winners of the Clio class as well. I wonder if we can grab... yes, they're signalling. We're going to have a quick chat with Reece Lloyd and we'll see if we can grab Jack Meakin as well. It's quite eventful eventful, wasn't it? It really, really was. Reese, yeah. Oh, come on, Reese, yeah. Do I want you? Of course I want you, Reese.
I was sure you were looking for me.
No, anybody who's been down here, and we've obviously heard from Reese a couple of times at Brands Hatch and Silverstone as well. First time we had a giant platypus out, didn't we? Second time we had a daffodil. What's the costume this week?
Due to the weather and being so hot, none of the above. The platypus is just too dry for us.
I thought we might see like Mancini or something. I mean, we don't want to see that. But
Maybe I think Snetterton is going to be the next appearance for the platypus.
Jack's with us as well. Jack, come on in. Guys, congratulations. Of course, you won the Clio class, but somebody had to serve a bit of a penalty, didn't they, Reese?
We didn't make it easy for ourselves. I mean, we thought when Jack handed over to me, I was like, oh, nice, just manage the race. And then came on the radio, a bit of a stop and go, and I was like, bloody hell. Came out of the pit lane and the car was right behind me, and I was like, thanks. It's going to be, but we got there. We deserve a little bit of luck. We've had a bit of a tough one away.
Yeah, I think it's been a bit of a rocky start to what should have been quite a smooth season, really.
Yeah.
And so it's nice to just like have a little bit of luck on our side and manage to get over that stop go. It's good.
Well, Jack, you went out first, didn't you? And I think you made up about 3 or 4 places early doors, didn't you?
Yeah, it was a really good start actually. I just managed to get a little bit of a gap to the other Clios and then just tried to sort of knuckle down and get some consistent laps in, because I wanted to hand Reese a car that was like not overheating or anything, that was like running really well and give him a little bit of leeway. So it was fortunate that we had a good start.
And of course, race 2, chaps, I mean, not much more you could do. We're the same, I guess.
15-second penalty, didn't we? So we got a bit of a sandbag in our pocket, but we'll do our best. We didn't have any safety cars in the last race, so it's 50-minute race. Anything can happen.
Anything can happen, guys. Best of luck.
Anything.
There you go. Thanks, guys. Thank you very much. A touch on here as well, Callum Noble's car. I did speak to him a little bit. You might be able to hear from him a little bit later too. Gearbox issues. Unfortunately, it's terminal for him this weekend, so he will not be out for race 2. A big shame that is. Let's keep on going down. We've not too long to go, actually. I'm looking at the signs, and I don't know if you can actually just pop the camera up there on the lights. It says the British Endurance Championship pit lane open at 1:05, so not too long to go. Of course, that 3-hour endurance race coming up. How good is that? We are going to be in the pits for that one as well. Let's keep making our way down a little bit further, shall we? Look, people gearing up, getting themselves ready. It's kind of, as Sir Alex Ferguson used to say, a bit of squeaky bum time, but a few nerves kicking in now, aren't they? Let's keep on going down, shall we? Got the Team Brit here. We got the McLaren. I wonder if Bobby Trunley is knocking around, because I know he is racing today. Let's just pop up. Oh, I can see myself on the TV as well. I don't know if you can see that. There we go. Now, there you go. This is top class mechanic in here, literally leaning on the car as well. Let's just have a look at the engine here. This is the McLaren for Team Brit. Absolutely incredible. Whilst you do that, let me just see if I can find anybody. Sorry, but you go through. Yeah, no one there. Let's go back into the pit lane, shall we? As you can see, tyres going on. People are starting to get ready. Watch your back as well. There's tyres and all sorts there. I don't want you to fall over, John. Let's keep moving down a little bit further, shall we? And have a little look at some more of the cars as well. Now, I do have the qualifying grid for you as well. Now, here is the car on pole position. The number 9 here, Peter Essig and Andrew Bentley. Here is Peter. I wonder if we could grab a quick word of him actually as well. Just get strapped into the car. Right, Peter, how are we doing? Are we feeling good for this one?
Yeah, it should be a bit of fun, shouldn't it?
A bit of fun. You don't get nervous, do you? You're just so calm and cool, right?
No, pretty relaxed today. It's all gone well, so it should be good fun. Hopefully the Vulcan gives us a bit of a run for our money today. It's a bit light, unfortunately, in GT3, but hey, we're driving a GT3 down on a sunny Oulton day. What more can you ask for?
Now, of course, Oulton Park is quite tight round here, isn't it? Where are the big challenges around the circuit?
I mean, the whole thing's a bit like Mario Karts, really. I think I said better brands, but it's very much like that. It's so fast. The biggest challenge is the narrowness of the circuit, so especially when you're passing, there's not much rain, but it's really high speed, and especially with the aero cars, something like Druids, you're pulling a lot of speed through there, and there's not much margin for error, so try not to make one.
Well said. Try not to make one. A little bit like Mario Kart as well. I wonder if you can chuck bananas out as well and try and slip people up behind. Of course you can't. Let's keep going down a little bit further, shall we? I want to have a look at some of these cars. You're in for a bit of a treat here. Take a look at this and look at where the headlights would be as well. We've got eyes on it. Eyes on the prize this afternoon. 3 hours of racing coming up very shortly. They're going to be making their way to the grid. We will get ourselves onto the grid for that one as well, just so you know, people Peter Ursig, Andrew Bentley are on pole position. The number 28 is going to line up in second. Aston Martin Vulcan, I don't know if you heard that as well, it's going to line up in fourth place there, Stepanos and Tompkins for this one. That was very loud indeed. Let's keep moving down a little bit further, Charles. We've got a little bit of time before the cars are going to make their way out. We've got the number 50 right here in front of us. Apparently I've got 2 minutes, so let's keep on going down, shall we, and have a look, see if anybody's popping around. We've got the MKH racing car here, drivers in as well. I wonder if we can just pop in for a very, very quick word. As you can see, look at this. Now, I don't know if you can pop the camera underneath, but can you see those little hydraulic steps there? They come out from underneath the car, raise it up. It's super, super quick, so they can get tyres off, get everything done quickly. It's quite a remarkable sight. I'll tell you what, if that goes on your foot, ouch, it will go straight through. Here are the drivers getting themselves strapped in here. How are we doing? Ready for this?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. It should be a good race today. It's quite warm out there, so it's just a case of looking after the car and the tyres.
We can say tyres is a big thing, isn't it? It's only when in this kind of temperatures. No concerns.
Not a concern as such, no, but it's just making sure you don't take too much out of them too soon, and just managing yourself as well as a driver, not to wear yourself out on lap 1 because you've got another 32 laps to do after that.
Yeah, they do say, don't they? You can't win it at the first corner, you can only lose it, right?
Yeah, that's quite right. Quite right. Yeah, we've all seen it before now, so hopefully everyone's well behaved today, and we have a good, nice, clean race.
Fantastic. Thanks for talking to us. Best of luck out there. Really do appreciate it. Coolest shades as well, aren't they? Don't they look good? One of the Jaggers put the camera around actually at the end of the pit lane. As you can see, the car's now starting to head out as well. So the 3-hour British Endurance Championship race very shortly going to get underway. Cars heading out to the grid. Next time you see me, we'll be on the grid for that grid walk. I'm going to hand back to your commentator to probably run through the grids for you. I'll see you shortly.
Well, good afternoon and welcome back to Oulton Park after the lunch break. Beautiful sunny summer's day here in Cheshire, and we're getting ready for our feature race of the afternoon here on BARC TV, the 3-hour race for the MS UK British Endurance Championship. Dave Goddard here taking you through the action. 3 rounds held so far. It was Blackthorn Racing, Claude Beauvais and Dave McDonald who took the opening race of the year at Silverstone. Round 2 of the year, Peter Ursig and Marcus Clutton in their Audi R8 took a clear win at Brands Hatch on the Indy circuit, and it's that car that has taken pole position for race 3 of the season. Peter Ursig sharing this time with Andrew Bentley as the pro driver alongside him this time the Audi R8. They're on pole in Class A, and alongside them the Class B Porsche, the Team Hard Run Porsche 911 991 Cup car of Brad Thurston, Daryl DeLeon, pro driver Alex Sedgwick making his debut. He's appeared in lower divisions of NASCAR in the US, among many other things, Alex Sedgwick. Second row of the grid, number 87, a brilliant effort by the first of the TCR cars, Jonathan Beeson and George Healer in the shared Autosports Audi RS3 TCR car, alongside number 6. Look out for a new livery for the Aston Martin Vulcan. Gleb Stepanov's the Latvian driver, and Stephen Tompkins for Venture Innovations in the Aston Vulcan lining up on row 2. Row 3, we've got a pair of the Class D cars, the GT4 cars. Number 68, Chris Overend and Bobby Trundley driving for Team Brit in their McLaren 570S, alongside number 21, which is Chris Jones and Matt George in the Venture Innovations Mercedes GT4 car. It's down to an Aston Martin on the graphics, but I believe it is the Mercedes they're driving today. Row 4, we've got Owen Hizzy, long-time Ginetta racer in his relatively young career. He shares with Scott Simons. This is the Ginetta G55 Super Cup class car, alongside number 83. Familiar faces from the Britcar Trophy. They've jumped out of their Mazda RX-8 and into the Mac G Racing Jetta, Johnny McGregor and Josh Tomlinson. Then on row 5 we've got number 2, a late entry on the programme. They've only just bought this car, Steve Gales and Brad Hutchinson. They're in a Cupra Leon TCR car. They'll bond it with MPH Racing. Steve Gales and Brad Hutchinson, regulars in the TCR UK Championship. They start alongside number 108 Amir Naran and Tom Jackson. Now we saw Tom Jackson win the title with Wayne Mars in the Mercedes GT3 car last year. Now sharing a Mercedes GT4 car for Britcar Racing with Amir Naran. They start on row 5 of this grid. Moving on to row 6 of the grid, we will have the former Porsche racers Nick Hull and Richard Avery for EDF Motorsports in their Cupra Leon TCR car. And alongside them, number 50, which is the Peter Montague and Dan Brown MKH Racing Aston Martin GT4. Row 7, the championship leaders. Not the best qualifying session for Ashley Woodman and Martin Byford in the EDF Motorsports Cupra. They currently lead the championship overall. Alongside them is number 88, which is the Thompson family. That's Callum and Adam Thompson in the Jaguar F-Type V8. I believe that car's now got a Chevrolet V8 in it after some problems with its previous power plant. And at the back of the field is a late entry on the programme, the Honda Civic Type R touring car of Jamie Callender and Oliver Cottam. They start from the back of the field. I've just been handed the starting drivers. Thank you, Steve Wood, the British Endurance Championship press officer. Just brought me the starting drivers, so we will bring you the grid once again and tell you who's going first in each of the cars. So the pole position car will be started by Peter Urseg, the Audi R8 GT3. Alongside them will be the number 28 car. It's Daryl De Leon going first. Alex Sedgwick on the list I've just been given is not listed, so it might be just De Leon and Brad Thurston in the Porsche. We'll confirm that shortly. The second row, 87, the Audi RS3 TCR car. That will be started by George Healer, sharing with Jonathan Beeson. Alongside him will be Gleb Stepanovs in the Aston Martin Vulcan. We'll give you the rest of the starting drivers shortly, because I believe Ian Waterhouse is down on the grid for the grid walk.
Yeah, welcome everybody down to the start-finish round. I'd like to say, actually, we can do it for you this time as well. Now, one thing I wanted to do, in our little walk down the pit lane, we had a look at the Aston Martin Vulcan, didn't we, the number 6 here. Let's just go down. I don't think we can quite appreciate the absolute width of this thing. Sorry, look at the absolute size of this here. Now, I'm 5'7", so not exactly what you class as tall. I want to know, do we think this is longer than me? What do we think? Let's find out. Don't pull it forward, boys. Whatever you do, please. There we go. There we go. I think this Vulcan is bigger than me. There we go. Let's go have a quick chat with the driver, shall we, as well, because it is absolutely huge. It's quite a tight circuit here as well. They are just having a quick briefing, I think, with David from the British Endurance Championship. I'm just going to quickly jump in. Right, this is huge, your car. How wide is it?
Well, it's almost as wide as the circuit is.
It's as wide as me, isn't it? Does that give you an advantage going to Oulton Park? It's going to be difficult to get in front, isn't it? But, turn one, who knows?
Well, after the previous round, the goal is just to finish the race.
Yeah, didn't quite go to plan, did it? It's at Browning.
No.
But all okay.
Yeah.
And you've got a different livery on it as well.
Yeah.
How did this come about?
Well, I thought that was a good excuse for a change, and there's a bit of a team joke going on about chameleons and all that. So, yeah, because we pronounce it chameleon, not chameleon.
It's chameleon. Yeah,
but for us it's chameleon.
That's what talking to. Best of luck out there. It's chameleon. Right, let's keep going down, shall we? We saw over here, didn't we, the team Brit McLaren as well. Let's go have a little look, jump in. Sorry, we'll have a quick word here as well. How are we feeling? Ready?
As ready as we'll ever be. We've got an issue with the engine at the moment, a little misfire, but the guys are working hard. But yeah, it's good to be back.
Bobby, it's great to see you. I haven't actually seen you this year, I don't think, have I really? So it's an absolute machine round here. But Oulton Park there's a number of challenges out there, isn't it? Which would you say is the trickiest corner?
Oh, there's plenty of them. I think Druids is one of them, definitely, and Cascades as well. It's just keeping nice and smooth through the corner and everything. Oulton Park is a driver's track now, and everyone loves it every time here. I'm surprised there's not a big enough turnout, but it is what it is, I guess. But yeah, it's great to be back in Beck. It's such a great championship, and hopefully I get driving back in soon. So.
Well, it's great to see. I'll catch up with you no doubt in the pits. So don't forget, for this race there are 3 mandatory pit stops as well, so it's going to be very hectic throughout the course of the day. I think the pit window opens after 20 minutes and closes with just 20 minutes to go as well. I did want to find Oliver Cotton. He was on the grid somewhere. Let's just keep going a little bit further on, shall we, and make our way down a bit further towards the back of the grid over here. We've got the car number, the 108 here as well. Let's jump in. Narin and Jackson are going to be racing in this one. Let's just see if we can grab a quick word with the guys. How are we feeling? All right.
Very good, very good. Excited for the race ahead.
Yeah, 3 hours. It's anything can happen, right? What is the plan for you?
Anything can happen in 3 hours, and ultimately for us, mechanic side, it's all about nailing the pit stops.
Yeah.
Just focus on that, and as long as we can get a fresh set of tyres and some fuel when it's needed, that's
I want to talk to you about these. We touched on it actually in the pit lane as well. These like hydraulic little pumps that go up.
Yeah.
Just for speed in the pits, I guess, really.
Yeah, it helps us so much. We just pop some compressed air onto the car. It lifts the car up straight away. It means that we don't have to run around with a trolley jack, so it literally lifts all 4 corners of the car up, and then once we're finished we just pull a lever, dumps all the air out, drops the car onto the ground, and away they go. So makes it a lot easier for us in the pit stops.
We will get a shot of this as well in the pits. Thanks for talking to us. Best of luck to your drivers as well. Let's keep making our way towards the back of the grid as well. We don't normally manage to make it all the way down. Very kind of them to be able to let us carry on as well. So let's head down and have a little look, shall we? Let's go all the way down, actually, shall we? And then turn around and just have a little look all the way to the front. So if we just turn the camera around, have a look at this. What a sight. A sight to rival Formula 1. In fact, I think some of the cars are even better. So 3 hours coming up for this race. 3 mandatory pit stops as well. It's going to be fast. It's going to be frantic. It's going to be furious. So we're going to be in the pits. But of course, don't worry, you're going to see all of the action around the track too. Not too long to go. We're going to get kicked off very, very shortly. So I'm going to hand back to Dave. And I'll see you in the pits soon.
Okay, good to hear from a couple of the teams down there on the grid with our pit reporter Ian Waterhouse. He'll bring us updates from the pits during the race as well. So in position down there on the grid. There are actually a couple of cars that are going to be starting from the pit lane, I can see at the moment. One of them is one of our front row cars, the number 28 Porsche. So we'll give you the starting drivers that have been given by the British Endurance Championship for this one. The pole car number 9, will be started by Peter Erteg, the car's owner, and that will be handed over to Andrew Bentley at the first pit stop. This 3-hour race, it's a minimum of 3 mandatory pit stops for these cars. The Porsche number 28, now that's got 3 drivers listed on the grid sheet, but on the sheet I have from Britcar, from British Endurance Championship, Alex Sedgwick is not listed, so we don't know if Alex is out in the race. The car will be started by Daryl DeLeon, the radical prototype racing star, but that car starts from the pit lane. Second row, number 87, a great effort by the Shared Autosport team, the Audi RS3 LMS TCR Generation 2. We'll call it an Audi RS3 from now on. George Heeler starts that car, sharing with Jonathan Beeson. And then we've got the Chameleon. Great new livery on the number 6, the Aston Martin Vulcan. I'm not too sure why they've livered it as a chameleon. I thought it was a snake when I first saw it in practice earlier. Gleb Stepanovs, the Latvian driver, starts, handing over to Stephen Tompkins. Row 3, we have Team Brits with their McLaren GT4 car. Bobby Trundley starts that car. Very talented young racer indeed. Chris Overend will take over the purple McLaren. Alongside them should have been the number 21 Mercedes. We normally see Neville and Chris Jones and Matt George sharing that car. No Neville Jones this weekend. Chris Jones starts. Matt George will take over again. I think that car's starting from the pits. Then we've got the number 74 car on row 4. That's the first of the Ginetta G55 Super Cup cars. Scott Simons starts that machine, and Owen Hizzy, pro driver with Ginetta will take over. And alongside him will be the number 83 car, which is Johnny McGregor and Josh Tomlinson Ginetta, the Mac G Racing team's other car. Johnny McGregor starts. Next on the grid should have been the number 2 Cupra TCR. That car starting from the pits, though. It will be started by Brad Hutchinson. Steve Gales will take over, the TCR UK Touring Car regulars. 108 alongside them is the Britcar Racing Mercedes. It'll be Amir Naran who starts that car. Pro driver Tom Jackson, a very quick racer indeed in GT3 and GT4 cars, will take over. On row 6, number 22, yes, they're on the grid. That's the EDF Motorsports Cupra Leon. Richard Avery will start, and Nick Hull takes over. Alongside them, car number 50, which is the MKH Racing Aston Martin. Peter Montague will go first. Dan Brown, his co-driver. Now, on row 7, the number 60 car was on the grid, the championship leader, Ashley Woodman and Martin Byford. That car's just pulled into the pit lane, so they've got a last-minute hitch with the number 60. That's the overall points leader coming into this round. Ashley Woodman scheduled to start that car. Hopefully it will make it out. They'll have to start from the pit lane. 88 is there, the Jaguar F-Type with the V8 engine, the New Barn Racing car. Callum Thompson will start, Adam Thompson sharing. At the back of the grid, we should have seen the number 34 car. That's another pit lane starter. And there's a change to the driver lineup in the number 34, the Honda Civic Type R. We said it was Oliver Cottam out there. It's actually Dave Tyson who is sharing with Jamie Callender. So Dave Tyson drives with Jamie Callender. Jamie will go first. You can see the car at the back of the little group in pit lane. So it looks like we're going to have 4, possibly 5 cars start from the pits. So it's going to be a slightly jumbled order early on. One car we won't see out, unfortunately, is the blue Ferrari, the car owned by Chris Compton Goddard, shared normally with Charlie Hollings, but it's Charlie Hand, the former junior saloon car champion, that was scheduled to share that car with him today. That car, unfortunately, had an accident in qualifying this morning and could not be repaired for the race. So quite a bit of damage to the Ferrari. The driver is fine, both the drivers are okay, but that car sadly wrecked in qualifying. All the safety equipment worked as planned, no injuries, but the car not able to race. That's a great shame. The blue Ferrari, which has had an overall win here in the past in the hands of Charlie Hollings and Chris Goddard, that will not be racing. So contenders for victory, I would say, are probably the Audi R8 of Peter Erscheg and Andrew Bentley, along with the Chameleon, the Aston Martin Vulcan. Although the Porsche may have a chance. Number 28, Brad Thurston, a very quick racer, as is Daryl DeLeon. He's shown his credentials in radical racing in recent times as well, in the likes of the Radical SR1 Cup. That car starts from the pits. You can see it there in pit lane at the moment. Grid walk still going on. Quite a few fans have taken the chance to get up close and personal to these fantastic GT cars and TCR cars. See some of them down there on the grid at the moment. There's the number 87. George Healer will start the Audi RS3. Very menacing looking car, that one. He's up there behind the Audi R8 on the grid, the GT3 car. The different classes in this race. Class A is for GT3 cars. Class C for challenge cars and some older GT cars in there. Class D, that's for GT4 cars. Class E is TCR machinery. Class F, well, that's the Jaguar F-Type running on its own. Quite appropriate, Class F really. Class G is for Ginetta, G55 Super Cup cars. The grid is being cleared, and we will see the race get underway very shortly. A few hellos to our camera down there as well on the grid. Well, we say motorsport should be fun. Everybody enjoying themselves down on the grid here at Oulton Park in the sunshine. It's going to be a long, arduous race, this one, in the heat of Oulton Park. 3 hours. The last round at Brands Hatch, the Audi R8 completely dominated. So it's only a short lap at Brands Hatch, and it was able to win by some 6 laps over the Team Hard Porsche. while the Aston Martin Vulcan was an early casualty, crashed out early on, sadly, in the hands of Gleb Stepanov, so they'll be aiming to make up for that here. Gleb Stepanovs is aboard here. Stephen Tompkins just giving in some last-minute words of encouragement. It's a slightly sparse grid. We've only got 10 cars on the grid. We've got 4 others waiting to go in the pit lane, and 1 still at its pit garage, which is the championship leading car. Ashley Woodman and Martin Byford, EDF Motorsports Cupra Leon Competition TCR. They lead the championship by just 2 points after winning Class E a couple of times so far. They're just 2 points ahead of Chris Jones and Matt George in the Venture Innovations Mercedes GT4, which leads Class D. And they're just a point ahead of Peter Montague and, well, it's normally Stuart Hall who shares that car, but it's Dan Brown in the car today, who's had a Class D win already this year. Behind them, Chris Overend. Normally his partner is James Whitley this season, but Bobby Trundley, often seen in British GT at the wheel of a Team Brit McLaren, although Team Brit electing to switch to the International McLaren Challenge, as announced in recent days. Reigning champion Tom Jackson's up there as well in the Breakel Racing Mercedes AMG GT4 shared with Ami Almaran. Peter Erceg with a different co-driver this weekend. Andrew Bentley, I remember racing Lotuses a few years ago. Normally we see Erceg teamed up with the former Radical star Marcus Clutton, now a star in British GT and a McLaren as well, among other things, the pro driver. The grid has been cleared. We can see a few gaps on the grid with a few cars starting from the pit lane. Can anyone stop Peter Erceg and Andrew Bentley? There is the Audi R8 on pole position. Should be the Porsche alongside, but they're in the pits. We don't know what the problem is for Ashley Woodman and EDF Motorsports at the moment. Their Cupra TCR car still at the pit box. I was concerned for a moment because I thought the MKH Aston Martin had been left upon its jacks at the front, but that's now been lowered. One minute board has been displayed. You can see there the number 6, the Chameleon. That's the Aston Martin Vulcan. And I suspect we're going to see the 9 and 6 cars sprint away at the front of this race. But it's a long race, it's not a sprint, it's an endurance race for the MSUK British Endurance Championship. Pit window opens 20 minutes into the race. British Endurance Championship supported by the likes of Goodyear tyres, ROWE Motor Oils, Mintex Brakes, GF Williams & Co. Autotel Digital Race Radio, Brian Motorsport Insurance, Stand 21, Sunoco Race Fuels, V-Box Motorsports, and plenty more besides. Okay, the pace car moves away. I think there will be 2 green flag laps before we get underway. The green flag is waved, and Peter Erceg in his stunning Audi R8 GT3 leads the field off. The Vulcan taking a moment to get moving there, the Chameleon. GT4 and TCR cars and the 2 Ginettas further back. The Jaguar F-Type will be at the back of the regular grid before the pit lane starters will join in. Now, are they going to join in at the start of this formation lap? Red light is still on, I can tell you, at the end of the pit lane at the moment. Now the cars are released and we'll start further back. Who's it going to be then? In this 3-hour race in a heat like this is going to be a very arduous affair. Do leave us a comment if you're watching. We'll try and read out some of your comments as the race goes on if we get a chance. Two Audis lead them round. There's the Vulcan, the Chameleon. Team Brit McLaren in the hands of Bobby Trundley. He's going to be very quick indeed here. A karting start. First race cars in a BMW, the BMW 116 Trophy with Team Brit. Being those who have to overcome more than most to go motor racing. Till Mackers says, fingers crossed the Vulcan does better than it did at Brands Hatch. Yes, unfortunately cold tyres caught out Gleb Stepanovs and it crashed out on the opening lap. A bit warmer today than it was at Brands Hatch. Scott Simons, the red and white Ginetta G55, Johnny McGregor's version behind him. Good to see Johnny Mack and his partner Josh Tomlinson back out. We normally see them in the Taranis prototype, so trying something new with the Ginetta. They've also raced briefly Enarinara Husaira, the Polish-built car. Saw that at Donington a few years ago. TCR cars further back. There's one of them, a 22 car. That's Richard Avery on board the EDF Cupra. Is Ashley Woodman going to make it out? I can see the car being pushed back as I look out of my commentary box window. Yes, Ashley Woodman is making his way forward. Well done, EDF Motorsports. Now, is he going to be allowed to join at the back of the second green flag lap? Grid is coming up to the start-finish line now. Or are they going to hold Ashley Woodman and Martin Byford in pit lane, or is he going to be allowed to join? There is the Cupra just on the left of your picture with the headlights flashing. I would imagine he's going to have to wait until the race starts. Now Ashley Woodman, championship leader. It's the Audi R8 on pole position. I've just spotted we've got a road going Audi R8 watching the action from trackside. Very nice indeed. Time for our feature race of the day very shortly. The MSUK British Endurance Championship, round 3 here at Oulton Park. The Blackthorn team of Claude Beauvais and David McDonald took the win in round 1 at Silverstone. Round 2 it was Peter Ersteg sharing with Marcus Clutton on that occasion in the Audi R8 that took the victory. Who is it going to be this time? Will it be the Audi again? Will it be the Aston Vulcan? Will it be the Porsche from further back on the lineup? There's the Honda Civic Type R touring car. Jamie Callender and Dave Tyson sharing that machine. It's the touring car experience machine that gives white knuckle passenger rides at special events. Good to see it racing today. There's the Cupra, that's the championship leader. They've got to go like hell for leather to catch up with their TCR championship rivals, especially with the number 87 of George Healer and Jonathan Beeson up there on the second row of the grid overall. So the tension beginning to mount then. We await the cars to come up to the start-finish line. It will be lights out this time. It's going to be a long and arduous affair in conditions like this. It's going to get so hot in these cars. Drivers will be kept topped up with fluids at the pit stops. Of course, 3 mandatory pit stops per car. Start to form up. There's the cars that started from the pit lane, including that GT4 Mercedes, number 21, Chris Jones, currently second in the championship. Going to catch his GT4 roll. It's very close in Class D. They move towards Lodge Corner. 15 cars in this race over 3 hours. They all last the distance in these red hot conditions. Here's to a great race ahead here at Oulton Park, round 3 of the MSUK British Endurance Championship. The red lights are on, waiting for the lights to go out. The pack is unleashed, and here we go. 3 hours of racing gets underway. Good start by Bobby Trundley up the inside there in the McLaren, but it is Peter Ersteg who leads them off in the Audi. Gleb Stepanov's into second place. The TCR Audi has been relegated to fourth place. Good start by Trundley in the GT4 McLaren up into third. It's Peter Ersheg who leads as expected from pole position in the Audi R8. Second is the Aston Martin Chameleon of Gleb Stepanov's. They're all round the first couple of corners okay. Ashley Woodman has joined in at the back, the championship leading Cupra TCR. It's the Audi that leads. Second place is the Vulcan. Bobby Trundley, a great start up into third position in the Team Brit McLaren. He's got George Healer leading the TCR class, that's Class E. Next in the order, there's the Jaguar F-Type up on the outside, the Honda Civic at the back of the field in the hands of Jamie Callender. The leaders through Britons for the first time. Speed early on, followed by strategy when the pit stops get underway. Down they come over Hilltop into Hislops and Knickerbrook for the first time. There's the Ginetta of Scott Simons. That car will absolutely fly when pro driver Owen Hizzy takes over. We've seen him take a few Britcar trophy wins in the past, sharing with Mark Lee for the SVG Motorsport team. 21 there, that's Chris Jones having a go at the Jaguar of Callan Thompson, I think that was. Top three head through Druids. Great move, great qualifying session by George Healer. He's up there in fourth. He's to run a Golf TCR car for Paul Sheard's team. Paul Sheard, the ex-Oval racer, Mazda MX-5 expert as well. And here comes the Porsche through the field. That car in the hands of Daryl De Leon is on the tail of Richard Avery in the Cupra TCR as they head towards the line for the first time. The Audi is already 2.7 seconds clear at the front of the field. Wait to see if Ashley Woodman comes through in the Cupra TCR. He's not crossed the start-finish line to complete his first lap as yet. So has that Cupra TCR had further problems? Wait to see if he comes through. He's coming back into the pits, I can tell you. So Ash Woodman is back into the pits. The championship leading car still having problems. For EDF Motorsports, they'll receive him at their pit box. Meanwhile, the leaders out towards the back of the circuit. It is Peter Ersheg in the number 9 Audi R8 GT3. There's Woodman back in the Cupra TCR. The championship leader certainly in trouble. Shares that car with XBTCC man Martin Byford. It is Ersheg who leads by 2.73 seconds ahead of, in second place, Gleb Stepanovs. There's Bobby Trundley in third. Then it's Healer fourth. Fifth is Scott Simons. And coming through into sixth is the Porsche of Daryl De Leon. As we say, we're not sure if Alex Sedgwick is part of the team in that car or not, or whether it's just De Leon and Brad Thurston. But the Porsche has come through from the back. He's got ahead of Johnny McGregor now, heading up Clay Hill. He's going after Scott Simons. This is a Class C car, the Porsche 911 991 Cup car. Leaders up towards the right-hander at Lodge. There's the Porsche. Charges up behind Scott Simons in the Ginetta G55 Super Cup car. Goes through. Qualified second, but started from the pit lane. Is already up into fifth position. The leader has, well, it's doubled its advantage here, the Audi. It's Peter Ersheg has done a lap over 3 seconds quicker than Gleb Stepanovs that time through. Leads by nearly 6 seconds now, Peter Ersheg in the Audi R8. We've got 5 class leaders in the top 6 positions at the moment. Class A led by Ersheg, Class C by Daryl De Leon in the Porsche, Class D by Bobby Trundley in third place overall, Class E by George Healer's Audi. Meanwhile, further back, Class F is led by the Thompsons Jaguar. They're the only runners in Class F. Class G, meanwhile, is Scott Simons in 6th place, just ahead of this man, Johnny McGregor. And a gap back to the number 108, which is Amir Naran for the Breakel Racing team, another team famous for radical sports cars. So George Healer starting to fall back. He's lost 4th place now to the Porsche, the much more powerful machine of Daryl De Leon, trying to go after Bobby Trundley now. Shares the car with Chris Overend for Team Brit. Swing their way through Knickerbrook, then up Clay Hill. There's the Vulcan in 2nd place, the Chameleon. Fastest lap of the race recorded by the Audi, 1:42.477 for the race leader last time through. Waiting to see if the number 60 is going to rejoin. We don't know what the problem is. Hopefully Ian Waterhouse, our pit reporter, can find out what the issue is at EDF Motorsports as the leaders head over the line. 9.5 seconds the gap is up to. Peter Erscheg, just as he did at Brands Hatch, is running away with this one already. 3.5 seconds pulled out on that last lap. He's 9.5 seconds ahead now. Trundley is just over 2 seconds back in third place. Then up to fourth is Darrell De Leon. There's a battle further back. Richard Avery under fire from the number 50 Aston Martin. That's the car of Peter Montague, the MKH racing car running in Class D for GT4 cars. Chasing the number 22, that's Richard Avery in the Cupra TCR. Just ahead of them, the number 21, which is Chris Jones. Normally we see Chris and Neville Jones, but no Neville this weekend, so Chris Jones sharing with Matt George, the pro driver. Here comes Darrell De Leon. Down the inside into his lobs, he takes Bobby Trundley for third place. So into a podium position already. We're only on lap 4 of this 3-hour race, and the Porsche has already come through from starting from the pits. Let's see if he can catch our second placeman, Gleb Stepanovs, in the Aston Martin Chameleon. There it is. Towards the Warwick Bridge, into Lodge. The Audi's already checked out in front. Last lap was 1:42.0. See what the gap is as the Aston Vulcan crosses the line this time through. 12.2 seconds, so he's pulled away by another 2.8 seconds, Peter Erscheg. Saw him have some successes in a Porsche last season, shared with Marcus Clutton, switching to his gorgeous new Audi R8 GT3 for this year. 8 minutes into this race. Awesome rumble of the Jaguar F-Type, now fitted with a Chevrolet V8, I believe, passing the commentary box there. There is the Vulcan, chased by Darrell De Leon, rising star of the Team Hard squadron, managed by former Clio racer Matt Cherrington, the Porsche team. Brad Thurston, an ex-Clio racer, moving up to GTs this season, and he's caught Gleb Stepanovs. Darrell De Leon is going for it, the ex-Radical champion. Down the hill they go. And one car coming into the pits, the number 34, the Honda Civic, has come in. The back of the field, Jamie Callender in the car shared with David Tyson has pulled in at the back of the field. Hopefully he'll be able to rejoin. The pit window is not open yet, so that looks like a problem, unfortunately, for the Honda. Battle for second. The Vulcan has the straight line speed advantage here, so has the Porsche met its match here at last. Looks like it is going to be, if they survive the distance already, that these three are going to take the overall podium. We've got the class battles to consider. The lead gap is up to 15 seconds now. Peter Erscheg again laps nearly 3 seconds quicker than Gleb Stepanovs. And Darrell De Leon 0.4 of a second slower than Gleb Stepanovs. Overend and Trundley still fourth. Bobby Trundley on board at the moment. Just under a second between our second and third place cars. It's still close further back between Richard Avery and Peter Montague as well. They've just gone through over the line. Yes, Montague has moved ahead there. Confirmation ahead of Richard Avery. So a repeat of Brands Hatch so far, out in front. Will Peter Erscheg and Andrew Bentley lap the field again in their Audi R8? They did so at Brands. It is a much longer lap here at Oulton Park. Through the chicane at his lops, then into Knickerbrook goes our second place battle. Gleb Stepanovs versus Darrell De Leon. De Leon certainly made short work of the field, didn't he, to get up into third place after starting from the pits. 2 cars in the pits at the moment, so we know there's problems for Ash Woodman. And Jamie Callender's brought the Honda Civic Type R in as well. Well, here's our leader. See what the lead gap is this time through. He's pulled away still further from the Aston Martin Vulcan, which is just crossing the line now. Yes, 17.1 seconds in it's that time through, so another couple of seconds gained. And shortly we can hand down to Ian Waterhouse in the pits, who can give us an update on the problems for EDF Motorsport with the number 60 car of Woodman and Byford.
Yeah, welcome down to the pits, everybody. As you can see, we've got Ashley Woodman here. He's actually getting cooled down a little bit. Rear suspension is the issue for the number 60. I am going to just see if I can jump in and have a quick word of Ashley. Thank you very much. Actually, I'm understanding rear suspension a problem.
Yeah, I was coming out of the last chicane. Obviously went over the curb on the right and I felt a snap. Heard a bang. I actually thought I got a puncture as I was going up. The car was steering from the rear, so I knew I had a problem.
Okay, well, look, the team are doing a great job. Let's hope you can get out soon. Thanks for talking to us, Ashley. Appreciate it. Thank you. Right, there you go, Dave, back to you. Oh. I don't know if you saw that, everybody, but the brake disc just caught fire here for the Avery Hull car, the number 22. Literally fire coming out of the brake disc. Quick reaction by the marshals here to put it out. Just goes to show the temperature, the heat here is causing all sorts of problems in the early stages, but it managed to get back out.
Well, things going rather from bad to worse for EDF Motorsports there. Handling problems for Ashley Woodman and his car back in the pits while the team look at the left rear of the car. And while we were down there, the number 22 of Richard Avery, the car's teammate, comes in with its right front brake disc on fire. I think we've put the flames out down there. The car has gone back out, but a bit of a disastrous day for EDF Motorsports, the Lincolnshire-based team so far. Hopefully team boss Eddie Farrow is doing his best to keep things calm down there. Still, Ersheg leads it. His last lap was a 140.962, so he's lapping in the 140s now. Last lap for Gleb Stepanovs was his personal best, a 143.22, so the gap's up to nearly 20 seconds now. Confirmation from Steve Wood, thank you, is Alex Sedgwick is driving in the number 28 Porsche. Was bit of confusion over whether he was in the squad or not for Team Hard, but he is. He'll be taking over at the first pit stop. Alex Sedgwick, the pro driver. That's the car being shared by 3 drivers. Here are the Ginettas. This is a battle in Class G for 6th place and first in Class G. They're separated by just a few tenths of a second, with number 74 Scott Simons ahead of Johnny McGregor. Mac G in his team's G55 Super Cup. Owen Hizzy will take over the red and white number 74. He's a very quick driver indeed. Those who followed the Britcar Trophy over the years will have seen his wins with Mark Lee in Britcar Trophy in an SVG Motorsport Ginetta. Not far behind them as well is one of our TCR cars. I think that's Richard Avery, who's rejoined after his unscheduled pit stop. His old Porsche rival Nick Hull will take over from him at the stop. Pit window is not open yet. It doesn't do so for another 5 minutes or so. There goes the leader out of Britain as Peter Ersheg continues to push on. He doesn't need to. He's 21 seconds clear of everybody else. Still Gleb Stepanovs in second. He's about 1.6 seconds ahead of the Porsche of Daryl De Leon. Class C still being led by the Porsche, Class D by the McLaren of Bobby Trundley. George Heeler has dropped to 5th, but he's still leading the TCR category, Class E. This is the battle in Class G for Ginetta. Peter Erceg disappearing into the distance in front, and Peter, with of course all respect for him, he's the amateur of the driver pairing. Andrew Bentley is the pro, so that car will probably go even quicker when Andrew Bentley takes over. And Clay Hill go the Ginettas. They've got one of the Cupras in behind them. That's is that the 22 car? No, it's not. That's the number 2 of Brad Hutchinson, the Bondit with the MPH racing car, the Cupra Leon TCR we can see behind. So that's for position as well. He's moving up in the overall classification. And the safety car is being deployed. The safety car board is held out at the start line. The yellow flags have gone out. We know not why. Was that the 22 car? Because that had pulled over, I am told, but has got going again. So that might be the reason that the safety car boards have gone out. It could be because Richard Avery had pulled over somewhere over on the back of the circuit, but he's got moving again. There's one car that's come into the pits. That's the number 2 car, the car that was chasing the 2 Ginettas. The pit window I don't think has opened yet. Yes, there we see Richard Avery had pulled onto the grass and then got going again. That could have been a bit dicey if he'd rejoined there on that blind brow with Peter Erceg any closer. Well, now the number 2 car has come in of Bradley Hutchinson. Is the heat getting to the TCR cars, I wonder? So the yellow flags are out. The safety car, driven by Gareth Newton, comes out of the pit lane. Again, it's looks like issues on the left rear there. Is that a puncture for the number 2 car? See there, 2 of our Cupras in the pits. The number 60 of Woodman is still being worked on, and it looks like a problem on the left rear for the number 2 of Brad Hutchinson as well. There's now distance on the track between the Aston Martin of Gleb Stepanovs and Daryl De Leon's Porsche as well. Daryl De Leon's last lap was a 1:57. Did he back off earlier when he saw the safety car boards, I wonder? So they've split apart. We've got 4 cars that have made pit stops. I think Richard Avery, yes, is still going after he pulled over. Gareth Newton, our safety car driver today, who's raced in a variety of series over the years. I first saw him in the CS, either the CSCC Tin Tops or the old Nippon Challenge series in his Mitsubishi Colt Mirage a few years ago, Gareth. Been a safety car driver for several years now. So he'll bring the field under control. There's Richard Avery, he is still going. There's George Heeler in that beautiful Audi RS3. Such a menacing looking car. It's being told that the number 34 Honda of Jamie Callender is having brake problems. Not the first car I've seen with brake problems. That'll hopefully be back out later in the race. That's being worked on at the moment. So it's Peter Erceg who leads. This will bring his lead advantage down, though, over Gleb Stepanovs in second in the Aston Martin Vulcan, the Chameleon. Daryl De Leon in the Team Hard Porsche 991 is third. Then it's Bobby Trundley in the Team Brit McLaren in 4th place. George Heeler's Audi is 5th, the first of the TCR cars. Scott Simons is 6th and the first of the Ginettas, just ahead of Johnny McGregor's similar car. 8th place is the Thompsons. They're going well. The Jaguar F-Type. There is Callum Thompson. 9th, we've got Chris Jones in the number 21 Mercedes GT4. 10th place is Amir Naran in his Mercedes AMG GT4 shared with Tom Jackson. It's your top 10 as they run at the moment. Safety car will be coming in this time around. It does so, and we're back to green and underway, I can tell you. And I think the pit window has just opened as the safety car came in. Yes, it did. So the pit window opened as literally just as the safety car came in. Bobby Trundley took advantage of that. He has come in the Team Brit McLaren. That was an opportunist move there by Team Brit to get their stop in as early as possible. He'll hand over to Chris Overend for Team Brit. Battle is joined for 2nd place now. The Audi of Peter Erscheg has pulled away again on this restart. Now Daryl DeLeon all over the back of Gleb Stepanovs once again. They split apart just as the safety car came out. But now ready to attack once again is the Porsche Daryl DeLeon. So Bobby Trundley has dropped down the timing screen because he's into the pits in the Team Brit McLaren. Chris Overend will take over. 2 cars still in the pits, the Honda Civic and also the number 60 Cupra. Here come the Ginettas, just lapping Richard Avery's rather struggling Cupra, and in behind them as well the number 2 car, driven by Brad Hutchinson. There goes our 2nd place fight, the Aston pulling away just a little bit. The other Aston of Peter Montague is down in 11th place, ahead of Brad Hutchinson in 12th. He's a lap down now because he's been into the pits. 13th is Richard Avery, he's been in as well. I think Ash Woodman has just rejoined in the number 60 car. I think he's got going again. Two Ginettas still together, they go over the line. There goes the McLaren. That's Chris Overend has taken over from Bobby Trundley. An opportunist stop there for Team Brits just as the safety car came in. Bobby Trundley followed him as he worked out the pit window would open just as the safety car came in. Here's a battle between number 21 of Chris Jones in the Venture Innovations Mercedes, teammate of the Aston Martin Vulcan, being chased by the 88 of Callum Thompson. Callum Thornton, he's a Formula 1 stock car driver. Let's head down into the pits then with Ian Waterhouse. He's gone straight down to Team Brit as soon as Bobby Trundley jumped out of the McLaren. He's down there with Bobby.
We're going to carry on like this.
Yeah, welcome down to the pit lane. We've got to be quick, everybody, because Bobby Trundley needs a wee here. He's just finished his stint. Bobby, how was it out there?
Good fun, actually. No, I had a great start, got the run out. We've still got the misfire issue, but we're just going to have to nurse that to the end. But the car still feels pretty good. Chris is in it now. He's been really consistent throughout the day, through testing. Yeah, I think we got a good result, hopefully.
Pit window literally just has opened, doesn't it? Just as the end of that safety car, so you decided to stop then, or was it just because you needed to go for a tinkle?
I wish it was the latter. No. The only reason why we stopped was while everyone's together, it makes sense to stop early. And yeah, it's pretty much that really. But yeah, really enjoying it.
Go on, Bobby, off you go. Go on, mate. See you later. Right, Dave, back to you.
Okay, I'm not sure what's going on there. I've seen it all now. Pogo dancing in the pit lane. Fair play to Bobby Trundley. His car, the McLaren, is now down 2 as a result of that stop. 12th position as it came across the line. Yes, Vince Woodman, Ashley Woodman has rejoined. Sorry about that. Vince Woodman was the Great Thunder Saloon and touring car racer. Replay of some action from the two Ginettas. They've been almost tied together all race long, but sideways goes the number 74 of Scott Simons and wallop. Oh dear. Tangle between the two Ginettas. What a mess there coming out of Old Hall. Now they're trying to get going again. I think there was contact between the two there as Scott Simons lost it in front of Johnny McGregor. Let's see if there's been any damage there. There's McGregor. I think he might have avoided him actually. I can't see any damage on the front of the Mac G racing car, and amazingly they've both been able to continue. They're the only two cars in their class, of course, so they're very evenly matched, but a bit too closely matched there coming out of Old Hall corner. Peter Erscheg continues to lead in the number 9 Audi, but the gap has come down. Been separated by just 7 seconds over the line, and neither of those two cars have been into the pits, so Peter Erscheg trying to open the gap up again now after the safety car period. There's the Porsche of Daryl De Leon, still on the tail of the Aston Martin. Someone's into the pits. It's the number 21 Mercedes that has come in. Chris Jones will hand over to pro driver Matt George in that team. That car was running 6th. Car listed on our graphics as an Aston Martin GT4, but it is a Mercedes AMG. There is the Merc in the pit lane. So out gets Chris Jones. Matt George will get in. The driver, of course, has to get out of the car while refuelling takes place. You cannot refuel a car with a driver inside for safety reasons. The driver will normally stand by with the fire extinguisher at the ready just in case. Here's our championship leader, but some 11 laps down, Ashley Woodman sharing with Martin Byford. Problems for them in the early stages, but now trying to make up for lost ground. They will pick up some points at least if they complete the race. The other car in pit lane at the moment, the Honda Civic of Callender and Tyson having its brakes seen to. Peter Erscheg continues to pull away in his Audi R8 GT3. 1:42.772 was his last lap time. He's 7.5 seconds clear of Gleb Stepanovs in the Aston Martin. Callum Thompson closing down Ash Woodman there, the only Class F car in the race, the Jaguar F-Type. Just behind them is one of the Cupras, the number 2 car of Brad Hutchinson, which came into the pits just before the window opened with a problem. Callum Thompson gets through, up to 5th overall now, but they've yet to make their first pit stop, the New Barn Racing team with the Jaguar. Lead of Class D now with Team Brit having pitted is Amir Naran in the number 108, the Brakel Racing Mercedes. Into the pits comes the number 22 car. We saw it come in with a minor brake fire on the right front earlier on. This time a scheduled stop for Richard Avery. Nick Hull will take over that car. They were running down in 13th place, a couple of laps down after an unscheduled stop earlier on. Fastest lap of the race is, of course, with our race leader, Peter Erscheg, 1:40.962. And Ash Woodman is now up to pace, I would say. He's just on 1:52.848, so a few seconds off the quickest of the TCR cars, but that's progress. There's the black Aston Martin, number 50. Of Montague and Brown. Peter Montague yet to stop. Lead gap has increased this time, it's up to 9.5 seconds now, so Peter Erscheg is pulling away again. He's pulled out 2 seconds on that last lap. There's Johnny McGregor in 9th place now after his little contretemps with Scott Simons earlier on. There's the 108, that's Amir Naran. Watch that car fly when Tom Jackson takes over. He won the championship in a GT3 Mercedes, sharing with Wayne Mars, Mr. Fresh and Fruity, last season. It's a fruit and vegetable business in London. 74 there, that's Scott Simons. 1:49 his last lap. Hopefully he hasn't picked up any damage from that incident coming out of Old Hall. Woodman continues on in the EDF Motorsports car. Behind him is Amir Naran. Mentioned Tom Jackson sharing with Wayne Mars. It was unusual seeing Wayne in that GT3 Mercedes AMG because he's normally a Ferrari man. He's got quite a collection of Ferraris. Competes in the Ferrari Formula Classic series organised by the Owners Club of Great Britain. Ersheg could be on for another fastest lap of the race. He goes over the line, does indeed. 1:40.464 for Peter Ersheg that time through, so he's back up to speed after the safety car. Now I thought with that early safety car out we might see one or two more pit callers, but the pit window opened right at the end of that safety car period, so only one or two drivers took advantage. Second stop for Richard Avery. Saw an unscheduled one, as we said earlier, for brake problems. 21 there, that's should be Matt George, now on board. And he's caught number 50, Peter Monsky. Matt George, a pro-graded driver. So watch that BARC start to carve its way through, trying to challenge for the championship lead held by EDF Motorsports, the number 21 Venture Innovations Mercedes. He's going to make a move on Ash Woodman here into Lodge, goes through. The more powerful GT car prevails. The gap is up to 12.39 seconds with that flying lap from Peter Ersheg. Just over half an hour of this race gone, 2 hours 28 to go. George is now catching the Ginetta, number 83. That's Johnny McGregor. That car has not yet stopped, so it's still Johnny Mack on board. Josh Tomlinson not yet taking over. Oh, what's happened there? Somebody's lost a wheel. Who does that belong to? That's a Cupra. It's the number 2 car. That is the car of Brad Hutchinson and Stephen Gales. I've seen them make an unscheduled pit stop already. They were working on the left rear of the car, so Brad Hutchinson has lost a wheel coming out of the Shell hairpin. Will that lead to another safety car, I wonder? We will wait and see. Oh, it's just come up on my screen. Car 2, drive-through penalty for a pit lane infringement. Well, it isn't going to get that far, unfortunately, because it's abandoned at the exit of Shell hairpin on 3 wheels. It's the marshal signalling that drive-through penalty on the start-finish line, but unfortunately that car isn't going to get round to the pits to take the penalty. Very close between Amir Naran and Matt George as they come down into Old Hall. George with his headlights on goes through. We can hand down to the pits meanwhile with Ian Waterhouse and see who's found to talk to.
Right, everybody, here we are in the pit lane now. I'm joined with Oliver Cotton. Oliver, you're normally out and about racing, aren't you? But you're doing a bit more supporting this weekend.
Yeah, so I'm supporting the Porsche Racing. We qualified P3. George did a mega job on qualifying. First in class and third overalls is pretty good for an Audi in front of the Vulcan as well, so it's amazing. And it's amazing to be at the front. So yeah, I like the working side on the mechanicking and stuff like that, so I'm just here to help out and learn more about the car.
So when a car comes into the pits, what's your job? You get your hands proper dirty?
Yeah, I'm the fuel man and the air jack, so I'll be putting the car up in the air.
Pretty important job then.
Yes, yeah, I've got to time it right.
Oliver, when are we going to see you next out?
I'll be here in 2 weeks in TCR UK, so hopefully we'll do some Britcar rounds as well this year. So
fantastic. Best of luck. Thanks, mate. Thanks for talking to us. Dave, back to you.
Hours 25 minutes of this race to go then. Good to hear from Oliver Cotton. Was initially listed as competing this weekend, but that's not the case in the number 34 Honda. Hopefully we'll see that car back out soon. Peter Montague has pitted with the black Aston Martin, the MKH racing machine. Dan Brown will take over that car. There's a close fight going on between the second and third place cars, with the Porsche having now caught the Aston Martin Vulcan. Daryl De Leon taking on Gleb Stepanovs, but again the Vulcan, the Chameleon, has got the straight line speed advantage, and I think the safety car is being scrambled again. Yes, I can see the safety car moving at the end of the pit lane. Would imagine that that's for Brad Hutchinson and Stephen Gales' stranded Cupra down at the exit of Ireland. Dan Brown is just heading back out of the pits in the black Aston Martin. Safety car out for the second time then, because I assume of that stranded Cupra at the far end of the circuit to allow the marshals to remove it. He's picked up the leader already, Gareth Newton at the wheel of the BMW. And Peter Erteg once again finds his progress checked. How far ahead had he got of the battle for second place? 19.3 seconds up when the safety car was scrambled. He's lapping in the 141s. Stepanovs and De Leon, as they battled each other, lapping in the 145s. Here comes a recovery vehicle. That's going to the Shell hairpin to pick up the stranded Cupra. I imagine now the safety car is out, we'll see the rest of our cars make their first pit stop. Let's see if any of the leaders come in this time through. There's the stranded car. Well, one car that's come in, number 74, I can tell you Scott Simons has pitted. Owen Hizzy, the former junior racing star, will take over. The 108 car comes in as well. Amir Naran handing over to the very rapid Tom Jackson, the reigning champion. He's going to take over the Merc. In comes Ash Woodman as well. This will be a scheduled stop to hand over to Martin Byford. There is the Ginetta of number 74, the SVG motorsport car. That doesn't stand for Shane van Gisbergen, as somebody has asked in our comments thread on YouTube. Thank you for everybody who's left their comments. Sorry we're not having much chance to read many of them out. So how many cars have come in so far then? So the 74 is in, the 108s. Waiting to see if anybody else joins them. We know the number 60 has come in. 22 and 34, the Hull and Avery Cupra and the Honda Civic are being worked on. And the number 2 car will receive a lift back to the paddock. That could be the end of their race, sadly. The number 2, they've only just bought this car, we were told earlier. The number 2 Cupra TCR. Brad Hutchinson and Stephen Gales. And there's one way to cool down your brakes. Use a couple of leaf blowers. I saw one of those being used on a classic car at Castle Combe in the heat wave we had last year, being used to cool the engine down in the pit lane, and the leaf blower developed a mind of its own and went sliding off down the pit lane. I was thinking that's going to win if it goes much quicker. Where's your leader, Peter Ersheg? The Aston Martin with Dan Brown on board is a lap down after its stop. Gleb Stepanovs, Daryl De Leon. George Healer still going well in 4th, leading the TCR class. That car well up among the GT cars, great to see. Great run by Callum Thompson as well, the new engine helping the Jaguar. Up in 5th, and Peter Ersheg has come in. Peter Ersheg is in. So the number 9 is in, and it will be Andrew Bentley who takes over. Martin Byford's taken over the number 60 Cupra, and he's heading out of the pits. There is the beautiful Audi R8 GT3, looking for its 2nd win of the season. Stunning looking machine, isn't it? So on track, it's now Gleb Stepanovs in the Chameleon, that leads the way. Don't forget, after this 3-hour race, we have another 50-minute race for the Britcar Trophy as well, sponsored by ROWE Motor Oils. Well, the recovery team have done a good job, and the volunteer marshals as well, thank you to them. The Cupra is on the back of the truck. The loose wheel has been returned as well. There is the Audi R8 in pit lane, Andrew Bentley on board. Been keeping himself cool and hydrated ahead of his stint. It does get so hot in these, particularly the GT cars. I was driven around Croft Circuit a couple of years ago in a Ferrari 458 GT3 at the Ferrari Owners Club weekend. And even after 2 laps, I was decidedly heated up. And that was when I was just in a shirt, never mind what's going on here. Problems for the Audi, that's our leader. Problems pulling away, it looks like. What's happened? Andrew Bentley struggling to find drive there, it looks like. Let's keep an eye on that. Is Andrew having problems? He's got it going now. Okay, so how much time has that lost our race leader? Waiting to see when we're going to go back to racing because the obstruction is clear, but what was that all about coming out of the pit lane? It was as if the Audi R8 there with Andrew Bentley on board just couldn't get drive to leave the pit lane. Talking about the heat in these cars, I hope it hasn't got to any of these drivers. We think that Gleb Stepanovs is coming in this time. The safety car is still out. No, he does not come in this time. We thought the Aston Vulcan was going to come in. One car that does come in is the number 21 car. Now that car's already made one stop, the Jones and George Mercedes. That's come back in again, so is that a scheduled stop? The driver's getting out. Looks like it is a scheduled stop. There you can see the number 2 of Hutchinson and Gales, the front wheel off. The recovery vehicle brings it back in. Saw our leader go through there as well, our erstwhile leader. We'll wait to see if Peter Erscheg is still Peter Erscheg and Andrew Bentley are still leading after that stop. This has spread everybody out somewhat around the circuit with a few people stopping. But behind the safety car is the time to make your pit stop because you lose less time. Okay, the Audi R8 of Andrew Bentley showing on the timing screen is down to 7th place as a result of making that stop. Now there are cars ahead of it, of course, that haven't pitted yet. We can hand down to Ian in the pits. He's with the SVG Motorsport team talking to Scott Simmons.
Yeah, welcome to the pits, everybody. Here, I'm Scott Simmons. You just handed over to Owen, haven't you? How's it out there, other than hot?
It's quite tough out there. I mean, physically, like around my actual body, it's not too bad. It's just the cars. You know, you've got to really manage the brakes and tyres the whole way around, and it's quite difficult to be extremely quick whilst managing so much. So there's a very fine line between going too much and not going enough. So it's very hard to really. But
we've seen it very tight here, haven't we? And because of that, there's not really any straights as such, is there? Where you can kind of take your, just relax a little bit.
No, exactly. You're pretty much turning the wheel the whole way around here. There's no brakes at all, and because of that as well, you find that a lot of the slower class cars are actually, catching up speed-wise to the faster cars, just because the faster cars, they don't put the power down as well around these sort of tracks. So it's quite a fun driver's track. This is. I think the proper fast drivers really stand out around here.
So you're certainly one of them, Scott. I can tell you that. So best of luck for the rest of the race. Thanks for talking to us, mate. Dave, back to you.
Okay, a quick insert from SVG Motorsport there. Their Ginetta currently in second place in the Ginetta G55 Super Cup class. They're the first car that hasn't stopped. That has stopped, I should say. So we've got 5 cars that have yet to stop. Gleb Stepanov's is one of them. Daryl De Leon in the Porsche. George Heeler's Audi. The Jaguar F-Type. And Johnny McGregor's Ginetta G55. Those are the cars that have yet to stop, so they fill the top 5 positions. Second stop for Matt George and Chris Jones, so we'll try and find out what's happened there, whether that was a strategy call doing 2 pit stops close together. We'll hopefully wait and find out, but the Audi R8 that was leading is now down to 7th, having made its stop and was a bit slow leaving the pit lane. Just behind Owen Hizzy in his Ginetta, shared with Scott Simmons, who we just heard from. It's Gleb Stepanovs who leads the way. Can the Aston Vulcan take its first win of the season? Will the chameleon paint job bring them good luck? De Leon right behind him. George Heeler in 3rd. The Thompsons up there in 4th, looking for their best ever results in the Jaguar F-Type, which has proved quick but somewhat unreliable so far in its tenure in the British Endurance Championship. Safety car lights are out, so it will be coming in this time. It will be Gleb Stepanovs who takes over the lead. The battle will be resumed between the Porsche and the Aston Martin at the front of the field. We are back underway. A couple of cars come into the pits. The Jaguar F-Type is one of them. Johnny McGregor's Ginetta is another. So they don't. So not coming in under the safety car, which was something of a surprise there. Jaguar F-Type pulls up at the far end of the pit lane, but we are back underway with Gleb Stepanovs leading the way for Venture Innovations in the Aston Martin Vulcan. Daryl De Leon in 2nd place. It'll be pro driver Alex Sedgwick who takes over at the pit stop. George Heeler is up to 3rd with a couple of cars ahead having pitted. And in 4th place is Owen Hizzy in the first of the Ginettas. 5th it's the Audi R8 of Andrew Bentley now at the wheel. See if the R8 can play catch up here. He's already carving his way through. He's already got ahead of Scott Simmons in the Ginetta. Green flags wave around the first lap of the restarts. There's number 108, that's Tom Jackson, but here comes the R8 of pro driver Andrew Bentley. Drops as low as 7th after that slightly problematic pit stop. He's now going after the Mercedes of Tom Jackson. There go the leaders through Druids. Here comes the Audi making its way back up the order. He's got 4th place away. He's flashing the lights at the 108 of Tom Jackson there. Tom Jackson probably not very used to being lapped in endurance races. The Porsche has come in, I can tell you, of Daryl De Leon, so it is going to be Alex Sedgwick who will take over. Josh Tomlinson is heading back out in the number 83 Ginetta as well. Here comes the McLaren there. We haven't seen much of the Team Brit McLaren recently. On board is Chris Overend for Team Brit. Now it's going to be a battle of the Audis for third place because Andrew Bentley is closing up on George Healer. This will be for second place with the Porsche having pitted. Stepanov still out in front. Is the Aston Martin Vulcan going to come in this time? And car 74 is going to be given a penalty, I've just been told. That's the Scott Simmons Owen Hizzy Ginetta SVG Motorsports for refuelling the car while the safety car was out. The regulations, you are not allowed to refuel during a safety car period, so that will be a penalty for the number 74 car of SVG Motorsport, a 1 minute stop-go penalty. Meanwhile, the Aston Martin Vulcan continues, does not pit. Stepanovs continues to lead the race. Over the line in second now is the Audi R8. It's gone ahead of the TCR Audi. The gap is down to 6.6 seconds, so Andrew Bentley is going after them. Well and truly. There goes the leader along Lakeside. Stepanovs from Bentley, 6.6 seconds in. The only other car that is yet to stop is in third place, that's George Healer. To hand over to Jonathan Beeson. Car 74 was fourth, the Ginetta, but they've been given that penalty and they'll have to come in. Porsche down to fifth as it begins its outlap with Alex Sedgwick on board. Coming up towards the conclusion of our first hour of this MS UK British Endurance Championship Round 3 here at Oulton Park. It's been all about two cars at the front of the field. The Audi R8 owned by Peter Erscheg, driven by Peter and Andrew Bentley. The Aston Martin Vulcan of Venture Innovations, Gleb Stepanovs and Stephen Tompkins. And this time the Aston does come into the pits. So the Chameleon into the pits then. It will be Stephen Tompkins who will take over. And that means that the Audi R8 goes to the front of the field once again of Andrew Bentley. Lapping less than a second off the car's personal best at the moment. Leader heads up towards the Shell hairpin. As the Ginetta is in for its stop-go penalty as well, and the Jaguar F-Type has come in as well. Callum Thompson handing over to Adam Thompson. Is that a leak for the Jaguar F-Type? That doesn't look too good, does it? Yep, bonnet's coming off. It's leaking something. Whether that's oil or fuel, we're not sure. Okay, Ian can give us an update, I think, down in the pit lane.
Right, welcome to the pits here. Right, Mr. Thompson, looks like there's a bit of fuel leakage going on here.
Yeah, everything was going well until that point, so I think that's just one of those things. But the positive is that that's probably the best the car's felt for us in 3 years. So a lot of issues that we had yesterday with the gearbox. Took us a long time to get on top of that. Last session yesterday it sort of came together, and then today it's been pretty good for us. So it's a shame we've had a delay like that because the performance out on track was there today. So.
Well, hopefully you get it fixed quickly and get yourselves back out there. Pretty hot though, right?
Unbelievably hot. I felt like I was going to pass out when I got out of the car. It's really, really warm in there. So, yeah, it's going to be a tough challenge, I think, for a lot of the drivers today.
Yeah. Thanks for talking to us. Best of luck out there as well. I don't know if you could just see very quickly, put the camera around because the Vulcan's just gone back out. It's just literally gone to the end, but I can say the Vulcan back out on track. Dave, back to you.
So we're coming up towards the first hour mark then here at Oulton Park. It's an Audi 1-2 currently, the Aston Vulcan having pitted. Stephen Tompkins now on board the number 6, the Chameleon. Looks great, doesn't it, with that, so I assume it's a wrap on the Vulcan. I first saw it in the paddock, I thought it was a snake, but something a bit less sinister. Andrew Bentley and Peter Erscheg's Audi continues to lead the way, the R8. It's an Audi 1-2 with the TCR car of now Jonathan Beeson on board in second position. The Porsche of Alex Sedgwick trying to recover up the order. Vulcan laps Tom Jackson in the number 108. They're in sixth position, he and Amir Narain. There's a fight between Peter Montague and Dan Brown. Aston Martin, Dan on board at the moment, passing Josh Tomlinson in their Ginetta. That was for 9th position in different classes. Brown 4th in Class D, and the Ginetta 2nd in Class G. Lead gap is up to 21 seconds now. Is the TCR car going to be caught for second place? There is the 83 of Mac G Racing. There is the Porsche of Alex Sedgwick. Huge CV in motorsports is Alex, including plenty of racing on the American ovals. Porsche now closing on the Ginetta for what is third place. The fastest lap of the race, interestingly recorded by Stephen Tompkins in 5th position, 1:39.826. They dipped below the 1 minute 40 second mark for the first time. So Tompkins now the quickest car on track in 5th place in the Aston Vulcan. It's Bentley who leads, and Jonathan Beeson in the Audi TCR car. 3rd, it is Owen Hizzy in the Ginetta. 4th, Alex Sedgwick in the Porsche 911 Cup. And 5th, it is Stephen Tompkins in the Aston Vulcan. So the top positions being slightly jumbled. George Healer still hasn't made a pit stop in the Audi RS3 Saloon. Tom Jackson's got his GT4 Merc up into 6th on the class lead. Just a few seconds ahead of Chris Overend for Team Brits. TCR class leader, the Audi RS3, with Jonathan Beeson on board. Change for third place further back as expected. Alex Sedgwick has got the Porsche ahead of Scott Simmons, I can tell you. There's the 108, which is Tom Jackson. It's the Jaguar F-Type still in the pit lane with that fuel leak. Such a shame for the New Barn Racing team. They've never seemed to have any luck at all mechanically. Tom Jackson continues to lead Class D for the GT4 cars. How far ahead of Team Brit is he? 6.7 seconds ahead of Chris Overend. Through the order at the 1 hour mark then. Erteg and Bentley lead in the Audi R8s. They've just gone through to complete their 32nd lap. Beeson and Healer in second place in the Audi R8 TC3. In third place is the Thurston, De Leon and Sedgwick Porsche. Fourth place is Owen Hizzy and Scott Simmons in their Ginetta G55 Super Cup. Fifth is Alex Stepanovs and Stephen Tompkins. Naran and Jackson, Amir Naran and Tom Jackson in sixth position. Seventh place, Overend and Trundley, and the number 87 car does now come into the pits. So Healer and Beeson Audi. Jonathan Beeson will take over. It was the last car that hadn't made its first pit stop. So running a slightly different strategy to everybody else. Anyway, we'll move back to our run through the order. Seventh place is Overend and Trundley for Team Brit in their McLaren. Eighth, Jones and George in the Mercedes. Montague and Brown's Aston Martin is ninth. 10th place is Johnny McGregor and Josh Tomlinson. They dropped back after their stop into 10th place. Thompsons were 11th, but they're back in the pits of the Jaguar F-Type with that fuel leak. Woodman and Byford are back out there, some 13 laps in arrears after their early problems. Gales and Hutchinson lost the wheel. Hull and Avery in with problems as well, and of course Callender and Tyson we know having their brakes worked on. Battle for fourth place then, with Tompkins staying ahead of Owen Hizzy and indeed pulling away from him now through Cascades. It's a good effort by the Ginetta, keeping up with much more powerful cars in the capable hands of Owen Hizzy. Four cars in pits at the moment, plus one missing due to that loose wheel. The number 2 car Gales and Hutchinson. Just waiting for the rest of the field to come through and the timing screen to update itself now. Over the line goes the Porsche, showing as a lap back on the Audi. Urseg and Bentley. Porsche has got Tompkins closing on it, 11 seconds up. A new fastest lap that time for Stephen Tompkins in the Aston Vulcan, 1:39.654. Last lap though for Andrew Bentley was that car's personal best, a 1:40.398. It's the R8 from the Porsche, the Vulcan in third place. Then the Ginetta of Hizzy and Simmons is in fourth. The class leaders, Class A being led by Urseg and Bentley, Class C by Thurston, DeLeon and Sedgwick, Class D by Naran and Jackson in their Mercedes. In Class F, it's the Thompson boys in their Jaguar F-Type. Still a long way to go yet. It's an arduous task for these drivers. The marshals in this heat as well. So with others having made their stops now, the Audi I think is a full lap ahead. The R8, yeah, once everything has now cycled through. 35 laps completed by our race leader Andrew Bentley. And to watch on lap times is Tompkins in the Aston Vulcan. Comes the Porsche up to lap the TCR Audi of George Healer and Jonathan Beeson. Jonathan now back on board after a late pit stop for that car. Although the pit window opens 20 minutes into the race and closes with 20 minutes to go. You can make your stops anytime you like during that time. Looking out wide there, the Audi coming into Knickerbrook. And just about managing to gather things up as Alex Sedgwick closes him down in the Porsche. Here comes the Mercedes. It's a lap on the Audi saloon. What's the gap between second and third places? Tompkins closing in. His last lap was a 1:41.3, but he still closed in. He's just under 6 seconds behind Alex Sedgwick in the Team Hard Porsche now. So we're going to see the Vulcan renew its battle with the Porsche 991 Cup. That gap is definitely coming down. Vulcan, the only car that's lapped under 1:40 so far in this race. 1:39 rather, 0.654. There it is in the background. Into the chicane at Hislops through Knickerbrook. It's still Sedgwick who holds second. Such a well-drilled team at Erteg Bentley and their pit crew. They've been able to get a whole lap ahead of the rest of the field. Here comes the Vulcan up on the Audi RS3. On John Beeson, through he goes. No problem at all. Come down now to less than 3 seconds. We see them there as they head towards Island Bend. Stephen Tompkins still closing all the time. We're over 30 seconds clear of Owen Hizzy in 4th place in the Ginetta. Naran and Jackson now up to 5th, rounding out that top 5 ahead of Overend and Bobby Trundley for Team Brit in 6th place. Told the Audi R8 is going to be coming in for a second stop fairly shortly. In comes the 108 car for its second stop. Now we don't know for certain if every car has handed over drivers, so some of them may be staying in the cars. The 108 car has come in, and the leader comes in as well. The number 9 Audi is in for its second stop. So the Erteg Bentley car has come in. Meanwhile, at Lodge, Stephen Tompkins overtakes Alex Sedgwick and will take the lead of the race with the Audi R8 in pit lane. Over the line they go. The Jaguar F-Type is heading back out after repairs to that fuel leak. They've lost a few laps, but able to get back out again. The Aston Vulcan that has taken the lead on track. Erteg and Bentley. Stepanovs and Tompkins ahead of Alex Sedgwick now in the Porsche. A number of runners making their second stops. Work going on in pit lane on our race leader. Stephen Tompkins, the fastest lap of the race, 1:39.654. Here's the Montague and Brown Aston Martin attacking the number 21 Jones Mercedes. Matt George currently on board that car. 2 GT4 cars scrapping it out. It's for 6th overall, 2nd and 3rd in Class D. This is being led by Overend and Trundley. Audi R8 rejoining from the pits. Let's see where it rejoins. Still be shown as the leader for this lap, but we know it'll have dropped back. Still this battle going on between the 21 and the 50, the Merc and the Aston Martin. This is for 2nd in class and 6th overall. And we can hand down to the number 9 PB Racing pit, where Ian is talking with Peter Erteg.
Yeah, here we are, everybody, in the pits. I'm here with Peter Ersick. Peter, quite a long stint there actually for you. I know you did stop a little bit earlier, but you stayed in the car, didn't you?
Yeah, we always try and do a fuel, basically end of fuel, so about an hour 15 for us in the car. No matter what circuit on, so that was always the plan. Yeah, we did a stop on the safety car, which didn't quite go to plan. I think we're a bit short, so we have to do a penalty for that one. But yeah, it was a good stint. You know, I just tried to get my head down, get as much gap as I could on the Vulcan, just in case something went wrong in the pits. And yeah, I think the safety car kind of worked out for us this time.
So I guess really now it's just in the second hour of the race, everybody just seems to be getting their head down, keeping going. What about the tyres? It's quite hot out there. No too many worries?
Yeah, after about an hour, it wasn't particularly pleasant going through some of the fast corners. It was a little bit slippery, but you know, we managed them okay. You just got to be careful of them a little bit.
Peter, thanks for talking to us. Best of luck, and we'll see you later, no doubt. Dave, let's hand back to you.
So Peter Ersick's partner this weekend in the car, Andrew Bentley, now back out on track. See where that car rejoins in just a moment. I think it's only dropped down to third place as a result of that stop. Still the Vulcan that leads the way. Now 8.3 seconds clear of the Porsche of Alex Sedgwick in second place, so I think this is going to be a two-car battle for victory, the Audi R8 and the Aston Vulcan. Wait and see what the Porsche can do as well. I would suspect those three will lock out the podium barring any major problems. Still these two at it further back, the 21 of Jones and George and number 50 of Montague and Brown. Now far behind Overend and Trundley there. Inside comes the number 50. It's Dan Brown, I think, taking the 21 of Matt George. Matt George trying to fight back as they come up along the straights. .50 holds it. Now, how far behind Team Brit are they? Just over 3 seconds, I think. So 3 cars not in running order at the moment. Girls and Hutchinson in the Cupra we saw lose a wheel. Nick Hull and Richard Avery still in the pit lane. Problems for EDF Motorsport once again. The Callender and Tyson Honda in the pit garage with brake problems. Laps completed of the Oulton Park International Circuit, then 11.6 seconds now the lead gap, another 3.3 seconds gained by Stephen Tompkins on that last lap, pulling away from the Team Hard Porsche. Ersick and Bentley down to third, they're about 10 seconds back on the Porsche. And fourth is Owen Hizzy sharing with Scott Simmons. They've made 2 stops so far. One of them was a penalty, though. Still lead Class G. Class D led by Chris Overend and Bobby Trundley. Here they come down towards Old Hall. Got the number 50 of Montague and Brown just behind him, and the 21 of Jones and George, all keen for a class win. Further back, it's still Beeson and Healer who lead the TCR class in 9th place in the Audi RS3. Fell back after their fairly late pit stop. They were one of the last to pit for the first time. Number 21 car. Some fight for the lead of the class is on, meanwhile, because the 50 of Dan Brown has caught the number 68 car of Chris Overend. It's going to be close for the class lead. McLaren versus Aston Martin. Pulls up alongside, down the hill, into the right-hander. The Team Britcar driven by Chris Overend has just about held it. piling up there as they go up Clay Hill towards Druids. Now, is that the Aston Vulcan I can see gaining on these as well? Yes. Here comes the much more powerful Aston Martin, our race leader Stephen Tompkins, making short work of the GT4 cars. Through he goes. See what his gap is over the Porsche this time through. It's been increasing every lap. It's up to 17.1 seconds now. Shagan Bentley still third, Andrew Bentley in the car. He has made 2 pit stops, not just one. This battle raging in the GT4 class, Class D. Montague and Brown, Overend and Trundley. Chris Overend just ahead of the number 21 George, sorry, not Montague and Brown there, out in front of the class. Only by a few lengths. There was having a look there, the Mercedes of Matt George, number 21. I mean, he's just crossing the start-finish line in front of me. He's in a rather lonely 4th place. Got a message to say it is Chris Jones currently on board the 21, thank you. Matt George on board at the moment. Apologies for any confusion regarding driver changes. Have a change for 2nd place while we were watching the GT4 cars there. In the GT3 cars, the Audi R8 has got through into 2nd place ahead of Alex Sedgwick. Now we'll see what his gap is and compare the lap times as they cross the line. 17.93 seconds to Stephen Tompkins up the road. Well, he's lapping a second and a half quicker at the moment. Heads towards Island Bend. So there's 12 running out of the 15 cars that started. Callender and Tyson car, the Honda Civic still in its pit garage, as is the Cupra of Hull and Avery. Of course, we lost Gales and Hutchinson's Cupra with that loose wheel. A couple of cars that had problems early on are back out. Woodman and Byford in the Cupra TCR. And the Thompsons in the Jaguar, having repaired that fuel leak. Still the Stepanovs, Tompkins, Aston Martin, which continues to lead. Leader heads through the start. It's 45th lap. Coming up to half distance fairly soon in this round 3 of the season for the MSUK British Endurance Championship. New fastest lap for Andrew Bentley, 1:39.211, so he's on the attack once again. 16.31 seconds is the gap. Took over 1.5 seconds out of the Aston Martin's advantage that time around. Let's see if the Audi can hunt down the Vulcan. This is what we should have seen at Brands Hatch, a duel between these 2 cars. Porsche leading Class C, the Vulcan Class A, Class D is Montague and Brown. The Team Brit McLaren has pitted. It's Bobby Trundley swapping back in. We'll wait and see. They might be pitting a little out of sequence with the others, maybe on a different strategy, because they pitted during the safety car, of course. First safety car period for the stranded Cupra of Avery and Hull. Let's see what the gap is this time through. It was just over 16 seconds between Tompkins and Bentley. Let's see what it is this time through, as Bentley has set a new fastest lap last time through. Comes in to complete his 45th lap. 14.8 seconds is now the gap, and the number 50 car is in, the Montague and Brown Aston Martin. So a couple of the GT4 cars making their stops. The gap that time through 14.8 seconds. The Audi R8 taking out another second and a half from the Aston Martin Vulcan's lead for Venture Innovations. PB Racing closing in, looking for win number 2 of the season. There is the Team Brits at McLaren. That was a fairly rapid stop for them, I think. Montague and Brown came in as well, so maybe there's a few mind games going on in Class D, the GT4 class. The Audi RS3 further back has gained a couple of spots. Jonathan Beeson and George Healer, they're back ahead of the McGregor and Tomlinson Ginetta G55 Super Cup. Leader coming up to complete another lap. 46 in the book. 141.8 recorded this time through, so about a second and a half off their personal best, Tompkins and Stepanov's. Gap has come down a little, 12.3 seconds between the two leaders this time through. Tompkins will be impatient here, trying to get past the 4th place car. So we've got just 3 cars on the lead lap now. He's lapped Owen Hizzy and Scott Simmons in the SVG Motorsport Ginetta. R8 heads out of the Shell hairpin up towards Britain's. Beeson and Healer still lead the TCR class. What about in Class F further back, where their only runner is the Thompsons? Laps completed this time through by our race leader, as we have a look at the Team Brits McLaren. It's rejoined just behind the 87 car, one of our TCR pace setters. Probably a lap or so between them. It's not a fight for position. The McLaren, the more powerful car, goes through over Hilltop. 74 car has come in of Hizzy and Simmons. That looks like a scheduled stop for the Ginetta. New fastest lap of the race by the Audi R8, 138.661. Gap has come down again, 9.716 as a result of that very rapid lap for Andrew Bentley, 138.661. Just over 20 seconds ahead of Sedgwick in third. Here's one of our Ginettas, that's the McGregor and Josh Tomlinson car. Currently in 7th place. They were most of a lap behind the Hizzy and Simmons car when it came in, and the Jaguar F-Type is back into the pit lane as well, the number 88. So that's the second stop for that car. The Woodman and Byford car is back in as well. Whether that's a scheduled stop or whether there's more problems, I'm not sure. Spotted that car back in pit lane. We presently have 10 cars out on track. Still leading is Tompkins, but for how much longer? Because another fastest lap of the race for Bentley, 138.590. He's got the gap down to just over 5 seconds now, so he's surely about to catch the Aston Vulcan, the Audi R8 GT3. 48 laps completed. We've reached halfway, so the order is Stepanovs and Tompkins leading in the Vulcan. Ersheg and Bentley in the Audi in 2nd place. Thurston, De Leon and Sedgwick in 3rd in the Porsche 991 Cup. Fourth place is the Jones and George Aston Martin Mercedes GT4. They're in 4th position. It's Beeson and Healer in the first, the TCR cars in 5th position. McGregor and Tomlinson lead the Ginetta class now in 6th, with Hizzy and Simmons now having dropped to 7th as a result of a pit stop. Amir Naran and Tom Jackson are in 8th place in their Mercedes in Class D. 9th behind them, Montague and Brown in their Aston Martin. Rounding out the top 10, Overend and Trundley in the McLaren. 11th is the Cupra TCR of Woodman and Byford. That car is still running. Thompson's with the Jaguar in the pits at the moment. We lost Steve Gales and Brad Hutchinson. Their car had to be towed in after losing a wheel. We also lost Nick Hull and Richard Avery, and also the Callender and Tyson Civic currently in the pits. So that's the running order at half distance, or just about half distance in this one. And again, fastest lap of the race. The Audi has done a 1:38.017 now. There it is. You can see the gap. It's down to less than 2.5 seconds now. It's only a case of how long before Andrew Bentley catches Stephen Tompkins for the lead here. There's the Aston, the Chameleon. They've got the Cupra of Byford and Ash Woodman in the middle. I suspect it's Martin Byford on board at the moment. No answer to the pace of the GT cars though. The Audi is reeling off the fastest laps. He's almost caught the Vulcan. Here come the leaders then into Lodge Corner. What's the gap going to be this time? Well, it's a case of not if or when, but where the Audi is going to get through, I think. Here they come over the line. The gap was down to 0.8 of a second. No new fastest lap that time, to a 1:38.6 for Andrew Bentley. They lap the Hizzy and Simmons Ginetta. I think it's Scott Simmons back on board that machine now, but I'm not certain. Here they come up towards Island Bend. Still Stephen Tompkins and Gleb Stepanovs. Tompkins on board the Aston at the moment, has the lead. They go up towards Shell Hairpin. R8 looking the more steady of the two cars. Closes down. These two 43 seconds clear of the Porsche in 3rd place. Down towards Hislops and Knickerbrook. There's only a car's length in it now between the two of them. Where is Andy Bentley going to strike? Out of Knickerbrook, up Clay Hill. Likely to get him on the run into Lodge, I would think. Overtaking at Druids is very tricky indeed. No, he's not close enough there. Of course, once he's through, he'll set about building as big a lead as he can for the next pit stops. Down to Lodge. Is he going to be close enough here? The number 9 Audi. No, he's not quite. We're over the line, nose to tail. Half a second in it as they cross the line. Still, he won't change his attacking methods here. He's got the headlights flashing away there. He's right up alongside him now. He's going to get him on the exit of Cascades. He goes through. The Audi goes through into the lead. We said it was only a matter of time. And the Bentley-driven Audi goes through past the Tompkins Aston Martin. So Andrew Bentley takes the lead. And the Audi R8 GT3 is back in front. So it's 51 laps the distance. We're on lap 52 now. Saw Tompkins just run a little bit deep into Cascades there. That was the only invitation that Andrew Bentley needed in the car owned by Peter Ershegen. Now he'll start building a lead once again over the chameleon liveried Aston Vulcan. Looks extraordinary, doesn't it? And you can see he's fairly rocketing away already ahead of the Aston Vulcan. Porsche's still in third place. We haven't forgotten about the Team Hard Porsche of Brad Thurston, Darrell De Leon and Alex Sedgwick either. It's Alex Sedgwick in third place. He's 48 seconds behind these two. A lap up on the Jones and George Mercedes in fourth place. There's the Porsche. Just catching a glimpse of it there coming over Hilltop. Leader coming up to lap the number 87 Audi, the Beeson and Healer car. That's still going well up there in fifth place. I can tell you the Ginetta of McGregor and Tomlinson has pulled into the pits. So pit stop going on for Mac G Racing. Here comes the Porsche in third place for Team Hard. Runners up last time out at Brands Hatch. Just looking at the results from the single race at Brands Hatch. The MS UK British Endurance Championship. PB Racing's Audi with Marcus Clutton on board instead of Andrew Bentley on occasion, won by 6 laps of the Brands Hatch Indy circuit, but it was fairly close to second place. Thurston and De Leon were second in the Porsche, with Jones and George in the Venture Innovations Mercedes completing the podium, just ahead of Montague and Hall in the Aston GT4. Owen Hizzy and Scott Simmons rounded out the top 5. Team Brick was 6. Chris Overend was partnered by James Whitney on that occasion. Then Amir Naran and Tom Jackson was 7th. The Cunninghams in their Porsche were 8th. The Class C Porsche 997 Cup, but they're not here this weekend. Woodman and Byford won the TCR class in 9th, and it was Maurice Henry and Lewis Kent in an Audi S3 touring car that finished 10th for Team Hard. Lewis Kent, the former TCR UK champion. Audi gets past the Team Brick McLaren. They're still going well in 7th place, 3rd in class. Over Hilltop they come. 20 minutes to go. See what the gap is as they come through. The Audi hasn't pulled away by a huge margin over the last couple of laps. Just over 3 seconds in it between the two leaders now. McGregor and Tomlinson, Ginetta is still in the pit lane, so possibly a problem for them. Gap increased on that last lap. It's just over 5 seconds now between the Audi and the Aston, so the Audi now starting to pull away. 138.9 last time through, the Aston a 140.9, so 2 seconds gained. So Hizzy and Simmons get the lead of the Ginetta class back again, the G55 Super Cup. McGregor and Tomlinson still in the pit lane. See if that car heads back out. 11 cars on circuit at the moment. Some of them, a couple of them, quite a few laps down after problems earlier on. The Woodman and Byford car and the Thompsons. Oh, problems for the Jaguar F-Type. That's gone off. Where's that? That, I think, is at the exit of Druids. Yes, the marshals have extricated from the tyre wall. He's gone straight on at Druids there. That's the Thompsons in the Jaguar F-Type in the tyre wall. He's trying to get it going again. Not sure which of the Thompsons is on board that car at the moment. The Jones and George Mercedes has come into the pits. That's a scheduled stop. It's the leader of Class D, and the Jaguar F-Type has got going again. Let's have a look. There's not too much damage there, look, just a little bit of a dislodge to the front panel there, but I'm sure that car will come straight into the pits. Indeed it does. So in comes the Jaguar F-Type after a quick trip into the tyre wall Druids. I can see a bit of as it goes past my commentary box, I can see a bit of bodywork loose at the back as well, so they'll have to check on that. Into the garage it goes. Now I don't know whether that car will be retired or whether they'll work on it and get it back out again. Lead gap is up to just over 10 seconds. We've got Jones and George's Mercedes in the pits, the number 21. McGregor and Tomlinson's Ginetta is in. Now the Thompson's in as well, so only 9 cars currently circulating out of the 15 that started this race. Of course, we lost 1 car in qualifying. If you missed the beginning of this 3-hour race, the Ferrari 458's Chris Compton Goddard and Charlie Ham's car had an accident in qualifying, was unable to start the race. Last lap of the race, 138.408 for Andrew Bentley. The lead gap up to 14.78 seconds now. 1.25 hours to go. Number 21 Mercedes heading back out of the pits, I can see. Still leading the TCR class in a very good 4th overall now is the Beeson and Healer Audi RS3. So it's a good day to be an Audi driver here at Oulton Park. We can hand down to Ian Waterhouse in the pits then. He's talking to Chris Jones of the number 21 Mercedes team.
Yeah, everybody, welcome down to the pits. Chris Jones just got out of the car after a stint. How was it out there?
Pretty hot. It was a pretty long stint, so yeah, I mean, I started to lose a bit of grip towards the end, so yeah, as the tyres were getting worn and the track getting a bit hotter, but yeah, it was good. Enjoyed it.
How many stops have you done now? Because you've got to do 3, of course. Is that you done, or?
Yeah, that's the 3rd stop now, yeah. So I think we took advantage of the safety car a little bit earlier on, got the driver changes done, and now it's just Matt George to the end, so.
I thought you'd be on something a little bit harder than water if you don't have to go back out now.
Yeah, I did see some beers in the fridge, so I might delve into those in a bit after the race.
After the race, right, I'll be back here after the race as well. Dave, back to you.
The Aston Vulcan has just pulled into the pits, I can tell you, for its 2nd stop. There it is in pit lane. End of lap 57. It's a drop 23 seconds back on the leading Audi of Peter Erceg and Andrew Bentley. Bentley continuing his relentless pace, lapping in the 138s. The Aston Vulcan, you can see quite clearly there that extraordinary colour scheme. It doesn't change colour like a chameleon. Interesting if it did. Driver standing by with the fire extinguisher there as the fuel goes in. So a scheduled stop for the number 6. Aston Vulcan of Gleb Stepanovs and Stephen Tompkins. Now, how far behind was the Porsche? Nearly 1 minute down was the Thurston, De Leon and Sedgwick Porsche. There's the Audi lapping the 108 Mercedes. Tom Jackson and Amir Nara. They have until 20 minutes before the end of the race to make their 3 mandatory stops in this 3-hour event. A few minutes before the end of the 2nd hour of this race. Beeson and Healer have come in as well in the Audi TCR car, the RS3. 4th place overall, leading their class. 2nd in the TCR class is Woodman and Byford. So all the other TCR cars, the other 2 Cupras, have both hit trouble early on. It's all playing into the hands of the 87. There's our 3rd place car, the Team Hard Porsche 991. That was 58 seconds down on our 2nd place car, the Aston Vulcan. I feel fairly well spread out around this Oulton Park circuit now in this 3rd round of the season for the MS UK British Endurance Championship, and into the 2nd half of this race now. The drivers are going to be feeling the heat now. Some of them starting to get pretty fatigued, I would think. Mentioned earlier how hot it gets in these cars, and I've only experienced a couple of laps as a passenger in a GT3 car, and it was very hot in there then. When you consider that these drivers will be wearing their full race suits, fireproof underwear, gloves, boots, crash helmets, and having to drive these long stints in these cars. Is a struggle. No wonder they call it endurance racing. Full credit to all of them. New fastest lap of the race for Andrew Bentley. He's not feeling the effects at all. 137.852. He's just getting quicker and quicker in the Audi. The Porsche in 2nd place, and the Aston having fallen to 3rd as a result of that stop. Here's a nice close little battle. The number 50 of Montague and Brown. They've got the Woodman and Byford car is several laps down in the middle of them there, and that's the Hizzy and Simmons Ginetta. That's the battle for 8th position overall between the black Aston and the red and white Ginetta. They're 4 laps down on the leaders. Yes, they're together now. The Ginetta has caught the Aston. That's suggesting to me that it's Owen Hizzy on board that machine. A very quick young racer indeed. He's come through the likes of Junior Saloon car racing up into Ginettas, and number 74 goes through a little bit wide on the exits, gets a wheel onto the curb, and gets ahead of the number 50 MKH Aston Martin. Over the line they go. We can head down to the pits with Ian to the Venture Innovations team. He's talking to Aston Martin Vulcan man Stephen Tompkins.
I'm here with Steve Tompkins. We do have your best side. It looks like that banana's well deserved. It's pretty hot out there, right?
Yeah, just a bit. Yeah, do you know, when I got out, I didn't realise how tired I was, but it's the heat in the car. But
what's it like driving that Vulcan though? Because I actually laid down in front of it before the race going just to see how wide it was. I'm 5'7" and I think it's wider than me.
yeah, it's one, it's a privilege. It's just a mega car. It's beautiful. It's very neutral. It's not a thoroughbred racing car, you know, it's a gentleman's hybrid car for track days, and these boys, Venture, have just put it on the track and done a good job with it. You know, we haven't got the resources, all those German manufacturers to go and find it, but it's mega. Sounds great, feels great, puts a smile on my face every time. The gear changes are great, it's wonderful.
I can see the big smile anyway. Now it's handed over, of course. Best of luck for the rest of the race, won't you? Expectation now?
Well, we're second now, minimum of second, I'm hoping, so touch wood. And when the Audi passed me, he called me up. They're obviously quicker, very strong under the brakes. And I was thinking, right, it's only going to be a mistake, they'll let him by. 2 corners later, I outrated myself down into Cascades. So.
Your own commentator's curse there.
Yeah, absolutely. But I've got to say, a big well done to Venture, because they sorted the car out since Brands. Turn it round, I mean, it's turning chameleon now, isn't it? But just the full-on job, and Aston Martin Agonda for shipping parts, getting the parts to the team sorting it out. So well done, Venture, and thank you, AML.
It's nice to see, actually, those who didn't know, of course, Brands didn't quite go to plan, did it early retirement there.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, a bit too early. And we both come to Oulton Park with a bit of a Jonah on our shoulder, because obviously Gleb's with his problem with Brands, and me last year at Druids here. So we both arrived with a bit of caution, but hey, his time's tumbling, and he's getting a bit too close to me now. So.
That's a bit psych about that, Steve. Thanks for talking to us. Best of luck for the rest of the race. It's great to see you. Dave, back to you.
As you can see, while we were talking to Venture Innovations and Stephen Tompkins down there, the Porsche has been into the pits for Team Hard, and it will be Brad Thurston, the former Clio racer, who's taken over at the wheel of that car. So we'll see how things slot back together there. Another new fastest lap of the race for Andrew Bentley, 1:37.513. The Audi once again making the race its own, just as it did at Brands Hatch. There is the Vulcan with Gleb Stepanovs, the Latvian driver, now back on board. The new livery has certainly divided opinion among our viewers. There's the number 87. They've just been in for another pit stop. They're down to 9th place in the classification now. We haven't seen the Thompson boys in the Jaguar F-Type re-emerge after their trip into the tyre wall. They're back in the pit garage, and also McGregor and Tomlinson with problems as well in the Ginetta. One hour and 6 minutes to go here at Oulton Park in our 3rd round of the season for the MS UK British Endurance Championship. The Audi of Peter Erscheg and Andrew Bentley continues to dominate proceedings. Stepanovs and Tompkins still in 2nd place in the Aston Martin Vulcan. The Porsche in 3rd. They've just been into the pits. Both of those 2 cars, the Aston and the Porsche of Thurston, De Leon and Sedgwick. It's Brad Thurston on board at the moment, the Team Hard Porsche. Up into 4th now, it's the Amir Naran and Tom Jackson Mercedes AMG GT4. They lead Class D now, with some of their rivals having pitted. It's Overend and Trundley 2nd behind them in the Team Brits McLaren. That's just crossed the line. 39 seconds is the gap between the 2 of them. And Jones and George, who recently made a pit stop in 6th position. Leading the Ginetta class is Owen Hizzy and Scott Simmons in 7th place, because their only rivals McGregor and Tomlinson have had a problem there back in the pits. Montague and Brown in their Aston Martin, Peter Montague and Dan Brown are in 8th place with their Aston Martin. And Beeson and Healer, that's Jonathan Beeson and George Healer with the Audi RS3, the Paul Sheard run car, down to 9th, having run as high as 4th overall, but they still lead the TCR class because all their rivals have hit problems. Second in that class in 11th place is Woodman and Byford. They had problems at the start of the race. Of course, we lost the other two Cupras with problems early on. They're out of the race. Something flew off there just in front of my commentary box. Down the straight there was a bit of debris on the home straight. I don't know who that's come off. I've just spotted on the start-finish line some debris. We don't know which car that's from. Hopefully nobody will puncture on that. Just a couple of little pieces of bodywork. See a marshal going to inspect the front straight down here, because I've got a couple of bits of bodywork on track just on the start-finish line. The clerk of the course will look at that. Meanwhile, racing continues here at Oulton Park. Number 50 Aston Martin, the Montague Brown car, gets past the Ash Woodman and Martin Byford Cupra. Is that just moving out of the way, or is that slowing down again? That bit of bodywork, I'm wondering if a car has perhaps blown a tyre that caused that. There's the two running TCR cars together. Yes, I think the Cupra is in trouble again. They see how slow it's going up Clay Hill. So more problems for them. Not been a happy race at all for EDF Motorsports. They lost their other car earlier on, the number 22. There's our class-leading Ginetta, the Hizzy and Simmons car, 7th overall. The Naran and Jackson car is going well, up in 4th place, looking for a victory in the GT4 class, as in comes the number 60 car, the Woodman and Byford car for EDF Motorsports. Saw that car slowing. We'll see if we can pick that up in the pits. More problems for them. Tyres look okay. I thought that car may have suffered a puncture. Can't see any damage there as it's is worked on in the pit area. Fair play to a couple of the marshals. That bit of debris has been removed down there on the front straight. That was some Olympic standard sprinting I've just seen down here in front of my commentary box. That was brave. Bravery of our Orange Army knows no bounds. They've recovered those bits of debris. I'm not sure which car they've come off, unfortunately. So well done to them there for clearing the home straight. No safety car required. 1 hour to go then, so we'll run you through the classification so far as we get up to the 2 hour mark. Leading the way in this 3 hour race, Peter Ersheg and Andrew Bentley in the Audi R8 GT3 for PB Racing. Completing 65 laps so far. Fastest lap of the race, 137.513. Just coming through Druids at the moment. Second place, number 6, Gleb Stepanovs and Stephen Tompkins in the Aston Martin Vulcan for Venture Innovations. They're a couple of laps down now on the Audi R8s. Third place is the Porsche of Thurston, De Leon and Sedgwick. Brad Thurston currently on board that car. 12.5 seconds. Just as I say that, the Audi does a new fastest lap, 1:37.466. The Porsche in third, some 12.5 seconds down on the Aston Martin Vulcan. So is he catching him up there? Let's have a look at the... Yes, because Thurston a quicker driver than Gleb Stepanovs. It's sideways there, the Porsche coming through Knickerbrook. Brad Thurston on board, trying to close in on Gleb Stepanovs. Fourth place, it's the number 108. There's the Merc of Narron and Jackson. I think they're a lap down on the 3 ahead of them. There's not much distance on the track between the 2 of them, but the Class D leader in 4th place is a lap down on the Porsche. 5th overall, the Jones and George Mercedes GT4. Then in 6th position is Chris Overend and Bobby Trundley for Team Brit in the McLaren. 7th is this car, Owen Hizzy and Scott Simmons leading Class G in the Jetta. It looks like their only rivals are out of it, unfortunately. 8th place, the TCR class leader. There is the number 87, the Audi RS3 of Jonathan Beeson and George Healer. At 9th is Peter Montague and Dan Brown in the Aston Martin GT4. The only other car left running and soon to move up into 10th in the classification will be the Woodman and Byford TCR Cupra, because McGregor and Tomlinson are ahead of them in the classification, but they're about to overhaul them on laps completed, with the Ginetta seemingly out of the race. There is the 108 car in the pits. That's the Amir Naran and Tom Jackson Mercedes. I think everybody has now made, has now made at least 2 pit stops. This is the 3rd mandatory stop for this Mercedes. The 22 car's heading back out. I thought this car was out of the race. It's 54 laps down after a number of problems early on. We saw its brake disc on fire at one point. It limped back into the pits. We didn't know what the problem was for Nick Hull and Richard Avery, so they're at least going to try and get some laps in and complete the race. They've got 57 minutes to keep this car going. This is the other EDF Motorsports Cupra TCR car. It's not been a happy day for EDF Motorsports at all, having to give best to Paul Sheard's team in the number 87 Audi. Could be a battle developing for second place soon, because Brad Thurston at the wheel of the Porsche is gaining on Gleb Stepanovs. Gleb Stepanovs, again, with respect to him, is not as quick as his driving partner in the Aston Martin Vulcan, Stephen Tompkins. Stephen Tompkins is the pro of that Pro-Am pairing. Now, where is Brad Thurston? There he is. He's almost caught the Aston Vulcan for second place. So we've got a race on our hands for second place now. Well, these two are getting on towards 3 laps behind the Audi R8 now. As long as that Audi keeps going, it is going to take its 2nd consecutive victory in the MS UK British Endurance Championship. Here comes the Porsche. He's caught him as they go into Hislops. Brad Thurston, he's had victories in Clios in the past, including in Britcar Trophy. He's a very quick GT racer. He's only just moved up to GT racing with Team Hardy. He took this Porsche to 2nd at Brands Hatch, and now he is gunning for second place here. He's going to the outside of Druids. I don't think he's going to get through there. That's a very brave move. Well, going side by side with any car on that section of circuit is brave. Don't very often get alongside at Druids. He might get him into Lodge Corner here. Yes, he will. Brad Thurston goes through into second place. So the Porsche through into second place, but they're 2 laps down on the Bentley and Ersheg Audi R8s. The top 3 cars have all made 2 stops, so they've all got to stop again. They've got to do so before 20 minutes to go, so they've got just over half an hour to make their final stop. The Jones and George Mercedes in 4th place has made 3 stops. Team Brit in 5th place in the McLaren, there they are, they've got to make another stop. There's one car coming into the pits now, and that's the leader coming in. The number 9 car comes in, it must have heard me then. Peter Ersheg and Andrew Bentley. So the leader comes in on lap 69. There is that beautiful PB Racing Audi R8 GT3 liveried by GK Design. Driver gets out. In goes the fuel. There's the Jaguar F-Type as well. Looks like that's going to head back out as well after a bit of a repair to the front end after it hit the tyre wall at Druids earlier on. The number 50 car is in as well, the Montague and Brown Aston Martin GT4. Nice to see a close-up look at the refuelling operation there on the race leading car. You can see all the protective gear that everybody has to wear at these pit stops. Having seen a pit fire at Donington a few years ago, I can tell you it's fully justified everyone wearing it. Oh, and somebody's off. That's the Team Brits McLaren. That car was battling with, yes, the number 108 Mercedes. We'll try and see what happened there if we can. Now, was that for position? I don't think it was, no, because the Mercedes had just been into the pits, so they'd lost a lap and dropped back a little. It is quite close in the midfield, the Class D runners and the Ginetta, because currently the McLaren was about 40 seconds ahead of the Hizzy and Simmons Ginetta. They're 23 seconds ahead in turn of the Beeson and Healer car. Let's see again what happened there. Yeah, just got a bit crossed up on the entry to Hislop, so I don't think there was any contact between the two of them, and just went across the grass. Maybe just missed his braking point, or maybe the brakes are fading a little on the McLaren. The McLaren 570S GT4 of Team Brit. It's got it going again, just in front of the Audi that has rejoined after its pit stop. Should still be safely in the lead then. An incredibly quick run by Andrew Bentley. I would imagine it's Peter Ersheg back on board. Meanwhile, here's that Mercedes we just mentioned of Naran and Jackson battling with Montague and Brown now. Side by side, excuse me, says Montague and the Montague Brown car. Holds the place. Well, I think they're on different laps, these two. Yes, they're a lap apart. So together on track, but a lap apart on corrected time. And the Audi R8's coming up behind them. GT3 and a pair of GT4 cars. He just whips past both of them down hilltop into Hislops. Closing back up, there's the McLaren as well. Certainly have seen some close battling. Admittedly, it's often cars on different laps in this British Endurance Championship Round 3. Those shadows through the trees might be causing some visibility problems as well, especially as fatigue starts to kick in. So one lap in it between first and second place now. Just under 10 seconds in it with the Porsche pulling away from the Aston. Those two cars have got one more stop to make. Brad Thurston will hand over, I believe, to Daryl DeLeon, who started that car. Still the GT4s fighting it out, still leading that class. It's the Jones and George car in 4th overall. They're just under 20 seconds ahead of the McLaren. And the Naran and Jackson car and Montague and Brown, they're 1 and 2 laps down respectively on the McLaren here. They're together on track, but they're a lap apart and 2 laps down on the McLaren behind them. Got that? Good. The field's so spread out, it can be tricky to work out the intervals between these cars. Thanks to our timekeepers for their help there. Still, the Audi continues its relentless progress. The Aston Vulcan has come in, I can tell you, for its final stop. I imagine that'll be Stephen Tompkins getting in for the final push over the final 50 minutes of this race. Don't forget, we do have another race to come up here on BARC TV after this, the second 50-minute race of the day for the ROWE Motor Oil's Britcar Trophy. Maurizio Sciglio in his Ginetta looking for a double. Still the battle goes on in GT4. The leader heads over the line, 71 laps completed, lapping in the 139s now. I imagine it's Peter Erscheg back on board that car. There's the Aston Vulcan in pit lane. The fuel goes in from the Venture Innovations team. The team Brit McLaren has come in as well, maybe to check the car after that off, or is that a scheduled stop? No, they did have another stop to make, so that's a scheduled pit stop. Cars that have not made 3 stops yet are the Porsche in second place, the number 28, the Beeson and Healer Audi RS3, and obviously the Hull and Avery Cupra TCR, because that hasn't really done enough laps to warrant a third pit stop. But they'll have to make one. Woodman and Byford have made 4 stops, but they made some early on, so whether that was outside the pit window I can't remember. Also back in is the Jaguar F-Type. Troublesome race for that car once again. Started very well indeed. Number 87 Audi is back up to 7th now, with others having made stops. They're cruising to the TCR class win, barring any major disaster. There's the Porsche with Brad Thurston on board. That'll have to make one more stop. Daryl DeLeon will be the man to take over. The Audi R8 goes over the line once again. 2 laps ahead of the field. On the shorter course at Brands Hatch Indy Circuit, they won by 6 laps, the PV Racing team. Not quite as dominant here. Two GT4s swing their way out of Old Hall down the avenue. It's lined with trees in the early days of Oulton Park, built in the grounds of the old Oulton Hall. Still, the entrance lodge can be seen at Lodge Corner of the old Oulton Hall, and the track built around its grounds as the Audi just slips through there past the number 21 Mercedes. That was a bit of a dicey move at Britain's, very narrow through that chicane. The Aston Vulcan has re-emerged from the pits. I'm surprised if the Audi is about to catch it here. See where it's re-emerged. There it is. There's the Audi. Thought it might be catching it up. Vulcan now in 3rd place, but the Venture Innovations team will know that Team Hard and their Porsche have to make one more pit stop. Did I just see smoke coming out of the back of the Vulcan? Was that a puff of smoke there coming from the left? Looked like it was coming from the left rear. It looked like it may be a little bit of fluid possibly leaking out. Keep an eye on that. There's the Audi, that's okay. I was sure I saw, as the car came out towards Deer Leap, I saw a little bit of smoke trailing behind the Aston Vulcan. There it is, coming towards the Shell hairpin. Let's have a look on the exit. Look at the left rear. Yes, definitely trailing smoke. Look, there's something wrong with the Aston Vulcan. We don't know what the problem is, but I wouldn't be surprised to see that back into the pits. The 22 car, the Cupra of EDF Motorsports, already many laps down with problems earlier on, is back in as well. That car still refusing to play ball. Yes, that Vulcan is leaking fluid, I'm fairly sure. The Ginetta of Owen Hizzy and Scott Simmons comes in as well. Yeah, that's the third scheduled pit stop for that car because they had a penalty earlier on. So the Ginetta making its final scheduled stop for the SVG Motorsport team. The Aston Vulcan comes over the line past my commentary box. No smoking evidence down the straight there. I'm not too sure. We're into the closing stages now, 44 minutes to go. So the pit stop in progress, the fuel going in for SVG Motorsport and their Ginetta G55. There's the Porsche in second place. A couple of laps behind the Audi, but see what the gap is to the Aston Vulcan as they come through as well. At least EDF Motorsport have got the other Cupra up and running properly now. Still these two battling it out, the number 50 Aston Martin GT4 and the 108 Mercedes. The Mercedes is 8th and the Aston is 9th. They're a lap apart, these two. Still having a good dice. And now a pair of Audis. The race leader laps the TCR class leader. They're currently 7th overall, the Paul Sheard Automotive team. Paul Sheard Autosports, I should say. It's Paul Sheard. I remember watching him in National Hot Rods on the short ovals many years ago, back in the 90s. Later went on to become one of the first in the UK to race a Mazda MX-5. From Congleton in Cheshire. Runs his team in a variety of different forms of racing and in rallying as well. Jonathan Beeson and George Hill have been driving for him in Britcar for some time and into the British Endurance Championship. Still these two GT4 cars scrapping together. In terms of the classes, Class A being led by the Ursheg and Bentley car overall. Class C is being led by the Porsche in second place. Class D by Jones and George in their Mercedes in fourth. Class E by the TCR Audi. Class F would be being led by the Jaguar F-Type, but it's in pit lane. And Class G by Hizzy and Simmons, who have just rejoined after their final pit stop. There they are, just behind our GT4 class leader, the number 21 Mercedes. The lead gap is down to 1 lap due to that pit stop for the Audi. We can now head down to the pits with Ian Waterhouse.
Well, welcome down to the pit lane, everybody. I'm here with the man who's got the sharpest race suit in the British Endurance Championship. Although, after a double stint, Owen, perhaps not so clean now.
Yeah, it's definitely going to the cleaners after this, 100%. But yeah, we did a double stint out there. It was really hot. And then the radio started to pack up in the final stint. So we had no pit car communication, so I had no idea what was going on. We had that unfortunate pit stop, going penalty, which we had to serve, but I think we recovered well. And Scott, we'll just go out there and just finish the job, really.
That was your third and final stop, of course, so all your mandatory stops complete now. Hopefully we won't see you again.
Maybe for the rest of the day, hopefully, yeah. And now it's just get the fluids up and get out with these overalls.
Fantastic. I mean, thanks for talking to us, mate. Best of luck for the rest of the race. And Dave, back to you.
So good to hear from Owen Hizzy there. He's completed his final stint. I think it will be Scott Simmons in the car for the remainder of the race. They're in 8th place overall. And with McGregor and Tomlinson out of the race, it's going to be a guaranteed class win with the Ginetta G55 Super Cup class. So just under 40 minutes of this race left to go then. And the R8 is catching the Aston Vulcan to put another lap on it. Swing their way through Lodge Corner. Couldn't see any sign as it passed my commentary box of that little bit of smoke we saw earlier from the Aston Vulcan. The Audi still has the fastest lap of the race, 1:37.466. While we were away in the pits with Owen Hizzy, the number 87 Audi has come in to make its final stop. There goes the Vulcan, there's the Audi. It's been a display of complete dominance once again by PV Racing. Peter Erteg with Andrew Bentley alongside him this time. So it's been quite a race of attrition, has to be said, here at Oulton Park. Maybe the heat getting to one or two of these cars. Audi has just rejoined in 7th place, the TCR Audi that is, behind Amir Narrow and Tom Jackson's Mercedes. The Aston Vulcan swings its way through Druids, chased by the race leader. One lap in it between Erteg and Bentley and the Porsche of currently Brad Thurston, but that car, the Porsche 991, has to stop again. Plenty of time to do so. So the 3rd place car comes up on the Team Brit McLaren, running well in 5th position. Good to have Bobby Trundley back in the British Endurance Championship. Been racing in British GT more recently with Team Brit. Sharing with Chris Overend. Vulcan goes through. McLaren about a minute down on Jones and George for the lead in the GT4 category, Class D, so they're the best part of 3/4 of a lap apart. There's the Porsche in 2nd place. See if there have been any penalties. No, there hasn't. Only earlier on we saw the number 74 car, Ginetta, get a stop-go penalty for a pit infringement. That's why it's shown as having taken 4 pit stops. Still the R8 presses on in the lead. Lap in it for the lead now between the Audi and the Porsche. Vulcan a further 2 laps back in 3rd. 32 seconds clear of the GT4 class leader, the Jones and George Mercedes. This will help their challenge for the overall championship this year as well, if they can close up on the other classes. Could be a change in the overall championship today if Jones and George take the win in their Mercedes. Chris Jones and Matt George. They're only 2 points behind Ash Woodman and Martin Byford in the championship standings. So this is going to close things right up at the top of the championship. And the classes are all added together. Especially with Montague and Brown. Normally it's Stuart Hall who shares with Peter Montague Senna further back in 4th in class, behind Overend and Trundley and the Naran and Jackson Mercedes. Chris Overend normally shares with James Whitley. Certainly close in the GT4 class. Class C championship was being led by the blue Ferrari, Chris Goddard and his co-drivers. They had an early race retirement at Brandon's and failed to race today after an accident in qualifying. So it is the Porsche that is now going clear at the top as things stand in Class C. Team Hard Porsche finished 2nd overall at Brands Hatch. Also hoping to see the team's Audi BTCC machine. That's not out this weekend. Has the Jaguar F-Type rejoined in Class F? No, it hasn't. So the switch to a Chevrolet LS3 engine has not proved profitable, sadly, but a luckless race once again for the New Barn Racing team. Owen Hizzy and Scott Simmons are going to win the Ginetta category with the demise of McGregor and Tomlinson, so 10 cars still running out of the 15 that started. Fairly close here over the line. The Ginetta of Hizzy and Simmons got Montague and Brown on its tail, and this is for position as well. Montague Brown car up the inside goes through. Scott Simmons won't matter too much because they're in different classes. That's just for pride, really. The Montague and Brown, the more powerful GT4 car, up into 7th overall. And the Porsche has come in. The Porsche is in pit lane from 2nd place. So this is the last of the regular pit stops taking place. It will be Daryl De Leon who takes over. Meanwhile, the Ginetta is about to be dive bombed by another GT4 car. This is the Amir Naran Tom Jackson car, run by the Breakel Racing team. Another team has come from the world of radical sports cars. So this will drop the Porsche, I think, 2 laps down. Will it drop it behind the Aston Vulcan? Have to look and see if the Vulcan comes through while the Porsche is in pit lane. There's the Porsche. Daryl De Leon will climb back aboard. Porsche's in pit lane. Where's the Aston Vulcan? Coming down towards Hislops and Knickerbrook. Be fairly close for 2nd place in this race, you know. There's the leader. There's our TCR class leader, the Audi RS3 coming through. So Vulcan goes through into Old Hall. Has it got 2nd place away? Hasn't swapped over on the timing screen as yet, so this is going to be close. Had a lap to make up. The Porsche is now heading back out. Yes, I think the Porsche crew, the Team Hard crew, have done enough, and that Porsche is going to take 2nd overall. Wait and see if the Aston crew can catch up. Venture Innovations. Out comes the Porsche. Back into the race down the avenue. There's the Vulcan. So they're about half a lap apart now. There's the 2 Audis. Oh, look out. Audi's rather getting in each other's way there. The RS3 was trying to find a place to move over, I think, to let the R8 through. Managed to sort that out without any contact. Half an hour of this race to go then. It's looking good for the PB Racing crew in the Audi R8s. Now, has the Vulcan taken second? I believe it has. Wait a second, the Audi R8's coming into the pits. Is that a scheduled stop? The leader has come in. Now that's showing us a fourth stop. Hopefully our pit reporter is down there. Front wheels being changed. Has the R8 picked up a puncture perhaps, or maybe been a bit heavy on its tyres? Or is this just a final splash and dash? No, they're changing tyres. Well, they're a couple of laps clear, so it shouldn't matter too much to them, just putting fresh rubber on. They've done their scheduled stops. Car that we'll wait and see what the advantage of the Audi was. It was at least a couple of laps ahead, so they should be okay here. Yeah, it's showing us 3 laps ahead when it came into the pits of the Aston Vulcan and the Porsche, so they can, I think, afford to make that extra stop. Saw the McLaren battling it out there with the Porsche. McLaren in 5th place, a couple of laps down on the Porsche. And you mentioning LS3 engines and get comments coming in. It's the Jaguar F-Type that had an LS3 engine transplant in it. Okay, the Audi, I think, is heading back out. The Ginetta's back in as well, the Hizzy and Simmons car. I missed that. No, perhaps a problem there. There hasn't been contact between that and the Audi, has there? I didn't see any incidents anywhere. So the Audi rejoins. Somebody else coming in, the Team Brit McLaren's coming in as well. Okay, let's head down to our pit reporter, Ian Waterhouse, and he can update us on the race leader.
Yeah, welcome down to the pits, everybody. We just saw the Audi R8 come into the pits. Of course, Peter Ursig and Andrew Bentley in that car. It was scheduled, though. It was planned. It was always going to be the plan that they were going to change over and Peter Ursig was going to take the car home. So nothing to worry about at all. Completely planned. Things carry on as normal. We've got, what, less than half an hour or so to go. It's going to get very exciting. Dave, back to you. So a scheduled stop then for our race leader. They could afford some extra time there. There's still a couple of laps ahead of the Aston Vulcan in 2nd place. Here it comes down into Hislops. And a lap clear of the Porsche in turn. So the
McLaren for Team Brit is back in the pit lane. They were second in Class D, 37 seconds clear of the Naran and Jackson Mercedes that we can see here at the back of this little group. Still together with that Aston Martin. They've been together for most of this race, these two cars. And the Ginetta back in the pits as well, the Hizzy and Scott Simmons car. Bonnet is off that car, I can tell you, so there's possibly been a last minute hitch there. 24 minutes of the race to go. Peter Erscheg is now back in the Audi, that is confirmed. Thanks to our pit reporting team. We come into the closing stages of this 3-hour race here at Oulton Park. There's the 28 Porsche, now in third place. A lap back on the Aston Vulcan. Could there be a change for third? Oh, the Porsche's gone straight on. There's going to be a change for third place here, because just behind it there is the 21 of George and Jones, and he's closing on him. We could see the GT4 car up into the top 3 overall, because this is 4th position. They were 5 seconds apart at the line, with the Porsche having made its final stop. So I'm guessing that's Matt George on board the Mercedes there, so he's going for an overall podium. The number 60 Cooper, I can tell you, is coming back into the pits again. Troubled race for them. The Hizzy and Simmons Ginetta is still in pit lane, so they've had a late problem. This is the fight for third place then. It's only 4/10 of a second in it now. The Mercedes got its headlights on. Could we see a surprise here? Could we see the Porsche lose an overall podium? Look at this as they head down the avenue. The Merc has got the Porsche under pressure. That's Daryl De Leon in the Porsche. We think it's Max George in the Mercedes trying to pull alongside him, but the Porsche should have the slight speed advantage. Going down towards the left at Island Bend. Porsche just about holds the place. This is for position as well. This is for a podium place, and around the outside there goes the Merc. He's got him. Now that's not a move you see very often, round the outside at Shell Oil's hairpin, and now he's fairly streaking away into third place. Something happened to the Porsche, I wonder. He just seemed to lose a bit of drive there. So impressive from the Jones and George team. This team looking to try and take the overall championship lead now. We saw the Porsche go straight on, didn't we, at the chicane last time through. See the move again there, just zips around the outside the Mercedes, so the Porsche's got either a grip or a braking problem, I think. Couldn't get the car stopped for the Hislop chicane last time through, so that Porsche, I think, is struggling. See, he's dropped back there from the Mercedes, number 21. Leading Class D ahead of the Naran Jackson Mercedes. The Over and Trundley McLaren made an extra stop there in third in class, and the Montague and Brown Aston. The Woodman and Byford Cooper is heading back out again, at least to try and make the finish, but the Ginetta is still in pit lane, so if we could find out what's happened at SVG Motorsports. Owen Hizzy and Scott Simmons still in pit lane, so it looks like both the Ginettas in trouble in this race, sadly. There's one lap in it for the lead after the Audi made that extra stop. Meanwhile, it's the Vulcan in second place, with the Porsche seemingly starting to struggle for Team Hard, and a GT4 car up there in third place, the number 21 of Chris Jones and Matt George. Window about to close. It'll be 20 minutes to go, and then I think everybody, yes, has completed the minimum number pit stops, which is the main thing. The pit window closes now. 20 minutes of the race to go. Here's a scrap between some of the GT4 cars. They're at it again, these three. And that's for position as well, with the Trundley and Over and McLaren having made an extra pit stop. So this is for position, 6th place, with Montague and Brown. Out onto the grass goes the Aston Martin. Look at this, side by side up Clay Hill. Is he going to get him before they get to Druids? Yes, he's through. The Aston Martin of Montague and Brown moves up into 6th position. And Team Brit are relegated down to 4th in class. Naran and Jackson behind them are a lap up on these two, and they're trying to get through. Jones and George lead the class in 3rd place overall. It's the Team Brit McLaren. I think he's struggling somewhat. We saw it go off once at Hislops earlier on. So Montague and Brown up to 6th. The McLaren down to 7th. The Mercedes behind them is 5th, trying to lap these two. Oh, car 6, that's the Vulcan, has got a stop-go penalty. 2-second stop-go penalty. I presume that's for a short pit stop earlier on. So car 6, a 2-second stop-go penalty. There it is, and it's nearly gone straight on there at Hislops. Whether that's the brakes starting to wear out or whether it's driver fatigue, we don't know. You saw that happen to the Porsche as well. They went straight on at the chicane, and that Aston Vulcan has got a 2-second stop-go penalty. The Porsche's got one as well, 12-second stop-go penalty for the Porsche. These, I think, are for short pit stops. Yeah, car 6, a 2-second stop-go penalty. Car 28, the Team Hard Porsche, 12-second stop-go penalty. So both of our pursuers of the race leader for much of this race will have to call in again. So a couple of cars with penalties for what I believe are short pit stops. That's 12-second stop-go penalty for the 28. There's the Porsche with Daryl De Leon on board. And the Aston Martin, number 6, will have to come in as well. Let's take a look at the timing screen. Yeah, cars 28 and 6 for short pit stops, that is confirmed. This could give the number 21 Mercedes 2nd overall. Stefanovs and Tompkins are only a lap ahead of Jones and George, so let's have a look. 2-second stop-go penalty. Yes, there's the Mercedes behind them. They're a lap apart, these two. Let's see what happens then. I don't think it's for position, this. They are a lap apart. Yes, 2 laps down on the leader, the Aston Vulcan. The Mercedes 3 laps down on the leader. Through Druids they go. It's going to close things up for 2nd and 3rd, certainly. Right-hander at Lodge Corner. Is he going to come in this time? Yes, he is. In comes the Vulcan into the penalty box, which is right below my commentary box. Stop, go. Off he goes again. I was able to look out of the window and see that take place below me. And the Porsche's coming in, I think, as well. I can see. Yep, the Porsche comes in. It's a longer stop for them. 12-second stop-go penalty. The officials down there in the penalty box. That's going to kibosh, I think, every chance that the Porsche had of regaining an overall podium. Porsche leaves. Any more penalties been handed out? No, just those 2, I think. So 15 more minutes for Peter Erscheg and Andrew Bentley at the front of the field to cruise to victory. Porsche leaves the pit lane. 20 seconds down on the Mercedes when they came into the pits. So that's only a short stop for the Vulcan. I don't think that'll let the number 21 Mercedes up into second. Well, the Ginetta is back out and there's damage to the front end of it. Now, how has that happened? We saw the car back in the pits for a long time. Was it because of that damage and they've elected to run with a running repair? Or has something happened since it went back out we haven't seen? We'll try and find out what's happened there to the number 74 Ginetta of Owen Hizzy and Scott Simmons. See what's happened here coming out. Yes, so the front end already damaged, and oh, the local wildlife almost getting involved. A squirrel dodging across the track there. That wasn't what caused the damage to the Ginetta, though. You could see that the bonnet was already lifted on the 74 car. They've just got to keep going to win the class. They're 10 laps down in 9th place. 10 cars still running. The Audi R8, there it is, leads by 2 laps. 91 laps completed now. Leads the Aston Vulcan, which is still second. Still a lap ahead of the Jones-George Mercedes GT4. There's the Vulcan, despite that stop-go penalty. The Porsche has dropped quite considerably further back now. The number 28 for Team Hard. Naran and Jackson still in second place in Class D, 5th overall. Then it's Montague and Brown ahead of the Team Brit McLaren over in Trundley. That bit of smoke we saw earlier seems to have abated now. Beeson and Healer still going in 8th place in the TCR Audi. They're heading for the win in that class. They're some 13 laps clear of Woodman and Byford, the only other TCR car still running. And Hizzy and Simmons in 9th place, heading for the win in Class G. There's the Porsche in 4th place. Yes, the Vulcan and the Mercedes GT4 car both on the same lap pretty much now. That's closed them up a little. There's our 5th position car, that's the number 108 Mercedes. Tom Jackson, the reigning overall champion, along with Wayne Mars in the Rob Boston Racing Mercedes GT3 car last season. Been sharing with Amir Naran this season, running in 5th place for the Brakel Racing team. They're 1 minute 24 seconds back on the number 28 Porsche. Both 4 laps down. Reader coming up to lap the number 50 Aston Martin. They're in 6th place. They've dropped the Team Brit McLaren by some 23 seconds near enough now. Leader coming up to lap the Aston. There's the EDF Motorsports Woodman and Byford Cupra, still running but a long way behind, but at least they'll pick up a few points for second in class, keep up their championship challenge. I reckon the overall champion this year is going to come from either one of the GT4 cars or one of the TCRs, but who knows. There's the McLaren, 7th position. 8th place behind them, it's the Audi RS3 TCR car of Beeson and Healer. There's the Aston Martin, 6th position. Montague and Brown, a consistent run as always from them. There's the leader, slapping the Cupra once again. Motorsport is having to make the best of what's been a tough day. Their other car did briefly re-emerge in the second half of this race, the number 22 of Nick Hull and Richard Avery, but that's now back in the garage. There's the TCR class leader, going to gain some ground on EDF Motorsports. Shared Autosport Audi. There's the Ginetta still going despite that bit of damage to the front end. We didn't see how that occurred, unfortunately. It's going to be taken here by, I think that's the number 21 Mercedes, indeed it is. Almost a full lap apart from the Vulcan you can see behind him, so he's going to re-lap him after his stop-go penalty. Stepanov Tompkins Aston, there it is, the Chameleon. So 10 cars still running then. We got a quick look at all of them there. Out of the 15 that took the start, again bad luck to the R&R Performance Cars Ferrari. Unfortunately involved in an accident in practice. It's a great shame because they have won in this series at Oulton Park in the past in the hands of Charlie Hollings and car owner Chris Compton Goddard. It was Charlie Hand, the very highly rated young gun, who was due to co-drive with Chris Compton Goddard today, but sadly the car damaged in qualifying. Audi R8 GT3 continues its relentless pace. Just it did at Brands Hatch. 2 laps clear of the field. Swings it through. Knickerbrook up towards Clay Hill. It's on its 95th lap now with 7.5 minutes left on the clock. We're going to come up just short of 100 laps, I think, in this race. We would have made 100 laps were it not for the safety car. Audi makes its way up Deer Leap, up across the line, completes its 95th lap and does the fastest lap of the race, 1:37.235. Well, they're not easing off at the end of this race, certainly. Here he comes through Cascades. They're still pushing right to the very end. They may be leading by 2 clear laps, but they're not slowing down at all. There's the Aston Vulcan. They have re-lapped the Jones-George Mercedes after they had to come in for that stop-go penalty. The Aston heading for second place. It's all rather come apart for the Team Hard Porsche in the closing stages. They had a mistake through the chicane down here at Hislops, and then a stop-go penalty of their own for 12 seconds. Their pit stop was short by 12 seconds. That's how long they had to stop for. It's the Audi heading for victory. Less than 6.5 minutes still to go now. Still showing no signs of letting up. Lapping in the 1:37s. The Aston Vulcan is lapping in the 1:43s. That's about 5 seconds off its best pace. The GT4 Merc in the 1:45s, that's a couple of seconds off its best lap, and the Porsche in the 1:49s, 8 seconds off its best lap. Well, the Audi's coming up to lap our third place car. What a great effort by the number 21 crew. That's the other Venture Innovations car. They're going to have both of their cars on the overall podium. The GT4 car is going to finish third overall. It's a lap clear of the Porsche near enough. Team Hard. Comes up on the Mercedes through Shell Oil's hairpin. Spectacular bank corner similar to the carousel at the Nürburgring. There's our second place run, so we've got all the top three together, and the Audi had to back off there, meeting the Mercedes at a narrow point it didn't want to. Excuse me, he says to the Venture Innovations Merc. Through goes Peter Erscheg to lap the Mercedes once again. Could even have a Le Mans style formation finish between the top three here. Not long now, only a couple of weeks to go until the Le Mans 24 hours. Sure, plenty of people here at Oulton Park today in the paddock will be making the trip over to France for that one. Towards the right-hander at Lodge. So about 3 more laps to go now. There's the Vulcan, the Chameleon is going to take second place. It's been a hard-fought 3 hours. Peter Erscheg and Andrew Bentley, some fantastic pace. They really have been a cut above the rest here at Oulton Park today. One of the stars of the day for me has been the number 21 crew, Chris Jones and Matt George in the Venture Innovations Mercedes GT4. I don't think they expected an overall podium today. A fine effort it has been. Here's the Porsche, number 28 with Darrell De Leon back on board. He's got the TCR class leader, soon to be TCR class winner behind him, number 87. The Audi only about 8 seconds off the McLaren as well, the Overend and Trundley car. That's lapping in the 151s. The Audi in the 150s, but he's not going to quite catch him, I don't think. There's the McLaren, so they're about the length of the straight under the Warwick Bridge apart. 2.5 minutes to go. There's the McLaren, there's the Audi, so he'll get the gap down a little, but he won't catch him. There's the Porsche in 4th place. Just over 2 minutes to go. Peter Erscheg with 98 laps completed now. We'll see if he does complete exactly 100 laps here. There is a chance. This 3-hour race. McLaren continues on for Team Brits. Chris Overend and Bobby Trundley. It's been good to have Bobby Trundley back in the fold in this championship. There's the Porsche with the Audi RS3 up behind it. Audi RS3 continuing to go quicker. There he is. 90 seconds left just about on the clock. He's got the Audi RS3 and the Porsche ahead of him. Peter Erscheg just needs to take it easy here. He's not taking it easy. Oh, that was close. Doesn't want the race ruined at this point. He's going to back off so the flag goes out this time, and he's not going to have to do another lap. His lap of the race, 137.18. Dodging about there on the tail of the Sheared Autosports Audi RS3. He wants to get through. I think he is going to have to do one more lap. This is going to be a 100 lap race. Here he comes over the line. Yep, 99 laps completed. So we are going to get 100 laps. I didn't think we were going to at first. There goes Peter Erscheg. Last lap was a 1 minute 40 because he got held up by those couple of back markers. He's got through now. And the last lap board is out. Well, 2 laps clear of the field. Heading for his second consecutive MS UK British Endurance Championship victory. It has been a test of endurance today in the hot weather of Oulton Park. Comes up on the McLaren coming into the Britain chicane, goes through. That's going to be quite fitting, isn't it? Exactly 100 laps in 3 hours. I thought they were just going to come up short, but no. Here come the PB Racing Audi R8 GT3. Peter Erscheg and Andrew Bentley placing Marcus Clutton for this weekend. They've set a quite blistering pace all the way through this race. They started from pole position. They have led pretty much every lap of this race. And it's going to be a dominant victory for the second round in a row of the MS UK British Endurance Championship for 2023 for Andrew Bentley and Peter Erscheg. The Audi R8 comes out of the final corner, takes the checkered flag. 100 laps completed. Victory for the Audi R8 GT3. Gleb Stepanovs and Stephen Tompkins in the Aston Martin Vulcan take second, 2 laps down. The Team Hard Porsche comes across the line in 4th place. We're awaiting our third podium finishers. Here they come. Well done to Venture Innovations GT4 squad. Chris Jones and Matt George, a brilliant 3rd overall. 4th overall, Brad Thurston, Daryl DeLeon and Alex Sedgwick for Team Hard in the Porsche 991 Cup. We'll bring you the provisional results in a moment, but 10 cars go the distance out of the 15 that started. Well done indeed to the PB Racing crew, the very rapid Audi R8s. And well done Venture Innovations, a double podium for their Aston Martin and their Mercedes. I think everybody is in now, so we'll bring you the provisional results in a moment. Peter Erscheg and Andrew Bentley win by 2 clear laps in the Audi R8 GT3, and they of course win Class A. Second place went to Gleb Stepanovs and Stephen Tompkins in the Venture Innovations Aston Martin Vulcan, 2 laps down. Third place went to the Class D winner, Chris Jones and Matt George in the Mercedes GT4, also entered by Venture Innovations. 4th place and the winning Class C going to Brad Thurston, Daryl DeLeon and Alex Sedgwick in the Team Hard Porsche 991. In 5th place overall and 2nd in Class D, Amir Naran and Tom Jackson for Brakel Racing in the Mercedes AMG GT4. 6th place for number 50, Peter Montague and Dan Brown. 3rd in Class D with the MKH Racing Aston Martin GT4. Taking 7th place overall for Team Brits, Chris Overend and Bobby Trundley. They were 4th in Class D with the McLaren 570S. 8th place and 1st in Class E, number 87. That was Jonathan Beeson and George Healer with the Audi RS3 TCR Generation 2 car for Sheared Autosports. 9th place for number 74, Owen Hizzy and Scott Simmons in the Ginetta G55 Super Cup, entered by SVG. They win Class G. And the final finisher, number 10, Ashley Woodman and Martin Byford for EDF Motorsports in the Cupra Leon TCR. 2nd in Class E. We lost Johnny McGregor and Josh Tomlinson after 50 laps with their Ginetta. We lost the Thompsons sadly in the Jaguar F-Type, the Hull and Avery Cupra TCR, and the Stephen Gales and Brad Hutchinson both hitting problems. The Honda Civic also suffered braking trouble and was an early retirement. Commiserations to them, but congratulations to our race winners. Let's head down to Ian in Park Fermé.
Yeah, welcome down to Park Fermé, everybody. What a wonderful race that was. 3 hours of action. Steve, we spoke a little bit earlier. I'll tell you what, I'll let you get your helmet off. Still pretty hot though, isn't it? 2nd place, so happy with that one?
Yeah, very happy. It's great. Yeah, well, over the moon. They're amazing, aren't they? So, sorry, here we go.
I spoke to you actually after you came out before. I didn't think you were going back out again, but you wanted to take it home, right?
Well, no, that was their time. After I spoke to you, sat down and they said 16 minutes and you're going again. I said, is that all right? Didn't have a choice.
Plenty of water. Well done anyway. Congratulations. Second place. Good stuff. Catch up with you on the podium actually as well. We've got Peter Essig over here. Of course, Peter and Andrew Bentley getting the win. Let's grab Peter and we'll grab Andrew if we can as well. Peter, we seem to make a habit of this, don't we? Chatting after races in first place. How was it?
Yeah, mega actually. Had a really good final stint. Finally, I think I've clocked how to drive the car properly around here. Might have taken to the last 30 minutes, but yeah, I think we popped in fastest lap and just had a ball really. What a lovely day. I mean, it's driving around the forest in this type of and this time of weather is just brilliant. So
now in the closing stages, were you aware that we were getting to exactly close to 100 laps? Did you know that? Were you going for it?
So answer is no. Funny enough, my radio popped out right at the start of that stint, so I had no comms or anything. So I had no idea. So I just to be honest, I was just having so much fun. I just keep pushing, and I thought, well, that's the best way to make sure I win the race. So.
I feel bad actually because I haven't spoken to Andrew yet, but I think we're going to catch up with you on the podium very shortly as well. So well done, Peter and Andrew Bentley. Let's grab over here. It was Chris Jones and Matt George. I think we've got Matt here as well. Let's have a quick word with him. Right, it's here today. Matt, how are you feeling?
Yeah, good, thank you. Nice to see you again.
Yes, so congratulations, third place. A fairly steady race?
No, not really. With all the safety cars and everything, it was pretty chaotic, to be honest. And we actually missed getting to the grid. So we started from the pit lane, which I'm not going to lie and say it was on purpose, it wasn't. So we made life difficult for ourselves a bit there, but we had a pretty amazing strategy. Under the first safety car, we basically did our first 2 stops in the first 30 minutes of the race. And my last stint there was long, a lot of fuel saving, because my stint was longer than the fuel allowed. But no, super happy. It's more solid points for the championship and a well executed race, so yeah. Very happy.
Fantastic. I think we're going to catch up with you on the podium shortly as well. We're going to go through all the classes very shortly for you over at the podium and hand over the trophies. So I'm going to hand back to Dave whilst we make our way over to the podium. See you soon.
Well, congratulations to all the teams in our fantastic 3-hour endurance race. That, of course, is not the end of the action, because we will also have the second race of the day for the ROWE Motor Oil's Britcar Trophy Championship, a 50-minute race with a mandatory pit stop. And things are flipped around as well, because the drivers that went second in race 1 will start the race this time, so everybody gets the chance to start a race. There are pit stop penalties for each class as well. If you won your class in race 1, you have an extra 15 seconds to serve at your pit stop in race 2. If you're a second, it's 10 seconds, and if you're a third, it's 5 seconds. So that'll make things a little bit more interesting. But certainly an intriguing encounter there from the British Endurance Championship. Meantime, let's have a look at the grid for the Britcar Trophy Championship Race 2. Based on the results of our first race earlier on today, a grid like this. The race winner earlier on was Maurizio Cilio in his Dayton Motorsport Ginetta. He starts from pole this time, has a 15-second penalty at his pit stop. Alongside him is number 4 Marco Anastasi. His teammates, he has a 10-second penalty at his pit stop for second in race 1 in class 1. Second row of the grid, number 24, that'll be started by Neil Wallace this time, handing over to Ian Astley. They have a 5-second penalty to serve. Alongside them, with no penalty, Robin Greenwood in the Assetto Motorsport Ginetta. The third row of the grid, number 33, which is Johnny McGregor and Josh Tomlinson. It's Tomlinson going first this time in the Mazda RX-8s. Alongside them, the Renault Clio, number 66, Rhys Lloyd and Jack Meakin. Rhys Lloyd, the Dragon Sport team boss, goes first this time. They have a 15-second penalty for winning the Clio class in race 1. Row 4, with a 10-second penalty, is number 88 car. Ollie Meadows goes first. Andy Tucker goes first, with Ollie Meadows taking over. Alongside them, number 183, the winner of Class 3 in Race 1. They have a 15-second penalty to serve. That's William Puttergill. He drives solo. Row 5, number 22, Chris Baerlan and Simon Mason. Chris going first. They have a 5-second penalty, third of the Clios earlier on. With no penalty, number 92, started by Jake Hewlett, shared with Travis Coyne. Now, they were at the sharp end of the Clio class in Race 1, but they got a stop-go penalty for pitting outside the window. So they're going to be one to watch with no pit penalty here. Moving on back, row 6, we've got number 45 with a 15-second success penalty. Winner of Class 2 in Race 1, Arthur McMahon, with his Honda Civic. Alongside him, number 89, the Clio of James Harrison and Ben Jenkins. Jenkins going first in the High Row Motorsport Clio. Row 7, number 83, that's the Cook family. It will be Steve Cook who will start that car in Class 3. He's got a 10-second penalty, the Honda Civic. Alongside them, number 14, Craig Guest with his Clio, no penalty for him. Row 8, number 64 is Paul Goodlad. He's got a 5-second penalty, third in Class 3 in Race 1 with the Scirocco. Alongside him, 62 of Alex Turnbull. He will have a 15-second penalty as well, the winner of Class Ginetta G40 in Race 1, the SVG Motorsport car. Then on row 9, we've got the BMW of James Simons and Fraser Smart. It'll be James going first. They have a 10-second penalty on the BMW. Alongside number 77, which is Rob Ellick starting that Golf. His tyre problems will put them out of Race 1. Finn Jones will take over. On row 10, we won't have Callum Noble. Unfortunately, the gearbox has failed in his BMW, so he's a non-starter. We'll wait to see if Team Brit reappear. Paul Fullick and Team Matherin. Probably Matherin going first if they do appear with their BMW. And at the back of the field, hopefully, we are going to see Simon Clark at the wheel of his Porsche. He missed the first race trying to repair damage from an accident in qualifying. Hopefully his team have got the car back out and they will contest this second race. So that's the provisional lineup for our final 50-minute race of the day. The teams already making their way out onto the grid to receive the cars fairly shortly. This is going to be an interesting one among the Ginettas. Are pit penalties going to come into play here? Robin Grimwood could be the one to watch. He's got no pit penalty. Could be the RX-8 if it survives the distance. It's been quick but fragile, that car. Could we see a first win for Mac G Racing? Or is Maurizio Celio going to overcome his 15-second penalty? Maybe Marco Anastasi's in with a good chance here. Saw it at Silverstone. Axel van Nederveen overcame a 15-second penalty to win both races. Who knows? Even one of the Clios could win overall with a bit of luck. Keep an eye on the likes of Reece Lloyd and Jack Meakin. Also the 92 car could be in with a chance in the Clio class. Travis Coyne and Jake Hewlett don't have a penalty. Right. Let's head down into pits for the podium for our 3-hour Enduro race.
Right, good afternoon everybody. Thank you for coming down to the podium. What a wonderful race it was. We're going to go through the classes, but first of all let's do our overall top 3 for the British Endurance Championship here at Oulton Park. In third place, it's car number 21, Ventura Innovations, Chris Jones and Matt George. Well done, boys. Right, in second place, Glenn Stepanos and Stephen Tompkins. Woo!
Well done, chaps.
And your overall winners from PB Racing, Peter Ursig and Andrew Bentley. Well done, boys. Just pose for the cameras, eh? Look at that. There we go. Matt George is saying his suit's too tight. I don't believe that, Matt. Come on. Andrew, I just want to grab a quick word with you, actually, if you can, because as I said before, I feel a bit guilty. Peter's sort of hogged the limelight all day, but how was the race from your perspective?
And rightly so, because he's done an absolutely brilliant job. It's absolutely awesome driving. And yeah, brilliant. Yeah, first time in GT3 around Oulton. Probably didn't tell him that before we did, but no, it was. But it was brilliant. Yeah, awesome team, awesome teammate, and yeah, couldn't have had a better day.
Fantastic. Congratulations, guys. Thank you very much. That's the outright winners there. Don't go anywhere just yet. Well, actually, let me get out of here. Down go to Potts. There we go. Well done, guys. Well done, Peter. Well done, Glebs. Well done, mate. Right, stay with us. We're going to go through your classes now. We're going to start with Class G. And in second place, number 83, is Johnny McGregor and Joshua Tomlinson. I'll take their trophies. And your overall winner for Class G, SVG Racing, the car number 74, Owen Hizzy and Scott Simmons. Well done, guys. Now, actually, I've got a little bit of an apology because I spoke to you, Scott, didn't I, after your third and final pit stop, and sort of saying, well, that's it, we won't see you guys again now, and you had to come back into the pits.
So there was a little bit of a problem because we've been struggling with brakes for the whole race. So from about lap 2 or 3, we were struggling. So then Scott went back out, and yeah, just the problems just went worse and worse and worse, and we just had to deal with that, really.
Well, you certainly managed to in the end. Scott, from your perspective, long old time out there as well.
Yeah, it's the 3-hour race, especially with brake fade from like the first sort of stint the whole way through, just constantly having to deal with the brakes, and it just makes it hard because tyres go off and everything. So, first time I've ever had to deal with that, and it's a bit of a learning curve, but I think I dealt with it all right, and learned a lot for the next time.
Well done, boys. Congratulations. There you go, your Class G winners. Into Class F now, and it's in first place, number 88, Callum Thompson and Adam Thompson. Well done, boys. Excellent stuff. Just before you go, actually, quickly, because I was down in the garages at one point, and I was chatting to you. Wasn't actually a bit of a fuel leak, but managed to get it sorted and get the job done.
We did, and then had some issues with the brakes. So
yeah, we lost the brakes going into Druids, so they just completely failed, cooked it. So that wasn't very good. But we've learned loads today. We were running 4th on merit at one point in pace, so I think going to Silverstone, we feel really good about that, and I think we can do a good result there, and then start our season off properly.
Well, that's good, because you actually were saying to me the car's felt best it's felt for years almost.
Yeah,
felt really good in the first stint. Unfortunate about the fuel leak, we lost time with that, and I think if we'd have had a smoother session through that, then we'd have been in a good position today. But unfortunately, that's just how motorsport goes, isn't it? So
there you go away with a couple of pots, boys. Well done, congratulations. There they go, your Class F winners. U-Barn Racing, Callum Thompson and Adam Thompson. Moving into Class E. In third place, EDF Motorsports, Nick Hull, Richard Avery. Shorts out already. Nice one, lads. And in second place, also EDF Motorsports, Ashley Woodman and Martin Byford. Right, and your Class E winners, it's number 87, Sheared by Autosport, Jonathan Beeson and George Heller. Right on, chaps. Nice picture that. Sorry, well done, guys. Can I just grab a quick word here as well? Because I haven't actually spoken to you guys today, but the race went pretty well from your perspective.
Yeah, it was pretty straightforward, yeah. Did we left from the beginning, did we? Yeah, it was all well. It was tiring, but good fun. It was this too. Happy birthday to you! Hey! There you go.
Yeah, sorry about that.
He always likes a limelight, doesn't he?
Fairly straightforward, he said. I mean, motorsport's never quite straightforward, though, is it?
Yeah, it's just making sure the car's fine. It was amazing today. She was behaved very, very well after Brand, so just keeping on the island and keeping it consistent. So it was good.
Fantastic. Well done, guys. Congratulations. There you go. They are your Class E winners there. Into Class D in third place, MKH Racing, Peter Montague and Dan Brown. Well done, boys. In second place, Britcar Racing, Amira Naran and Tom Jackson. Well done, guys. And your Class D winners, Ventura Innovations, Chris Jones and Matt George. There you go, well done, guys. I'm just going to jump in here again. Matt, I've actually just literally spoke to you, didn't I, over in Park Ferme, so forgive me, I'm not ignoring you. Chris, of course, we saw Matt bringing it home there as well. How was it from the garage there?
Pretty long final hour, especially with like 5 minutes to go.
Well, you had a long first stint though, didn't you?
Yeah, fairly long. Yeah, it was the second bottom ice then was pretty long. But yeah, just watching Matt bring it home. About 5 minutes to go, he still jumping over the curbs and still setting unbelievable pace. So yeah, it was a bit scary at times, but yeah, no, really enjoyed it.
Fantastic. Well done, guys. congratulations. And that's your group, your Class D. Let's move into Class C, shall we, in second place. Team Hard, Jamie Canada and Oliver Cotton. They're not here. Okay, let's go straight into your Class C winners, shall we? Again, Team Hard, Brad Thurston, Darryl De Leon and Alex Sedgwick. Yes. Are they? Here they are. I thought I was going to have to take the trophy myself then. There we go. You can come to the mission. We had a little chat earlier, didn't we?
Technical talks, yeah.
You can all talk to me. Talk about how hot it was out there, but you managed to get the job done.
Yeah, I done the last 36 minutes, and yeah, it was hot. These boys done most of it, to be honest. Yeah, you were hot, weren't you? Everyone was hot.
Yeah, it was hard work today. Hot track, like not a lot of grip out there, and yeah, obviously over the race it just gets worse and worse. So yeah, hard work today, but good fun.
Hard work for Team Hard, but well done, boys. So you picked up the pot. Off you go. Thank you very much. there. That's your Class C winners. Congratulations, guys. Let's move into Class A. In second place, Gleb Stepanot and Stephen Tompkins. Need a new trophy cabinet. That's third, Stephen. And your winners in Class A, and of course outright winners as well, Peter Ertig and Andrew Bentley. There you go. We'll let you guys go because I've spoken to you a lot. But well done, guys. Congratulations. Just before we go as well, we do have your British Endurance Championship Outstanding Achievement of the Day. It goes to George Heller. Well done, George.
For you. Do you want to have a quick word? I mean, it was a bit of a race for you today, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was a day of ups and downs, but yeah, just awesome to finish first, and we didn't have the best of luck at Brands, so yeah, it was a really good day, and yeah, nice to have a beer later and celebrate.
Well, as you know, our media team decide the actual drive of the day, and I think you well deserve that.
Yeah,
so
thank you. Yeah,
the whole team, so well done to you guys. We'll look forward to seeing you at the next round. I'll hand you back to Ian now. While we're just actually on, I'd just like a huge thank you to all the marshals, because that is incredible heat out there today. So can we have a quick round of applause for all the marshals who have been actually dealing with this hot weather? So thank you very much. Thanks, guys. But I'll hand you back to Ian. Thank you.
Thank you. Right, there we go. Time to wrap up because the next race underway. We're going to get ourselves to the pits. See you soon.
Underway then with our third and final race of the day, race number 2 for the ROWE Motor Oils Britcar Trophy. 50 minutes with a mandatory pit stop. It is Maurizio Silio who leads them away ahead of his teammate Marco Anastasia. Dayton Motorsport Ginetta 1-2. Looking towards the back of the field, you may notice a couple of BMWs. Team Brit have made it out this time. They had a suspension problem earlier on, had to source some parts, which mean they missed the first race. Paul Fullick is starting the race in that car. Team Atherin is going to take over, and also Callum Noble's back out. So we were told his gearbox had failed and he was out for the day, but he's obviously found a replacement and his BMW is on the grid. The one car we don't have is number 41, I think, the James Simons Fraser Smart BMW as a non-starter. Maurizio Silio it is who leads the way then. The 4 Ginettas out front. Remember, though, he has a 15-second success penalty for winning the first race at his pit stop. Nice to see that the Golf is back out as well, the car of Rob Ellick starting this time, and Finn Jones. We'll look for that coming through. That'll be one of the favourites in Class 3. Clio's mixed in with the GT cars further forward. There's the Golf coming through on the inside, taking one of the Honda Civics. That's 83 of Steve Cook. Already rising to the front in Class 3. There's Callum Noble, the Thorny Motorsport BMW. Sponsored by Silverstone Shooting Centre. So looking to gun his way through the field here on the back of the grid. Maurizio Silio it is who leads the way, looking for his second win of the day. There's a battle further back in the shade under the trees there. It must make it quite tricky for the drivers going out of the sunlight and into the shade of the trees going up Clay Hill. Leaders come round to complete the first lap then. It's Silio who leads his teammate Anastasi, the 2 Scotland-based Italians, 1.2 seconds apart. Neil Wallace in third place in the 24. Watch that car fly when Ian Astley takes it over at the pit stop. Once again, only a 10-minute pit window in the middle of the race. The pit window opens with 30 minutes of the race to go. Closes 10 minutes later. One car's dropped back off the start of this one. Jake Hewlett's Clio, the second of the Dragon Sport cars. He's dropped 6 places, sharing with Travis Coyne. Big improvers on the first lap, including Craig Guest. He's up to 10th place. He's gained 4 places. So has the Golf, and so has Callum Noble from further back. Watch for Fullick coming through as well in his BMW, but it's the 4 Ginettas up front. There's Robin Grimwood, the only one of those 4 cars without a success penalty. Could he play that to his advantage? 5th position behind them is Josh Tomlinson in the Mazda RX-8, taking the fight to the Ginettas. Sixth position, we've got the Tucker and Meadows Clio leading their class. Now, who started that one? It's Andy Tucker who started that car. In the background there, he's got ahead of Rhys Lloyd in the 66. So battle is joined among the Clios. They both got success penalties though. Two Ginettas at the front going clear. The black and yellow machines of Siglio and Anastasi. Robin Grimwood trying to attack Neil Wallace for third place. Druids, they go nose to tail. Loving the multicolour livery on Robin Grimwood's car, the Assetto Motorsport car. And there's the Mazda. Six behind them is the first the Clios. William Puttergill leads Class 3. He's in 8th place in his Honda Civic. Two leaders over the line, and Siglio has almost doubled his lead. A 151.399 his lap time that time through. Compared with a 152.3 for his pursuer, Marco Anastasi. A bit wide there, Grimwood. The Golf is still rising through the order. He's gained a couple more places on that lap, as has Callum Noble. They've got ahead of the Harrison and Jenkins Clio. Ben Jenkins at the wheel of the number 89. Arthur McMahon's into the top 10, leading Class 2. Now he's going to have a rival this time. He was virtually on his own in Class 2 in Race 1 because of no Team Brits, but the BMW is out there this time. No number 41 though, and sadly no Simon Clark. He tried hard to repair his Porsche after a shunt in qualifying this morning. Sadly wasn't able to do so, and the Porsche fails to race this weekend. There's the Mazda, a unique modified RX-8, so rotary engine car, trying to chase down the four Ginettas at the front. Over hilltop they go. This is the fight for third place. It's Siglio from Anastasi at the front. Siglio did a 151.3 first time around. Anastasi was in the 152s. These two in the 154.55s. What about Josh Tomlinson in Johnny McGregor's RX-8? It's a stunning looking machine, isn't it? He's lapping in the 155s at the moment as well. Only changes really in the midfield with Arthur McMahon's Honda Civic moving up. The Golf with Rob Ellick on board, sharing with Finn Jones, has moved through from the back after a tyre problem in race 1 forced him to retire, and they elected to sit out the rest of the race to get ready for race 2. They'd lost so much time with the car in the pits, they elected to withdraw from race 1. Here comes Robin Grimwood attacking for third place. Has a look down the inside. No, Neil Wallace moves to cover. He's learned a lot, Neil Wallace, in his career from experienced Ian Astley as co-driver. Good defensive driver. Now here are the Clios battling for the lead of their class. It's Andy Tucker who leads the Clio class. Rhys Lloyd, the Welshman, in second. There's William Puttergill in the blue Civic. He leads Class 3, and there's Callum Noble coming through in his BMW. That's a Class 1 car. He's come from the back of the grid up into 9th place. He gained 4 places on that last lap alone. He's carving through the Clios. There's the Golf as well. Side by side for third place. Still Neil Wallace. Swinging it through the Shell Oil's hairpin. Still Wallace ahead of Grimwood. Josh Tomlinson not able to catch them yet in the Mazda. Siglio leads by 3.5 seconds up front now, ahead of Marco Anastasi. 150.6 is the quickest lap of the race by the race leader. Here's a couple of Clios further back. Ben Jenkins at the head of that pairing, ahead of I think that was ahead of Craig Guest, who's dropped back after his very fast start. Is Robin Grimwood up the inside into the Hislop chicane. He's through. Good move by Robin Grimwood under braking. Takes third place away now. Can he keep pace with the two ahead of him? Siglio and Anastasi, they're already 8 seconds ahead of this pair, so working it out with the pit stop penalties, I reckon this could be Marco Anastasi's race for the taking. They're separated by 3.5 seconds, the two leaders, but they're 8 seconds clear of these two, so that would mean the top two would be safely clear come the pit stops. Although, let's have a look what the lead margin is this time through. The leader's just going over the line. Yeah, the lead's up to nearly 5 seconds now, so this is looking good for Siglio and Anastasi. I reckon Siglio could do it. I reckon he could overcome his penalty. The Ginettas are well spaced out now. Grimwood's got clear of Neil Wallace to the tune of 1.88 seconds. There's Tomlinson in 5th place trying to close in. His last lap was exactly 1 second quicker than that of Neil Wallace. Then the Clios. Callum Noble's up to 8th in the BMW. He's got ahead of Will Puttergill's Civic. It's the number 22 Clio rounding out the top 10. That's Chris Byerland. There he is. Just ahead of the Golf of Rob Ellick, side by side with Finn Jones. Where have Team Brit got through to? Let's have a look. Still in 17th place at the moment. Paul Fullick in his BMW. So he's only gained a couple of places ahead of Paul Goodlad in the Scirocco, and Alex Turnbull's little Ginetta is at the back of the field. Here are the Clios. This is the number 88 car leading their class. That's Andy Tucker ahead of Rhys Lloyd. They're separated by 1.6 seconds. Third of the Clios is Chris Byerland, number 22, and further back in 10th place. Clio battle heads through Britain's up over Hilltop. See how undulating this circuit is. There's Callum Noble. He's come through from the back of the grid. We thought he was out for the day after his gearbox broke earlier on. The Golf makes up another place. That's Rob Ellick. He's got ahead of the number 22 of Chris Byerland now. Bounces his way over the curb there at Knickerbrook. Behind them is Arthur McMahon, the Irishman in his Honda Civic. Coming up to the 10-minute mark. 10 minutes until the pit window opens. Just for those 10 minutes in the middle of this ROWE Motor Oil's Britcar Trophy Race 2. Maurizio Cilio continues to go quicker and quicker at the front as here comes Callum Noble attacking Rhys Lloyd. The power of the BMW will take him past the Clio and up into 7th position from the back of the field. Can he catch the Mazda and the Ginettas? Wait and see. He's got a clutch of Clios to get through first. He's got past one of them. How far behind are the Clios behind the Mazda of Josh Tomlinson? Let's have a look. 10 seconds. The other classes, Class 3 is led by Will Puttergill ahead of Rob Alec in the Golf, but that could change on this lap. Class 2 is led by Arthur McMahon. His only rival Paul Fullick down in 17th for Team Brit. And the G40 class, their sole entry at the back of the field, that's Alex Turnbull. There's the Mazda, menacing looking black machine, trying to close down Neil Wallace. Tomlinson just keeping it steady. Johnny McGregor, the car's builder, will take over. Maurizio Cilio just going through to complete another lap over the line. He's still in the 150s, 150.27 in his fastest lap. He's 6.7 seconds up now. Nice little scrap going on between Chris Byerland and the number 45 of Arthur McMahon in the Major Motorsports Honda Civic. McMahon family regulars in Britcar Trophy for several seasons now in Hondas and Alfa Romeos. Grimwood still pulling away in 3rd place from Neil Wallace. Just crossed the line. 14 seconds down though on Marco Anastasi in 2nd place. The inside goes Arthur McMahon. He goes through. Good move at Lodge there by Arthur McMahon past Chris Byerland. As for 11th place, just ahead of them there, the Golf has taken the lead of Class 3 as well. Rob Alec in the number 77 Golf has taken Will Puttergill. It's the battle for the lead of Class 3. There's number 83, 3rd in Class 3, the white Civic. That's Steve Cook. Craig Guest's Clio behind him, who's made a flying start but has now dropped back down the order. There's a black and orange flag going out. Car 92 has been given the technical flag, the meatball flag as the drivers call it, the black with the orange disc. Number 92 is Jake Hewlett's Dragon Sport Clear. We'll have a look for that as he crosses the line to see what the problem is with that Clear, whether it's leaking fluid or trailing bodywork. It'll be something like that. Let's see if we can see where the 92 car is. It's down in 14th place at the moment, the number 92, one of the Dragon Sport Clios. There's McMahon. The leaders have already gone over the line, separated by 7 3/4 seconds now. Celio is running away with it. Grimwood is now on his own in 3rd place. He's 15 seconds back off the leaders as they cross the line. Neil Wallace has dropped 5.5 seconds behind him in 4th. So the leaders are well spaced out here. Will Puttergill coming under fire. This is the more powerful Class 2 Civic of Arthur McMahon behind him. Callum Noble's charge has now taken him up to 6th place, incidentally. Ahead of the Clios. Oh, his lap time's comparing, yeah, about the same as Josh Tomlinson's. Running wide onto the curb there, Arthur McMahon was pushing a little bit too hard. They've got ahead of Chris Bayerland's Renault Clio. The 92 car being given the black and orange flag. I couldn't see anything untoward with it as he went over the line out of the commentary box window, so I'm not quite sure of the reason for the 92 car getting the technical flag, but he's going to have to call into the pits whatever the reason is. 36 minutes of the race to go, and here is our race leader running away into the sunset here at Oulton Park. Maurizio Celio, the Edinburgh-based driver in the Dayton Motorsports Ginetta, looking to keep up the team's unbeaten run in Britcar Trophy this year. Is he going to do another fastest lap this time? No, he's not. 150.567. He's got a very comfortable lead over teammates at Marco Anastasi. 8.3 seconds now his lead. Well clear of Robin Grimwood in 3rd position. Grimwood has lapped Alex Turnbull in the Ginetta G40. The class leader, one of our relative newcomers. There's a G40 aimed at a newcomer to sports car racing. There's the Golf, still leading Class 3 ahead of Will Puttergill. He's got Arthur McMahon's Civic on his tail, the battle of the Hondas, for 10th position overall. They are in different classes, of course, those two. Good effort by Callum Noble, 6th place from the back of the grid. The other BMW, number 41, James Simons and Fraser Smarts failing to start. The 92 car has now pulled into the pits, I can tell you. Team looking at the left front of the car, so possibly a bit of bodywork loose on the left front on the clear of Jake Hewlett and Travis Coyne. You can see down in the pit lane. Yeah, loose bodywork on the left front corner for the 92 car. Yeah, we can see it's being worked on. Taken the front bumper off and they're trying to reposition it by the look of it there. So he's taken a knock somewhere. The reason I couldn't see it is that's on the opposite side to my commentary position as he went through over the line on the left front corner. They're trying to tape it back in place. Hopefully the 92 car will then be sent on its way. It's Jake Hewlett on board. Current Clio class leader is Andy Tucker, number 88 for the ROWE Motorsport team, run by Max Coates, the former Clio champion. His father Alan Coates, an ex-rallycross driver many years ago. As Jake Hewlett leaves the pits, of course they can't change drivers because it's before the pit window has opened. There is Andy Tucker, number 88, sharing with Ollie Meadows. He was second in the Clio class in race 1. There's Jake Hewlett leaving the pits. It's lost him a lot of time. can head down to Dragon Sport in the pits. Ian Waterhouse has found Travis Coyne, and he can tell us what's happened to the car he's sharing.
Yeah, welcome down to the pits, everybody. Caught up with Travis Coyne. We just saw the number 92 car, your teammate there had to pull in. Looks like a bit of loose bodywork, but everything other than that okay?
I hope so. We're sort of a little bit in the dark, but let's hope there's not too much more. You know, a bit of bad luck earlier in the first race, but you know, we're trying to salvage a little bit this time, but I don't know, it doesn't seem to be going our way again, but yeah, we'll see what we can do. It's a long race, so
there's still a way to go, and of course pit window still to come as well, so anything can happen, right?
Yeah, exactly. You know, we'll see what we can do. I'll have a mega stint, I'm sure. You know, Jake's always on it, so you know, things happen, don't they? So
absolutely.
You know, but yeah, we'll have it.
Cheers, Travis. Thanks for talking to his mega stint coming up from this man. Dave, back to you.
To the pit window opening then here at Oulton Park in our final race of the day for the ROWE Motor Oil's Britcar Trophy. There's our third place man. This is Robin Grimwood. Consistent performance from him today, fourth in the opening race, up to third this time, quickly past Neil Wallace, but Neil will hand his car over to the very quick Ian Astley, vastly experienced GT racer. Waiting to get that car back into the top three. There's our second place man, that is Marco Anastasi in the second of the Dayton Motorsport Ginettas. He's just lapped Paul Fullick in the Team Brits BMW. A troublesome day for them. They had suspension trouble in qualifying, couldn't get the parts they needed in time for race 1. They made it out for race 2 in their BMW. Marco Anastasi climbs his way up Clay Hill. He's 8.3 seconds behind race leader, teammates Maurizio Cilio. Still Grimwood third ahead of Wallace. Then it's Josh Tomlinson in the Mazda, rounding out the top 5 in the RX-8s. A couple of changes further back in the order. Arthur McMahon's got ahead of Will Puttigill in the Battle of the Civics, and here's the Golf of Rob Alec, up into 8th place now. He's got ahead of Rhys Lloyd in the clear. The Golf taking the high line there, NASCAR style, through the Shell Oils corner. Golf deserves a good result here. Tyre went down in the first race, and by the time they got back to the pits they decided to retire as they'd lost so much time. So Rob and Finn Jones looking for a class win here. They lead class 3 and 8th overall. Pit window has just opened. So getting the black and white flag, car 45 Arthur McMahon, that's the driving standards flag, so it's probably for track limits offences. Just a warning for Arthur McMahon. Does not want to risk a penalty. There's the little Ginetta of Alex Turnbull leading the G40 class. He's currently in 18th place. See just how little that G40 is there next to the Clio. One of the Clios gets through on the inside to put a lap on Alex Turnbull. Notice on the back of Alex's car as well, he's got the black cross on the yellow background. That means he's a novice. You have to wear that for your first 6 motor races once you get your licence. He's just been taken there by Jake Hewlett, recovering after his pit stop to secure that loose bodywork on the front. The pit window is open. Our first taker is Rhys Lloyd for the Dragon Sport team. The Clio is in. Jack Meakin will take over. I know the Meakin family is watching on today on our stream. Anybody else coming in this time? Yes, the Cook family and their Honda Civic are in. Steve handing over to Edward. I believe Steve is Edward's father. A couple of cars in the pits at the moment, taking an early stop to swap over. Now, have either of those cars got pit penalties? Well, I think Lloyd and Meakin have. Yes, they won the Clio class in race 1, so they've got to sit for an extra 15 seconds in the pits. 127 seconds is the standard pit stop time here at Oulton. What about the Cook family. Yes, they've got a 10-second extra penalty. There's the little Ginetta. Somebody else coming in. The 24 car is in. Now that's a logical move. Neil Wallace, as we say with respect to him, is the amateur of the pairing. He's not as quick as his co-driver Ian Astley, very experienced GT racer over 30 years. So Neil will come in as early as he can, and Ian Astley will get in the car for the longer stint. Somebody else in down there, that's the Mazda. Josh Tomlinson in.
All right, yeah, good mate, yeah.
Boss Johnny McGregor will climb aboard the MacG Racing Mazda RX-8. Any more takers for pit stops this time around? The other three Ginettas continue to set their relentless pace at the front. There's a Clio coming in as well. That's Clio class leader Andy Tucker. Ollie Meadows will take over him. There's the 88. Hopefully we'll hear from some of the drivers with our pit reporter Ian Waterhouse down there as well. Chris Bearland has come in as well to hand over to Simon Mason in the Sim Dynamics Clio. There's Will Puttergill. He's still leading, still second, sorry, in Class 3. He's leading early on, but the Golf has now come through from the back. The Canter Holland sponsored car, CH Racing with Motion Sports. There's the Golf leading Class 3 in the hands of Rob Eric. A little bit of smoke there from the Golf as it comes out of Shell Oils, but it's been doing that all race long. It's not slowing him down. Another of the Ginettas I can see coming in. That's Robin Grimwood, our third place man. No pits penalty for him, so we'll see if this lets him catch up. He was some 22 seconds down on Marco Anastasi, so I don't think he's going to catch up to our two leaders here. They're separated by 10 seconds as well, so I don't think the pit penalties are going to really have any effect on the overall result because they're so well spaced out. Ian Astley is pushed back, almost aircraft style there in his Ginetta. Here he comes to try and chase down our leaders. Johnny McGregor comes out in the MacG Mazda as well. Here's the leader, Maurizio Silio. We haven't forgotten about him. He's leading by 10 seconds. Has anybody else come in that time? Yes, Alex Turnbull's in the little G40 Ginetta. We seem to have lost Paul Goodlad's VW Scirocco. That hasn't come through in the last couple of laps. Where's the Scirocco gone? He hasn't come into the pits. So he stopped somewhere out on circuit, presumably. See if we can spot him in the background. But anyway, there's our leader. Is he coming in this time? Yes, he is. Maurizio Silio makes his pit stop. So that's going to let Marco Anastasi through temporarily into the lead. There's Alex Turnbull pushed back by the crew. He rejoins. It's the SVG Motorsports Ginetta. Also running Neil Wallace and Ian Astley's car. There's a Clio being pushed back as well. That's the 22 with Simon Mason now on board. In comes the 47. Remember, he's got to sit for an extra 15 seconds as he won the first race. Oh, and his teammates come in as well. Fancy seeing you here, says Marco Anastasi. So the two Dayton Motorsport Ginettas meet in the pit lane. Who's this going to give the lead to? It might well be Callum Noble unless he comes in this time. Team Brit BMW has just gone through, I can tell you. That was a lap down, I think. Yes, they could get it back here. So if Callum Noble doesn't pit this time, there he is. He's going to take the lead of this race, and he started last. We didn't even think we were going to see this BMW on track after his gearbox trouble earlier on. The car run by John Thorne, who had a brief flirtation with the BTCC in the Vauxhall Insignia, which certainly wasn't a success for him several years ago. No, Callum's diving for the pits as well. There's not long left for them to make their stops. Only just over 2.5 minutes of the pit window left. Right, the leading car that's not pitted then is the Golf. No, that's coming in this time as well. I can see it from the commentary box window. The Golf's come in. There's a Clio in as well. That's the car of Hewlett and Coyne, so they make their regulation pit stop this time. That's coming earlier to tape up some loose bodywork. There's the erstwhile leader, Maurizio Silio. Now, Will Puttergill has gone through, I can tell you. So he now becomes the effective race leader on track. Will Puttergill didn't stop that time through. A couple of the Clios has gone through as well. Ben Jenkins has gone through, and Craig Guest. So the blue Civic is effectively now the race leader, just because he hasn't pitted yet. Pushback for Maurizio Cilio. It's like an airport in the pit lane, isn't it? Oh. Excuse me, says Marco Anastasi. There was nearly contact between the teammates in the pit lane. That wouldn't have gone down well afterwards. Now there's the car that has taken the lead because he hasn't pitted yet. That's Will Puttergill, the Class 3 car in the Canter Holland Civic. He won Class 3 first time outs after the demise of the Golf. Carter Holland Asset Management, his sponsorship. Now he will have to come in this time because there's only a minute left in the pit window. So he and the other two cars that haven't stopped, the other one car that hasn't stopped is Ben Jenkins, number 89 in the Clio, to hand over to James Harrison, because the other Clio that hadn't initially stopped, Craig Guest, did come in out of my sight there. So there's two cars to come in. If they don't come in this time, they'll get a penalty for missing the pit window, like we saw with the 92 Clio in race 1. So we'll wait to see what's going to happen and where, who's going to rejoin in what order. I suspect Cilio will still be leading this. Saw him get out ahead of Marco Anastasi, despite Anastasi's best effort to try and reverse out in front of him. So the Civic must come in this time, and it does. What about the Clio further back? The 88 Clio goes by. Yes, there's the 89 coming in as well. So everybody has made the pit window. Only a few seconds to spare there for the 89 Clio. And it's everybody out. 20 minutes of the race to go. 47 is likely to still be leading this, I would think. I don't think there's going to be any major change in the race order. We'll see, though. I reckon the big winner could be Callum Noble, you know, the BMW. Started at the back. Leader comes up on the 22 car of Simon Mason. So Cilio is 4.7 seconds ahead of Marco Anastasi. So he's overcome the pit stop penalty by that early push on pace. It's going to be Grimwood third. The one we're not sure about is the Wallace and Astley Ginetta, where they're going to rejoin. So there's Cilio. There is Anastasi. Fairly sure they're going to stay 1-2. Coming up to complete lap number 16 of this ROWE Motor Oil's Britcar Trophy Race 2. 18.5 minutes of the race still to go. Two Clios battling it out. That's the number 88, which is now driven by Ollie Meadows. So waiting for things to settle down on the timing stream. While we do that, we can head down to Ian in the pits. He's talking to Team Brit.
Paul, you've had the biggest grin on your face since coming out of the car.
Oh, it was one of the hardest drives, but it was so rewarding. It was fantastic. Car's been off and on all day. We've had to swap out the suspension parts with normal road car and carts, but only on one side. Yeah. So she's completely different going left to right.
How is she handling then? Is it quite difficult one side?
Like a bag of washing in a washing machine. But we got it round. It was changing gear all over the place on its own. The power was off. But the team have got it out there. They've got an amazing job. They've worked all day on it. They've got the McLaren out there as well. It's typical, Team Brit. No matter what happens, we get it to the start line. So it's going around, it's doing its thing.
What is it like being part of this team? I mean, your face says it all, big smiles, but what is it like being part of this setup?
Do you know what? You could come stone dead last and you still have the best time ever. The guys are fantastic. We have our share problems like every other team, but the difference is we get over them with a smile on our face, and that is just, it means the world to me. Absolutely means the world to me. But yeah, qualified P1, very happy with that. And we're out there, we're still going around no matter all the odds. We've been to Manchester and back to get spare parts from the scrapyards.
This is the best of motorsport, isn't it? It really
Absolutely.
is.
Yeah. You see all the emotions come out, and the guys, again, your brands actually swapped the engine last minute, and again they've pulled it out the hat at the last minute, and yeah, the car's going around. Could not be happy as a driver.
Look at that big smile. Paul, you're an absolute legend. Thanks so much, mate. Real pleasure. Dave, back to you.
Well, nice to hear from Paul Fullick there for Team Brits. They didn't make it out in race 1. Now Team Atherin at the wheel of the number 70 car, running in 16th place, second in Class 2 behind Arthur McMahon. Black and white flag has just been shown to somebody. That's Robin Grimwood, who's in 3rd place. As we can see, the race order hasn't really changed at the pit stops. Everything just cycling through at the moment. It is Maurizio Cilio who leads by 5 seconds ahead of Marco Anastasi. Grimwood 13 seconds back in 3rd place. Then it's Wallace and Astley in 4th. And they're 15 seconds down on Grimwood. So Robin Grimwood, the only man to really gain a place at the pit stops, because McGregor and Tomlinson are 5th. Johnny McGregor now driving the Mazda. 6th is the Andy Tucker Ollie Meadows Renault Clio. And the Golf is in 7th place of Rob Ellick and Finn Jones. Finn Jones now on board. They're running in 7th place. Then it's Arthur McMahon, the Class 2 leader, in 8th. Golf leading Class 3 ahead of them. Callum Noble, I thought he'd gained some more ground at the pit stops, but he's only 9th. And the Clio that's just stopped of Harrison and Jenkins rounding out the top 10. So they're 2nd in the Clio class now. Here's a battle a little bit further back in the order. This is the leading Clio, number 88. I think that's possibly the Coyne and Hewlett car, and Travis Coyne, number 92, which we saw make an extra pit stop. Yes, there's the damage you can see taped together on the left front, so that car is a lap down. One retirement so far, which is Paul Goodlad. We lost the Sirocco before the pit stops. Just under 15 minutes of the day to go here at Oulton Park. It's British Endurance and Britcar meeting. There's the Golf. Behind it's the Honda Civic of Arthur McMahon. There's Callum Noble in 9th place. I think that's the race leader possibly behind him. We'll check that in a moment. Class 3 being led by the number 77 TSR VW Golf, hoping for better fortunes this time. Finn Jones on board. So we've got 9 cars on the lead lap, such is the pace of Maurizio Cilio. Now we can see him in the background. He has just lapped. I think that's Callum Noble's BMW. He certainly has. Such is the pace he is setting here. 4.5 seconds is his lead over Marco Anastasi, his teammate. And Dayton Motorsports really have dominated this year's Britcar Trophy category, heading for race win at number 5 of the season. 3 for Axel van Nederveen in the first 2 rounds of the year. A single race at Brands Hatch. Now heading for a double here at Oulton Park as well with Maurizio Cilio. There's the Team Brit BMW, Tyrone Matherin at the wheel. They're in 16th place, ahead of a couple of Clios. Ahead of a Clio and the Jetta G40, I should say. There's the Clio leader, number 88, in a fine 6th overall, Tucker and Meadows. There's William Puttergill now back to 2nd in Class 3. Briefly led during the pit stops, as he was a late stopper. Got a Clio ahead of him there, that's the number 89. So this is the battle for 10th place overall. 89 driven by James Harrison, used to race in the Michelin Renault Clio series as a one-make championship. There's the BMW. Paul Fullick being caught by Travis Coyne now. This is for position now. This is for 16th place. Travis Coyne trying to make a move. They two have been scrapping all race after the pit stops. think that's the number 88 trying to lap them. It's the 6th place Clio. And there's the leader. He's got to get through this lot as well. So a couple of cars about to go 2 laps down, I think. And Maurizio Cilio is going to be thinking, which way do I go? Which side do they want me to go? Oh, it could have been close. One of the Clios didn't see him there. It's getting a bit frantic, and Maurizio Cilio's got to be careful. He's going to lose time here, and this is going to allow Marco Anastasi to close in on his teammates. Okay, just taking whoops and lunging down the inside. That's a bit optimistic by 88 Ollie Meadows there. He nearly ended up going off into the meadows on the outside, didn't he? Nearly took Tyrone Matherin with him. The leader's got to somehow get through this lot. He's got past a couple of them there. The BMW backed off, I think, and he's got past the Golf as well. Cilio just needs to take his time, deal with one car at a time. Here's our 2nd place man. He's in a similar predicament as well. He's got Arthur McMahon there and Callum Noble's BMW. Here comes the leader. He's got a Clio on his nose again. Just thinking, get out of the way, I've got a race to win. Try and go alongside. The marshal's helping by showing the blue flags. Ollie Meadows now moves aside. In the background, that's the team Britcar. It's a drop back nearly on the grass there. Anastasi's got through this lot. There's the number 19 of Callum Noble. He's in 9th overall, now a lap down. A little bit of damage to the front of his car, I think. He's got Arthur McMahon on his tail, so he's gained a place there, Callum Noble, in all of that schmozzle. Just ahead of them is the Golf with Finn Jones now on board, battling with Ollie Meadows for position. Okay, the leader now into clear air again as he gets past the Clio. Golf up the inside, and that's 6th position taken into Lodge. Finn Jones picks up 6th place. Leader's gone over the line to complete 20 laps, just over 10 minutes of this race to go. His best lap of the race, a 1:50.031. Golf 6th, Clio 7th. There's our 2nd place man lapping them. These Ginettas really are a cut above the rest, aren't they? The Ginetta G56s and the G55 Academy, now driven by Ian Astley. How far back is he on Robin Grimwood? Grimwood's 13 seconds down Anastasi. There's Robin Grimwood in the Assetto car, 3rd place overall. Astley's another 7 seconds back. Our 2nd place man, Marco Anastasi, coming up to lap the 88 of Ollie Meadows. He's got to find another 5 seconds if he's going to win this race outright. Still 2nd in Class 1. First 5 cars in the race are Class 1 cars. Alec and Jones lead Class 3 in 6th overall. 7th overall is the Tucker and Meadows Clio, leading the Clio class. Class 2 is led by Arthur McMahon, who's 9th overall. He's just lost out to Callum Noble. There they are in the background. And the G40 class being led by Alex Turnbull in 18th. Still just that one retirement. Up the hill they go. There's the leader, Maurizio Cilio, heading for his 2nd win of the day and of his season. Marco Anastasi, I think he may have settled for 2nd by now. Don't think he's going to catch him. There's Callum Noble. Here is our Class 2 leader. That's Arthur McMahon, heading for a Class double. With his rivals having hit problems, Simon Clark had dominated Class 2 so far this season. Sadly, his Porsche damaged in qualifying. James Simons and Fraser Smart off the pace in race 1 and failed to finish and failed to start race 2. Team Brits off the pace as well. See the BMW struggling a bit there. We can head down to the pits with Ian then, who's talking to Clio man Andy Tucker.
Yeah, welcome back to the pits, everybody. I'm here with Andy Tucker. Now, Andy, that's what I like. When you go out of the car, you know you're clutching your back. Is everything all right?
Yeah, I mean, I was slipping down in the seat a little bit. I'm not sure why the lap harness seemed to loosen off a little touch whilst I was out there. Whether I've lost a bit of weight between brands, I don't know.
So you're looking pretty good at the minute.
It's not bad, a little bit slim and trim, like, you know. But yeah, it was just getting to the point where going through the braking points, hitting the bumps, I'm sliding down more and more. So I just said to the boys on the radio, look, we're leading the race. Like, it's not worth the risk at the moment. Let's
So
get
you
it.
did come in a little bit earlier than you anticipated to.
Much earlier. We were going to run it right out until the end of the pit window, but it's kind of worked in our favour. Ollie's doing an amazing job out there, so yeah, fingers crossed we've got P1 in the bag. Double podium again, so yeah. This might take the lead of the Clio Class Championship today, so I'm a bit like, happy days!
Happy days indeed. I'm glad you're all right, mate.
Thank you
Great
very
to see you.
much.
You take care. Dave, back to you.
Well, the car that Andy Tucker is currently sharing with Ollie Meadows leads the Clio category by a clear margin. They're in 7th place overall. Their nearest rivals down in 11th, with Jack Meakin having just taken 2nd place from James Harrison in the class. Meantime, our overall leaders completed 22 laps. Maurizio Cilio continues to dominate here at Oulton Park today. It's going to be Ginettas galore at the top once more, I think. The lead gap is up to 12.8 seconds now. Anastasi lost 4 seconds on that last lap. Callum Noble is now up to 7th, so he's relegated the Tucker Meadows Clio while that was going on. There's the 88 car, just ahead of Robin Grimwood, who's lapping him. These Ginettas are just so much quicker today. Green flag being waved to the Clio there. That's to warn him to hold his lines. The faster car approaching. Callum Noble runs wide, trying to go around the outside of the 92 of Travis Coyne. Still just the one retirement from this race. Paul Goodlad, the VW Scirocco. There's the Golf, number 77, still leading Class 3, looking to make up for the disappointment of failing to finish in Race 1. Finn Jones taken over from Rob Ellick. 6 minutes of this race to go. Will Puttergill has dropped back as well. He's lost 4 places on that last lap. Yeah, his last lap was a 2 minutes 21. He lost nearly 30 seconds on that last lap. There's the Honda Civic. So is he slowing down? Yeah, I think he's got a problem, Will Puttergill. I thought he may have been off somewhere, but that looks like technical problems to me. Try and pick up what has happened to Will Puttergill. He was 2nd in Class 3. We're told he pulled up and then rejoined, so it is a technical problem with the Civic, unfortunately. That's a great shame for Will, who was leading Class 3 for a time, even led the race overall very briefly during the pit stops. I wouldn't be surprised if he pulled back into the pits to retire. Still got 4.5 or so minutes of this race to go. Side by side over the line, Robin Grimwood lapping Callum Noble. Still Cilio that leads from this man, Marco Anastasi. They're separated now by 13.5 seconds. Robin Grimwood is 10 seconds back in 3rd place, and just over 3 seconds clear of Astley, having taken Ian Astley, who took over from Neil Wallace. Leader comes through Britons. He's making it look easy today, isn't he, Maurizio Cilio? There's our 3rd place man, that's Robin Grimwood, the first car in the race without a success penalty. Going to lap the Golf of Finn Jones. I don't think he'll get through there going into Britons. That's a very tight section of road. Looking left, then right, then left again through the chicane. And look, Ian Astley is closing in on Robin Grimwood. Grimwood, this is why he's desperate to get past the Golf, because there is Ian Astley in the background. It's round the outside of the Golf now, leaving Ian Astley to deal with a pair of back markers. Callum Noble's BMW is one of them. Fair play to Callum and the Thorny Motorsport team for getting that car back out, having missed race 1. Will Puttergill has just gone over the line. Yeah, 2:29 was his last lap. That Civic is struggling. I won't be surprised if Will is puttering into the pits fairly shortly. On the inside, Ian Astley takes Callum Noble. Excuse me, he says. He's going after 3rd place. He wants a podium. It's over 2.5 to go now. Lead gap is 14.2 seconds. We'll see if Ian Astley's got the gap down here as they across the line, and 2.7 seconds in it now, so he's struggling a bit with the back markers. Here he comes, he's up on the tail of Finn Jones in the Golf now. He needs to get alongside and get this move done quickly, otherwise he might run out of time to catch Robin Grimwood. He's got through down the avenue into Cascades. Now he's going to try and go after Robin Grimwood for third place. Ian Astley, the former British GT racer. There's the Mazda in 5th place, and he's going to be lapped shortly by Maurizio Cilio. Johnny McGregor. So 5 cars on the lead lap at the moment. It could be only 4 by the end of this race, which is quite remarkable at Oulton Park in a 50-minute race. Shows how dominant these Ginettas are. We do now have the class, of course, for Ginetta G55 Super Cup cars in the MS UK British Endurance Championship. They might start having to admit the G56s if they get this dominance. Cracking cars, the Ginettas. Ideal for experienced GT racers or newcomers to racing in equal measure. So coming round to start what will be his final lap this time, Maurizio Cilio. The last lap of the day here at Oulton Park. One of the Civics moving out of the way to let him through. That's Edward Cook. He's running in 14th place, second in Class 3. That's the RX-8 as well, Johnny McGregor, or does he? No, McGregor doesn't give way. Meantime, what's about our third place fight? Here they are. Ian Astley's got the headlights on. He's going for the inside at Lodge. They're side by side. Can he get third place away? A little bit of a slide on the exit there for Grimwood, and Astley's through into the last lap, up into third place. Well, we thought Robin Grimwood might have got away with a podium as he hadn't got a success penalty from race 1, but that's proved not to be the case. Cilio through Shell Oils for the last time. Through Britons, up over Hilltop, then down to Hislops. A day of dominance for Maurizio Cilio, only headed during the pit stops. There's the black Mazda behind him. First event sponsored by ROWE Motor Oils for the Britcar Trophy Championship. It's going to be another trophy for Dayton Motorsports. It's going to be 5 out of 5 for the team. The man originally from Sicily, now based in Edinburgh, Maurizio Cilio heads for victory. Under the bridge, down to Lodge Corner. Clock has counted down to 0. Through the right-hander, up and out of Deer Leap for the last time. The checkered flag is at the ready. It's a double for Maurizio Cilio, 5 out of 5 for Dayton Motorsports. He's well clear of his opposition at the end. There's the Mazda coming over in 5th place of McGregor and Tomlinson. He awaits Marco Anastasi across the line. He comes home some nearly 15 seconds in arrears. It's going to be Ginetta's 1, 2, 3 and 4. Family bring the Civic over the line, and Ian Astley racing his way through for third, overcoming his penalty. Alex Turnbull wins the Ginetta G40 class. Robin Grimwood is 4th. Callum Noble a fine 6th place from the back of the grid. He caught the Golf late on as well. The Golf wins class 3, Alec and Jones. Who's going to win the Clios? We didn't really concentrate on them towards the end. It is going to be the car of Tucker and Meadows across the line to win. There's the number 88s. They win the Clio category. Reece Lloyd and Jack Meakin couldn't quite overcome their success penalty from race 1. They take 9th position. 10th position, I should say, overall. Class 2 is won by Arthur McMahon's Honda Civic. Last couple of cars over the line, and then we will confirm the results. Will Puttergill making his way rather slowly up towards the line. His car in trouble in the closing stages, but fair play to him. He stuck with it and is able to finish the race. We'll confirm the provisional results just as soon as the last couple of cars make it over the line. There's Craig Guest in his Clio. Just waiting for the Team Brits at BMW to come in now. There it is. Well done, Paul Fullick and Tyrone Matherin. Well, they're all in now. And we can confirm the provisional results then. 26 laps recorded in the 50 minutes there by Maurizio Silio to win for the second time today in the ROWE Motor Oil's Britcar Trophy Championship. 5 wins out of 5 for Dayton Motorsports this year, and a 1-2 as well. Marco Anastasi second in his Ginetta. Clean sweep of the top 4 places again. Wallace and Astley in 3rd place ahead of Robin Grimwood. First non-Ginetta was again the Mazda of McGregor and Tomlinson. 6th place for Callum Noble. Well done to him from the back of the grid in his BMW. 7th and a class win for Rob Alec and Finn Jones in the TSR Golf. 8th place and a class 2 win for Arthur McMahon's Honda Civic. Behind them were the Clios. Andy Tucker and Ollie Meadows taking the Clio win this time ahead of Rhys Lloyd and Jack Meakin, then Chris Byerland and Simon Mason. 4th behind them, James Harrison and Ben Jenkins, and Craig Guest completed the top 5 in the Clios. Behind them was the Cook family in their Honda Civic, second in class 3. Coyne and Hewlett in their Clio. Will Puttergill rather struggling a bit in the closing stages in his Honda, makes it home 16th and 3rd in Class 3. Second in Class 2 were Team Brit in the BMW, Fullick and Matherin. Final finisher, class win for the Ginetta G40 for Alex Turnbull. Sadly we lost Paul Goodlad after 10 laps. Let's head down to the pits with Ian Waterhouse to hear from the drivers in Park Fermé.
Thank you very much indeed for all you've done during the course of the day. It's been a nice warm day, perhaps a bit warm time.
Yeah, welcome everybody down to Park Fermé. A bit of a Dayton Motorsport double here and a double win as well, Maurizio. Congratulations. It's been a good day for you, hasn't it?
It's been good, yeah, it's been good.
Yeah, I can't complain. It was hotter than this morning. Tyres were totally gone, the same tyres as this morning.
You said actually after race 1, didn't you, tyres were a struggle, they were a bit worse this time, were they?
Yeah, same tyre as this morning,
yeah.
So yeah,
oh, okay.
It was very slippery.
Good though. Good. They got the job done through the pit stop nice and safely and just brought it home.
Perfect. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, no, perfect. Couldn't be happier than this. It's
fantastic.
Great.
Congratulations. There you go. Perfect. Couldn't be happier than this. Maurizio Siglio, a pair of wins. In second place again, Marco Anastasi. Hey, Marco, congratulations. I didn't actually catch up with you a little bit earlier, did I? After race 1, congratulations, finishing second, and you've done the same again here.
Thank you very much. Yeah, that was fun. Pretty hot, but fun, yeah.
It's a Dayton Motorsport double, so the camp will be happy, won't they?
Absolutely, we're very proud of this, very happy for the team. The cars were absolutely spot on today, absolutely great job for the team. Yeah, it was a pleasure. It was really good.
Fantastic. Congratulations. Well done, Marco. A pair of second places there. And just saying that this seems so calm, don't they? So relaxed, just like it's a normal day, just any normal day, wasn't it? And again, a bit of deja vu. Top 3 the same as earlier. Didn't actually manage to catch up with you a little bit earlier, but third place again. Happy?
Yeah, very happy actually. Yeah. No, it was, I mean, these guys were really quick. So,
that's a good way to describe it.
Yeah, it was. I was never going to catch them, but I was after Grimwood. Yeah, and I could see him, and I was getting closer, and then back markers would sort of muck it up a bit, and then maybe he had back markers, so I'd catch him a bit more. But I think I got close enough that he had some kind of problem on the last but one lap.
Yeah.
So.
Managed to get that third place.
Well
done. Congratulations. Great weekend.
Yeah,
thanks for talking to us. Really appreciate it. So there we go. The ROWE Britcar Trophy Championship. Oulton Park meeting comes to a close. Both races finished same top 3. Congratulations to Maurizio Siglio. It's been a perfect weekend. His words, not mine, but you can tell from the timesheets that it certainly has been a good weekend for him. I'm going to hand back to Dave, and thanks for watching.
Well, that wraps up a fine day here at Oulton Park in the sunshine in Cheshire, here on BARC TV. Well done to everyone for a great day's entertainment. The MS UK British Endurance Championship and the ROWE Motor Oil's Britcar Trophy Championship, both putting on some excellent entertainment. Now, thanks to Ian Waterhouse down in the paddock for his input and pit reporting as always. Thank you must go to everyone here at Oulton Park, particularly all our volunteer marshals. We couldn't go racing without the Orange family. Also to the recovery crews, the medical staff, race control staff, the timekeepers, everyone else here at Oulton Park and from the British Automobile Racing Club for making today possible. Thank you to all our camera crews and other staff as well for bringing us the action from here at Oulton Park today. Thank you to all the drivers for their entertainment and all their teams down in the pits as well for keeping the cars running. Bad luck to a couple of drivers who didn't get to race today after some incidents early in the day. Their cars can be repaired. Thankfully everybody was okay after a couple of shunts in qualifying. Well, join us again soon here on BARC TV then. Thank you very much indeed to all of you for watching. Hope you've enjoyed the day here at Oulton Park. On behalf of Ian down in the pits and everybody else, this is commentator Dave Goddard signing off here on BARC TV from the home of motorsport in the northwest of England. From all of us at Oulton Park, thanks again for watching. Bye for now.